I know you. The Switzerland Blue Party is giving you the blues. The Red Sea has you seen red. It's thrown your computer out the window. Now it's got ants and beetles crawling all over it. Lucky for you. They know how to use a mouse and a keyboard, and they found this guide. You're going to complete all of these achievements by bugs alone. Welcome, I'm Friendly Cat, and this is a guide to the HOI4 DLC by blood alone achievements. This is all of the achievements, everything in one place. So we're going to be doing the achievements in a certain order. We'll do the non-country specific achievements first, then Germany and Brazil, and then we'll do Italy, Ethiopia, and last and certainly not least, Switzerland. But we have a few housekeeping items before we get started. First, the primary goal of this guide is to make you a better player at HOI4. The secondary purpose is to complete all of the by blood alone achievements. Now that sounds like a trick. It's not a trick. This guide, even at the time that I publish it, even at the time I did these achievements, may already be slightly out of date. The game is changed. It changes regularly. It may have changed a week ago. It may change a week from now, a month from now. You may be viewing this video a year or more from now. And a color by numbers approach where you do this and then do this and take this and build this division and go here becomes less and less useful as the game changes. So by focusing on strategies and plans that make you a better player, you'll be better at adapting. Don't worry, for the more difficult achievements, particularly within Ethiopia and the mini game within Switzerland, we will be going into the details and we will be offering color by numbers, point-to-point guide to assist you in getting through. But the overall purpose remains to make you a better player. Next, you can skip around and do the achievements in any order you want. This is a lengthy guide. It's intended to be used as a reference guide, so you can do Italy first, and you can do a couple in Ethiopia second. You can jump back to doing one of the Germany ones, or maybe a non-country specific. You can do them however you like. In some cases, the achievements are in a building block order, particularly, for example, the Red Sea and the Ethiopia achievements, and in those cases, those achievements will reference either parts of the guides that happen before that achievement or after that achievement, and often a little bit of a summary, particularly if it's before, to help catch you up if you don't want to watch the full guide for the earlier achievement because you've already completed that. This guide is for HOI4 players of moderate experience or greater. If you're a new player, please still watch it. I think you're going to still get quite a lot out of this, but we won't be going through the details of how to do a paradrop or how to put troops or how to form transport planes in this guide. We also won't be going through how to design a division template and the pros and cons of the different support companies. In some cases, those that are specific to this DLC, particularly within Ethiopia, we will be looking at those division templates. But just in general, how to form division, how to paradrop, how to naval invade, how to design planes, those are not going to be covered in this guide. Credit. You may find yourself, as you watch this guide, going, wow, that's a great idea, Friendly Cat, fantastic work, so smart. Well, the truth is, almost all of the good ideas in this guide I read about or watched in another person's guide. They are not mine. So please, I'd rather you not credit me with good ideas, because overwhelmingly the good ideas are not mine, thanks to so many other people who have done such great work ahead of me. Now, if it's a bad idea, if you follow one of my strategies or plans and it just ends up with a busted run, or you're trying to do something in Ethiopia and you're following my ideas and you end up getting capitulated, by all means credit me or blame me. The bad ideas are almost entirely my own, and I own up to that. Within these guides, we're actually using strategies that I actually used on my achievement runs. I do have 100% completion of the achievements, not just by blood alone, but the other pre-by blood alone achievements as well. These are not hypothetical achievements, or excuse me, hypothetical guides or strategies. During some of the guides, particularly the broader guides, there will maybe be limited playthrough. Let's be quite frank, there is extraordinary limited playthrough. This is not a playthrough experience or a streaming experience where you watch me complete the guide or watch me complete the achievement. In some cases, in some of the achievements, I'll mention alternate strategies, and I'll usually point that out. Hey, this is a strategy that I didn't do that might work for you. This is another alternate strategy that might work for you as well. And then I'll clarify, this is a strategy that I actually used. This is a strategy that worked for me. These are the things that went right for me. And I'm doing that intentionally to clarify which are the strategies that I didn't use and are technically hypothetical, and which are the ones I actually used and that I have experience in making work. Alright, that wraps it up. Let's have fun. I had a great time with these achievements. I really enjoy the DLC, and I have a great time playing HOI4. I made this guy to not just make you a great player and complete the achievements, but also so that you can have fun as well, and I hope you have a good time with them. I don't know what you've read or what you've seen about some of the countries or some of the achievements. They were fun to me, and I hope they become fun to you. Alright, let's get this started. It's time to do our first achievement. I think I saved the best for first. This time it will stick. I love this achievement. It's low to moderate difficulty. We can do a lot of different countries. Too much fun. Alright, so what's the first thing we do as we prepare this achievement run? Go ahead, pause the video, I'll wait. Alright, welcome back. Did you say go get some snacks? I like it. I like it a lot. Did you say try not to get too excited because you love playing HOI4? Oh my goodness, that's how I feel also. I get so excited. That's a great answer. Did you say, let's look at the achievement and look at the achievement file and see what the actual objective is for this achievement? Yeah, that's probably the best answer. And so let's do that. This time it will stick, says, as any allied nation. Okay, looks like I maybe need to join the Allies. I need to be in a faction with Democratic Britain, alright, and then I enforce a peace deal in Germany that disarms the Rhineland and makes it a demilitarized zone. Alright, that seems pretty straightforward. But you know what? Just to be on the safe side, I'm going to go look at the achievement file to see what it says, just in case this summary overstates or understates the actual objective for this achievement. And here's the achievements. Alright. This time it will stick. Got it. Need to be on Iron Man. Got it. Difficulty, no problem. Start date. Got it. No customs. Got it. Game rules. Got it. Has global flag disarmed and demilitarized Rhineland? What does that mean? This isn't very helpful. Well, actually it's a little bit helpful. I just need to go look at another file to see what would trigger this global flag. And that file is the 08 BBA on actions file. So the effect achievement, this time it will stick. Oh cool, a little hashtag, and helps me understand which of these on actions I need to look up. Oh, I need to be democratic. Oh, I didn't know that. I didn't know that from looking in the game. I need to be in a faction with England. That makes sense. England needs to be democratic. That makes sense. Has a global flag Rhineland remilitarized. Oh, so I think that means that Germany must complete the focus to remilitarize Rhineland. I can't challenge it. And then for these two states, I need to stack demilitarized. And that sets the global flag disarmed and demilitarized. Alright, I don't see anywhere in here that says I have to be part of the Allies. I just have to be in a faction with England, and both of us be democratic. Oh, that's interesting. And these two states, by the way, we'll get to them, but those are actually within Germany. It's within that Rhineland area. Alright, this is a very important first step. knowing that you don't need to be in the Allies to complete the achievement is pretty important. Knowing that you need to be democratic is pretty important, or at least what it appears on this screen. It looks like I need to be democratic, and it doesn't look like I need to be part of the Allies. That lets us move on to strategy. And there's a lot of cool different strategies depending on your skill level. Really skilled, you want to play things tough, you could probably play this as Czechoslovakia. Oh, you want to play Poland and pick up some other countries and then beat up on Germany? Sure, just make sure you find your way to being democratic. You could even be the United States. I think that would work. United States, and then join the Allies and come into the war. No problem. Well, what I actually like is an alternate strategy, or another strategy, which is to play as France. And that's the strategy that we're going to be looking at briefly here. It's really not that challenging. Our overall strategy is going to be to try to go after Germany relatively early. In other words, late enough that I can have Britain in my faction, but early enough so they haven't started picking up as several other countries. And what we're looking at here is the Little Entente and then the Joint Entente focus, in which Britain, or the United Kingdom here, will be invited to our faction and then take the rest of the allies with us. So we'll still be democratic, they'll still be democratic, we'll still be in the same faction, but we'll be in a little bit faster position to challenge Germany in the coming time than waiting and joining the Allies in 1939. That's the overall strategy. Planning, this one isn't too bad. I really enjoy this one because you can play different countries, you can take different plans, but once we set our strategy and we know the plan is to come on down to to form the Little Entente and then have Britain or the United Kingdom join the Entente, that's going to be it. Our army, you've got flexibility. When you go to war with Germany, you're going to have a lot of countries helping you out. So you might go for 27 with infantry with artillery, you could make some tanks, have a good time with the aircraft designer, make some casks, make some fighters. In this scenario, in this achievement, it's going to be a relatively smooth ride if you go with this strategy. If you want to make it a little harder on yourself and you decide to play as Czechoslovakia, just remember, stay democratic. Or you want to play as Russia, you could do it. Just remember, I think you've got to go democratic somewhere along the line in order to for this achievement to fire off. And the last and least part of the planning is to remember, when you get into the peace deal, see these two? It's kind of cool. It's a little bit of a hint the game's giving you. The zones that are red, both states, you want to go into the peace deal and focus on those two states. This achievement run is completed when the achievement is over, when the peace deal is over. So there's no point in picking up, using any peace points, victory points, in any other parts of Germany, or if by some chance Italy jumps in, just stick on these two and ensure that you have completed both, turned it into a demilitarized zone, which means that you have disarmed it and made it demilitarized. Other countries like Britain may challenge you during that peace deal. Stick to it. Just stay on those two. Presuming that you attacked into Germany during the war, you'll have no problem having enough victory points to ensure that you stick to your guns and you make sure you get these two taken care of. After the peace deal, that's it. The achievement run is complete. Go in, check the achievements, make sure it says completed, and then you're done. Alright, execution, I kind of walked through that as well. This is a fun achievement. I hope you have a good time with it, and then we'll move on to the next achievement in a moment. We're going to do our next achievement, the second of two, and as far as I know, the last of the non-country specific achievements, by merit alone. Quiz time. What's the first thing we do before we start an achievement? That's right, we check the objective. Let's see what we actually need to complete. And I'm not sure that I'm going to go through each achievements and go to the achievement file for each one. My ask is, do please consider it. It's the most important part of an achievement run. Knowing what you need to do will guide you correctly to actually making that achievement happen. Alright, so in the in-game it says, by merit alone, promote a unit commander to general and match reach max level. That doesn't sound too bad. But let's just look at the achievement file just in case there's something that I'm missing. Alright, by merit alone, the usual difficulty, start date, customs, and then I must have any unit leader. Receive field promotion achievement. Okay, I think that means I just need to promote up one of my division generals, and they must reach a skill greater than 8. To me means they need to reach skill level 9, which is the max skill level. Oh, that's pretty cool. This one actually seems pretty straightforward. And it may not be my favorite achievement, but we've done worse. We've done much worse. I just happen to really like so many of the other achievements in By Blood Alone. This is also the first of the videos where we're going to prepare to transition into another achievement. That kind of warms you up for what we're going to be doing with Ethiopia, some of the Italian achievements, and Switzerland. So we're going to do by merit alone and build toward the achievement by beer alone. You can take a look at those separately, and if you're just doing by merit alone, you'll be fine. But if you take a look at by beer alone, you may say, wait a second, I think you started something before that run, and that's intentional. Alright, so we know what the achievement objective is. What's our strategy? Well, you can probably guess, if we're planning to do by beer alone, we're going to be starting with Germany. And I want to do a lot of land combat. And where's a place that has a lot of land combat? That's right, Russia. And how do we need to get to Russia? Well, we're going to go through Poland. So our strategy here is justify in Poland, go to war with Poland, capitulate and annex Poland, and then justify on Russia, and then just for the next 2 years engage in land combat with Russia until one of our promoted division generals has reached level 9. Hooray! Sounds like a lot of fun. Oh, it's okay. It's okay. Let's not get too down on this achievement. Maybe level 6, maybe level 5 would have reached the same ends, but level 9 is what it is, so level 9 is what we'll be going for. And that's the strategy. Just some hints, if you haven't played Germany since By Blood Alone and you're not familiar with the changes in the generation of world tension, I think you want to be a little cautious about doing Rhineland and then Anschluss, and then demand Sudetenland before you started justifying on Poland. That does seem to trigger up that world tension to the point where UK or potentially Poland could guarantee on Poland. UK or France could guarantee on Poland. On my run, I did a busted run by just being a little aggressive. So for our strategy, we're going to demilitarize the Rhineland, complete our justification on Poland, and capitulate and annex Poland, and during the window after that annexation and prior to the start of the war in Russia, we'll complete Austria and the Demand Sudetenland and First Vienna Award and Fate of Czechoslovakia, and then go to war with Russia. And then we'll line up our little troops right here, 24 divisions under a single general that has been promoted from one of our existing divisions. We'll battle plan them, we'll give them some fighters, and they'll fight, all to maybe around here. And then I'm going to build a fallback line all the way back here, let Russia move all the way back. Okay everyone, let's start again. I'm likely going to disband these guys and start a brand new low experienced army to just drag out those land combats, fight out here again. And then when I reach the point where I've kind of expanded beyond which those 24 divisions can cover the front line, we'll retreat back to a fallback line, rinse and repeat until we get to level 9. Yay! That's maybe not the best point of view I should be taking, but it really isn't that bad. And when it comes to tough achievements or boring achievements, there are far worse, my friends. Alright, so the planning, not too much different than what you might do for normal German war. Slight differences are, instead of our normal 27 with infantry with artillery or 21 with infantry with artillery or tanks, we're just going to make a bunch of infantry and we're going to support them with fighters. I would try to stay away from CAS because we want the land combat to be the driving factor. We want the land units to stay in combat, and by the time you rinse and repeat a few times, you might even start backing off the fighters to just let those fights drag out. Poland, when facing 24 infantry and a bunch of fighters in CAS, they're not really going to be able to do much, and unfortunately in this post-no-step-back world, neither does Russia, which is kind of an unfortunate way of doing things. Other parts of our planning is because I really don't want to be crushing Russian units that naval invade. We're going to put 48, 72, 12 with infantry, with artillery and engineering, and just line them along here, put them on defense area, area defense with coastline and port. And obviously it's not going to be just one division, we'll use a bunch of divisions. Our goal is not to let Russia land and then crush them, it's to make sure they don't land at all. Just let them bounce them way out, so it makes it more likely that we can engage in combat with our main army, main army of 21 divisions out here. That's it. Execution, we kind of went through that already, because for this one there isn't a lot to the execution. Battle plan, attack, fallback line, battle plan, fallback line. I talked about disbanding the army and making a new one. I don't think you need to if you don't want to. I did it with the hope that it would drag out the land combat. And sometime in 1941, maybe 1942, you'll finally hit your level 9 and celebrate. You'll never have gone to war with the Allies. You'll never have gone to war with anyone else. Russia has a real hard time with this attack strategy, and so you really wouldn't expect any heavy resistance from Russia. Right. Our next achievement after this will be buy beer alone. See you soon. We're on to our third achievement, and the first of the country-specific achievements. In this case, we'll be doing buy beer alone. What's the first thing we do? Yeah, you're going to probably get tired of me saying this, but do make sure you're on page with me here. The first thing we do is, that's right, check the achievement. What's the objective? What do we need to do? We're going to go into the achievement file. Too many runs have gone busted because we didn't do this. Alright, buy beer alone. I need to, as Germany, control Budweiser, Tsingtao, and Guinness, and I apologize for my pronunciation. I struggle with words in English, so certainly other languages are going to give me a hard time. Now, because I've completed it, it doesn't actually show the state names here, but if you have not yet completed, as I recall, it will show Bohemia, Leinster, and Qingtao, forgive me, the Chinese province or state that actually is referenced by Tsingtao. If you're coming out of by merit alone, congratulations, that's the intent. We do by merit alone, and then we transition into by beer alone. Well, wait, I forgot. We still have to look at the achievement file, right? Every time? Every time. Buy beer alone. Okay, the usual pluses. Oh, we got the first tag. This is the tag I'm looking at here. This is I need to start as Germany. Yeah, too easy, but let's check to make sure. If by some case that said Russia or Soviet or England or France, well then we need to start as them. Even if in game it says Germany, we need to start at whatever tag this is. And this happened, okay, states 9, 113, and 743. It looks like they need to be controlled by Germany, by me, or someone who's in a faction with me. This is actually pretty clean, and it's actually really cool. Similar to the prior achievement by merit alone, I do not need to go into the on actions file. I've got everything I need right here. So cool, so smooth. And sure enough, it said that, or through a faction member. I'm not sure if I even caught that when I was looking at it, so thank goodness I looked at the file. I like this achievement. I like any achievements that suggest a world conquest as a major. What can I say? I just happen to like those achievements. I like a lot of achievements. I like playing HOI4, don't get me wrong. But the idea of looking at this leads me to think, let's play Germany and go on a wild ride. Let's naval invade, take out the Allies, take out Ireland, and then march ourselves across the world and take out China. And I admit, that was my original strategy as I was looking at these achievements and I was working my way through by merit alone. However, as I completed by merit alone, I realized it was at the middle of 1941, toward the end of 1941, I had just about capitulated and annexed the Soviet Union, and Japan, because we were on historical, had gone to war with the Allies, and Ireland had joined the Allies. And I picked up Bohemia myself. And so I was like, okay, cool, no problem, I'll just restart the run, go on my world conquest. Wait a second, hold on, if Bohemia belongs to me already, and Leinster is part of the Allies, because they're part of Ireland, then all I really need to do is find a way to get the Allies into my faction, or for me to join the Allies, and then pick up this province over here, King Tao. Oh, and I'm already all the way over in Russia. This can't be too bad. Sure enough, I disbanded the Axis, declared war on Japan. Allies were happy to have me. And in my game, China had actually managed to take back this province or this state before I got there. So no problem, I declared war, or justified, on China, and declared war on them. Took them out. Too easy. So on one hand, I was kind of deprived of my fun world conquest of Germany, but don't worry, we can do that another time. Alright, so now we have our strategy. Let's take a look at our planning. It isn't that complicated. And by the way, we're going to get into some complicated plans and strategies maybe later on, particularly into Ethiopia. But at this point, there really isn't much to it. If you've ended at the end of by merit alone, we have a level 9 general, and we've been ripping up Russia, so we'll just finish them off, force the capitulation, justify in Japan, come through Manchukuo and Manchukuo if they're still there, and just continue heading south. We can take their fleet, we can naval invade it. In my game, I just took their fleet and naval invaded. I think that's a little bit faster, and we actually just took it and then landed troops there, justified on China because China just took it out before I got there. I took it out. In your game, it may not work that way. You may have to just march your way through here. You may not be able to get naval superiority. Or it may be that China's already pushed their way back, in which case you'll declare on Japan and then push through. Or maybe Japan has already capitulated China in your game. No problem, just justify and declare on Japan and then, again, head south. There really isn't much more to this one. Certainly, if you're playing the strategy that I'm asking you to consider, which is by merit alone, segues into by beer alone. An alternate strategy would be to run this as a German world conquest, where you just go wild, go after the Allies, go after Ireland, go after Poland, so just gobble everything up and just keep gobbling your way east. I think that's a lot of fun, and that's one thing I do like the by beer alone achievement, because even though it is a country-specific achievement, you've got a lot of flexibility in getting there. Alright, that ends this achievement, and we're going to take our next achievement, Snakes on a Plane, in a moment. And now we're on to our next achievement, Snakes on a Plane. I try to practice saying that so I can say it without laughing, but it's still very difficult. I really enjoy it. The idea of the snakes in Brazil, they get on a plane, there's paratrooping, and there's snakes on a plane. I love it. And so let's say, what's the first thing we want to do? Okay, let's maybe start looking into researching some better guns for our battleships. Maybe. Okay, it's time to start thinking about strat bombers. Oh, I like that idea. Where are we going to build? Are we going to build some anti-air somewhere? I had you going there, didn't I? Because we all know, that the first thing we do is we check the achievements. Snakes on a Plane. What's the objective? What do we need to do? As Brazil, got it. Capture Rome with paratroopers. Makes sense. I think I can make that happen. just to be on the safe side, let's look at the achievements file to see if this is overstated or understates the actual requirements for this achievement. And the very last achievement within that achievement file at the moment is Snakes on a Plane, the usual Ironman difficulty, etc. Tag Brazil, got it, I need to start as Brazil. And then happened has country flag, BBA, Snakes on a Plane achievement. Well, that's okay. This doesn't help us that much right now. I'm going to need to go to look at another file, but I'm comfortable doing that. I'm going to go to the 08 BBA on actions file. And I'm going to search for the word snakes for the Snakes on a Plane achievement. Someday I'm going to be able to say that without laughing. And then I'm going to look at what are the requirements to get that country flag set. And I'll be honest, I really don't know this very well. It's okay, we're going to get through it. And I'm not going to get through it by explaining it or being confident to explain it, but I can say, okay, it looks like from tag Italy, okay, so maybe Italy needs to own something, and then tag Brazil, oh, that's me, and then state number 2, yeah, I think I know where that is, that's where Rome is, and then I need to have divisions in a state, I need to have a paratrooper, size greater than 0, does that mean more than 1 battalion, maybe more than 0 battalions, more than 0 paratroopers, alright, within the state 2. And I'll confess, I don't know exactly what all this means, and I looked it up a little bit, and I still can't say with confidence I know what it means. But for the purpose of this achievement and other achievements, that's okay. We're going to proceed in the most stringent or conservative way possible, and I'm going to interpret this as saying I need to get to state number 2, and then I need to take it from Italy, and maybe that's not true, maybe I don't really need to, but I'm going to interpret this saying I need to take it from Italy while I'm Brazil, and I need to have at least 1 paratrooper in the state when I take it, when that switch happens, when the control changes from Italy to me. I know many of you out there are familiar with mods, or familiar with this language, and realize that I'm being too conservative in that interpretation. There may be an alternate interpretation, but I'm going to take it that direction because as I move through the achievement, if I meet those goals, I can be moderately confident that I'm actually going to be able to make this happen and actually get the achievement completed using information from the on actions and the achievements file, and then within the game itself, I think I can make this happen. Now what's kind of interesting is that capture Rome with paratroopers technically does not say I need to make the paradrop happen. And from looking at the on actions file, it also doesn't seem to mean I have to do a paradrop. Paradrop? I don't actually have to drop those paratroopers in. I just need to capture Rome with paratroopers. Alternatively, I need to have paratroopers in the state when we make the flip happen. And that's kind of a big difference. There's a big difference between saying I need to paratroop directly onto Rome and I need to have paratroopers somewhere in the state when I make the flip happen. When I say flip happen, I mean flip it from Italian control to my control. Not necessarily ownership, not necessarily annexation or capitulation. Just when I flip this over, I need to have paratroopers in this state. And maybe just because I like this this concept so much, I'm going to actually try to drop into Rome with paratroopers. That's going to be one of my goals, but I'm going to have in the back of my mind if it's 1943, 44, or whatever, and I'm just having a real hard time with this, and I'm prepared to call it a busted run and start over, I may say, you know what, let's try an alternative that doesn't require me to paradrop into Rome, particularly if Rome has 6 divisions, 3 divisions all over the place, all over Lazio, and I realize the paradrop just isn't going to happen. I would be prepared to look at alternatives and still try to get a paratrooper unit in Lazio when we take Rome. I spent a good amount of time on that because truly knowing the objective will help you not only build your strategy, but through the achievement it lets you adjust and adapt. This achievement, in my opinion, may be the most challenging of all of them because of the concept of control. You do not have complete control of the game at any time, but you have particularly limited control when you're Brazil trying to paradrop into Italy. You are unlikely, particularly in 1939, 1940, you are unlikely to have sufficient air cover, sufficient fighters and or casks to get air superiority. You may be relying on your allies, literally the allies, to give you that air cover, which makes it a more difficult achievement. You may need to be prepared for naval invasions. You may need to be prepared to march up from the south or the north or even from the east. And that's okay. It's okay, and I think it's good to be prepared for that. Alright, so we're going to talk a little bit more about those actual permutations later on, because we're now going to move on to strategy. For snakes on a plane, I'd consider 4 fundamental strategies. And when you think of the spectrum, one end of the spectrum is slow and steady. It may take 8, 10, 12, 14 hours of game time for you to get the achievement, but you can be confident you're going to get there. And I would view that in more of a line of a Brazilian world conquest. Yes, I do enjoy world conquest. And on the other end of the spectrum is more of a speed run. Like, okay, how can I get this done in 4 hours, 2 hours, 3 hours? And maybe it's a higher risk because I'm not going to have as much control over the airspace, but let's give it a try. Alright, so within those 4 strategies, we're going to start first from the most slow and steady, and then I'm going to move us toward the 4th and last strategy would be on the other end of the spectrum, which is a fast and quick. Alright, so slow and steady is world conquest, no doubt about it. Start off as Brazil, push yourself into a civil war to go fascist, naval invade Mexico, potentially naval invade Venezuela. If you're feeling particularly strong, go Mexico, and then justify on the Philippines, and then take out the United States as you start your world conquest. We're not going to spend too much time on that, because if you're comfortable doing a world conquest as Brazil, you just continue along, and somewhere along the way, 1940, 1941, 42, make your way over to Europe, capitulate Britain, the UK, take over Germany. By the time you get to Italy, you should be sitting on several thousand fighters, and you can comfortably drop into Lazio and into Rome. The second strategy is one that I strongly considered, and that is flipping into fascism and then taking over 1, 2, 3, a few of your neighbors to bolster your military capacity, so that when you go into the beginning of World War II, when you join the Allies in 1939, you're sitting on 50, 75, maybe even 100 mils, and that gives you a larger number of mils on fighters, which can give you a larger amount of air superiority, and a greater amount of control over the airspace, and a greater amount of control over completing that achievement, which reduces the difficulty of the achievement. I don't mean to say it makes it easy or it cheeses the achievement, anything like that. Just the greater that your military capacity, the lower the difficulty. And again, if it sounds like I'm stating the obvious, I certainly am. It's one of the reasons why majors have generally an easier time on achievements than minors, because they have that greater control over the situation. The third strategy, and this is the strategy that I did, and we'll talk certainly more about it when we get into plans and even the execution, is I just hung out as Brazil. I went to Democratic, built some CIS, then built some mills, and planned for transports, some fighters, of course paratroopers, but I also built a bit of a land army, so that if things didn't work out and I couldn't count on Britain, I couldn't secure air superiority over Italy in 1939 or 1940, I had something better to do than just sit around. I could drop into Sardinia. I could engage with Italy in North Africa. I could potentially drop or find my way into Sicily. I had other things to do as we slowly creeped our way toward Italy. I still wanted to paradrop, but I had those as the backup. And that strategy, I have a weaker air force, which makes it less likely I'll be able to drop right away on Italy, but a little bit more control over eventually getting there. The fourth and last strategy that I'm considering here is, again, sit around in Brazil, just chill out till 1939, but put all your IC into fighters, or obviously paratroopers. Make sure you have 8 paratroopers and all fighters. And your goal is, shortly after the war starts, find a way to get to an airport that's near Rome. I believe there's one right here, or very close to here, and push your fighters into Rome and just make the drop happen. I think that's a bit of a risk, potentially a gamble, because if you can't get air support over Italy, and if in your run, for whatever reason, the Axis are pushing their way towards Suez, nothing but paratroopers and fighters is going to really limit your ability to kind of push back against Italy and do something other than just sit around and watch the Allies take a beating. You may end up having to go into a plan B and start building an army or trying to make a drop on a port. And these ports are often defended, not always, but often defended, and that can be difficult, particularly if France has fallen and Germany is giving air cover as well. Alright, so let's look at, in a little more depth, the third strategy, which is build paratroopers, build transport planes, put some mills on fighters, but also build paratroops as well. In that scenario, I went democratic, joined the Allies shortly after the start of World War II in 1939, transported my little troops all the way over to, at that point, Free France still existed, and found my way over. There's an airport somewhere around here. There's also an airport on Malta, and prepared to make the drop. And this is where I get into the concept that I cannot walk through this achievement nearly as easily as the other ones, including Ethiopia ones, by the way, because I don't know what's going to happen in your gameplay, and I can't even tell you what would happen in my gameplay. Even if I were to repeat this, we might not see the same outcome. So in my outcome, France held for a little bit. Air superiority was really touch and go on Italy. I was very close to be able to make the drop. It was 50% or so air superiority, very close. And then France fell, the air superiority fell. Fortunately, I was able to drop into Sardinia, so my paratroopers dropped in here, particularly into Cagliari, and then I brought in my 16 supporting divisions, and we controlled this for Brazil. At that point, it was kind of rough going because we didn't have anything close to air superiority in Italy. I had some ships out checking the ports, and occasionally a port would go empty, but overwhelmingly Italy had no problem keeping troops on the ports in here, so I was not going to be able to drop into Sicily. As I prepared to settle in for a long run, I said, wait a second, there's a port here, and actually there's an airport right here, and it looked like a lot of the planes covering Italy were sitting in that airport. Let's naval invade. So I naval invaded onto this square, naval invaded onto this square. Lazio had not flipped because Rome is that 40 victor points is quite a bit. So we captured both of those. I already had pair drop orders queued up and ready to go. So in that very short window when these Axis planes transported to another airport to restart their coverage, there was a gap. My own fighters were able to give us enough coverage, and we dropped into Rome. And literally pair-dropped onto Rome, flipped it from Italy to Brazil with paratroopers, which I think is the most consistent plan, or consistent execution, I should say, with the achievement. It's not the best, it's not the worst, and I'm not saying like that's what you should be aiming for, or if you don't do that you need to restart the run. It just is what happened on my run. I'm very happy with the run, and okay, I'm really happy with the run. It was really hilarious watching my paratroopers drop in, and then German troops come on down, but we had completed the achievement. What could go different on your run? And I'm going to presume that you proceeded on strategy number 3, which is the same strategy I did, which meant you had some paratroopers, but some troops as well. You may not be able to get air superiority to drop in here, or your drop may be a bust. You may have air superiority over Sicily. Oh, I'd say definitely drop in Sicily if you can get there. Maybe not. You may see the Axis moving toward the Suez Canal. Vichy France will take this or whatever part Italy hasn't gotten to, so you'll be kicked out. You may find yourself transporting over to Cairo. That's fine. Fight your way. Eventually find your way to airdrop or naval invade into Sicily. See if you can naval invade into Sardinia. I think this airport right here is actually very close to this zone. And I feel from a naval invasion point, that's a very nice naval invasion, particularly since there's an access or an airport, Italian or access airport right here. Well, I hope you enjoyed this guide and this strategy. And I hope that it works out for you. Good luck. Now we're going to do some fun ones. We're going to do Italy. We're going to do 2 of Italy's together in one run. Nothing personal out of and not today. And then we'll do the other 4 Italian achievements in another run. We're starting off with these easier achievements, not today and nothing personal, because this starts us down the concept of chaining achievements. The chaining achievements for Ethiopia is fairly complex, so let's kind of get a warm-up on some easy achievements right now. First thing we do is, of course, look at the achievements. Let's see what the rules are, what the objectives are, what do we actually need to get these little trophies. We'll look at not today first and then nothing personal as well. Okay, we're doing both achievements in one run. Not today. As communist Italy save Gramsci from the brink of death, make him the leader of Italy, and form the Italian National Union. Alright. That doesn't sound too difficult. Let's look at the achievement pile just to take another look. Alright. Not today, the usual. Okay, I need to be Italy. Good job. I gotta remember to be Italy. I need to have a government that's communism, and then I need to have a ruling character of Gramsci, and then I need to have completed this focus. Now, not to be a little picky here, but it doesn't say anything about having to save him from the brink of death, which could be different. We could see a line in here that says, after January 1st, 1937, or something like that, that would indicate that he's just about to die. Fortunately, I do not actually have to save him from the brink of death, unless he's at the brink of death at the start of the game, and I just don't know it. The strategy on this is really, really straightforward. I don't know if there's a better strategy or a more straightforward strategy. So this is going to be one of the few times I'm going to say, I think I got the best strategy. Just pull all of your troops out of Ethiopia. For this achievement, and the other one we're doing today, nothing personal, there's no point in fighting in Ethiopia, so just pull out, auto-complete the Abyssinian fiasco, and then find your way down to liberating Gramsci, and maybe that's what it means by him being on the brink of death. And maybe he finishes being on the brink of death and actually becomes dead after January 1. That's what this means. I really am not certain. And then we'll head down to southern farmlands, or if you want to do strikes to the north, whatever you feel like. We're going to head on down to the Civil War, complete the Civil War. Again, as our strategy, we're going to complete the Civil War. Planning is a different phase. Complete the Civil War, and then find our way down to this focus here. When we complete this focus, we will have completed the achievement. I don't know a faster or a better way to do it, so if you do, I'm all ears. The planning part of this isn't particularly complicated too. And again, this is meant to be kind of a warm-up. If it seems like I'm going to be going back and forth between these 2 achievements on this run, I'm going to try to do the best I can not to do that, but particularly it's a warm-up when we get into the Ethiopia achievements. But the planning on this, nothing particularly special. At one point, shortly before going into the Civil War, what you might want to do is disband your army. I don't consider that an exploit. We're not going to be lend-leasing out part of our equipment anywhere and then canceling the lend-lease to bring it back. We're just going to disband the army to make it a little bit easier during the Civil War to take victory points. This Civil War and this achievement or this focus tree is not challenging. I shouldn't say at all, that sounds like I'm jinxing it, but it's not particularly challenging, and you should have no problems whatsoever once you complete it to then move your way down the focus tree all the way to the end. The other achievement isn't that much more difficult. Nothing personal. Okay, it's Italy, take Austria before the Anschluss and never enter a faction with fascist Germany. Alright, let's look at the rules. What does it say? The usual, okay, I need to be Italy. Oh, good. This actually would terminate by January 1st, 1945. That's kind of a big deal because I think the actual achievement in the game says never, and never would be a very long time. Fortunately, I do not have to never do this. I just have to make it to January 1st, 1945. And I know I'm kind of making a bit of a joke, but those little details can make a big difference. Never could be 1945, never could be 1940, never could be 1950. So I'm really happy to see that never in this case is only January 1st, 1945. Not has country flag. What would that mean? Well, let's look at the BBA on actions. Okay, so what would set the country flag? On offer to join the faction from Italy, if Germany has a government's fascism, or Germany has fascism. I'm not exactly sure what this means. To be quite frank, if you haven't quite figured out, I'm not sure what a lot of this language means. But it seems to me that if I'm offered to join the faction, that might trigger it. That sounds a little bit strict. It probably means I actually have to join the faction. But it seems like there's a possibility that simply being offered to join the faction between the two of us could trigger the flag. That sounds a little bit harsh, but just to be on the safe side, I'm going to do what I can to never be in the position. I do not want Germany to offer for me to join the faction, and of course likewise I'm not going to offer to join Germany's faction. And then I need to own states 4, 152, 153, and 848. Okay, that sounds like Austria. And then Germany cannot have the country flag Austria annexed. Alright, I think that means that they can't actually complete the Anschluss themselves. Alright, revisit in-game. Okay, I need to take Austria before Germany does the Anschluss. Makes sense. Never. Okay, fortunately it's not never, just I need to not have entered a faction by January 1st, 1945. This one is also, again, on the complexity level or the difficulty level, very easy. And I'm really glad that we're doing both Not Today and Nothing Personal together to help warm us up. Our strategy under this, we've already discussed that we're going to be going communist. So once we become communist, we will justify in Austria, and then we'll go to war with Austria, and then we will annex Austria. Capitulate them, and then annex them. And then we're going to put the game on speed 5 and walk away. Just walk away for half an hour, 2 hours, however long it takes for your game to find its way to January 1, 1945. Certainly on historical, no one will get a focus or a reason to justify against you, so that no one's going to be attacking you. Don't research anything, don't build anything. Go on a walk, grab some food, watch a movie, do whatever you want to do. When you come back and it's after January 1st, 1945, depending on what occupation you had going, you might have actually turned them into provisional government by default in your absence, so just build some forts and then re-annex them, and then the achievement will be complete. I like this achievement. I think it probably could have changed the date. Instead of 1945, make it 1939 or 1940, something a little more, I say reasonable is maybe the wrong way to put it, but a little more indicative that you've beaten it before the Anschluss. But nonetheless, I'll take it. I'll take achievements like this. I don't like from a gameplay perspective any achievement where you spend a significant part of the achievement far from the PC or far from your computer doing something else other than playing the game. But so be it. We'll take it. The plan's straightforward. I don't know of a faster way to do. And these two, I don't know if they're meant to be chained together. Sometimes when I see, maybe just in my point of view, when I see not today and nothing personal, it's similar to the other achievements. When I see them close together, I sometimes think, oh, maybe they were intended to be done together. And the execution is very easy. You can do this. I hope you enjoyed this, and we're going to move on to our next one, which is going to be a little bit longer. It's going to be the 4 Italian achievements chained together. I really enjoy it, and I hope you do too. Time for 4 achievements in one run. That's right, we're going to do the Italian 4 achievement run. We're going to be doing Collect All the Romes and Pizza Time, and then the 2 Pope-related runs, which would involve forming the Roman Empire as Pope, and then capitulating Russia as Pope. First step, alright, not going to play any jokes here, we already know we're going to look at the achievements, and then look at what we need to actually do to make those achievements happen. This might be one of the longest and potentially most boring parts of this whole guide as we look through because of the convoluted nature of 2 of these achievements, primarily one of these achievements, the Pope achievement. I'm asking you to stay with it, particularly as you look at other achievements, maybe not just in By Blood alone, as you're looking throughout HOI4, practicing these skills as unimmersive as they are, because you're spending so much time outside the game itself, can still help you make you a better player and help you understand what are the actual objectives of other achievements, particularly if you're doing what you think is the achievement and it's not working out. You're like, this doesn't make any sense. I'm looking at this file, looking at that file. Well, follow the breadcrumbs with me today as we go through to ensure you know how to make these happen, particularly since the Pope achievement is so relatively well documented in other videos. So you don't need to look that up. Or perhaps more importantly, you can follow the breadcrumbs and then compare what the other video says. Oh, I can see, I can make this connected, I can make these connections. Alright, we'll start with Collect All the Romes. As Italy, continue holding on to the first Rome, which presumably is this Rome, and gain in the second and third Rome. Okay, I guess this means I need to hold Rome while I go pick up the others, which means presumably I would fail if I stopped holding Rome. Let's look at the rules, or the file. Collect all the Romes, the usual requirements. I need to start as Italy, fantastic. And then I need to control all 3 states. I don't see anything in here that says I need to hold on to Rome, which means if during your run you lost control of Rome, of Lazio, which would be state 2, it's not a busted run. Just recapture it and go and pick up the other 2 states. At least that's what it looks like to me. And that's where we go into these files. The likelihood of you losing Lazio is probably very small in your run, but it could happen. You could have a civil war. You could have a naval invasion. The Allies could take over part of Rome, and I don't want you to unnecessarily terminate your run. Well, look at this. It looks like all of the other 3, or the other 3 achievements, are all in the same area. What a coincidence. I think it is somewhat of a coincidence, but very convenient, certainly. The next achievement we'll look at is Pizza Time. I'm not even going to look at the in-game, partially because scrolling might give people a little discomfort as they watch on a video. Pizza Time. Usual rules. I gotta be Italy and control these 3 states. These are states within the United States. So far, so good. What's the complexity? Where's the breadcrumbs, friendly cat? I know what you're thinking. I like these type of achievements. I actually like a lot of achievements, but I like these kind of simple achievements, easy to follow. Holy Roman and an Empire. Okay, start as Italy. So far, so good. Has country flag Italy. Pope took over Italy flag. Okay, no problem. I know how to do this. I go into the 008 BBA on actions, and I'll find that. Well, the only reference you have is actually to another achievement. At least that I saw. Okay, we'll keep looking. We can actually go into the BBA Italy events file and use our search feature. I don't actually scroll through all the events, and I can see that, oh, this event will set that country flag. That event is 38. Again, event 38, BBA 38, sets the flag. Well, how do I get to 38? Well, that's found in the BOP, or Balance of Power folder. When we get Pope High Control Range, and I'm kind of going over this relatively briefly, it's supposed to go through the whole BOP, Balance of Power process, or how that works. Then I get Country Event 38. Alright, let's go over those breadcrumbs one more time. In the Balance of Power, if I can find a way to get this to happen, it triggers this event. 38 triggers this. Okay, and that will get me this country flag. Alright, if while you're following these breadcrumbs, you're like, okay, that took me 30 minutes or 45 minutes, Friendly Cat. That wasn't fun at all. I'm with you. You have my empathy. Even though I had done this when I first ran the achievement, I went through it again in preparation for this guide, and it still took me a little bit of time to go, where exactly is this? Where exactly is that? The good news is the more time you spend on it, the better you become at it, and when you run into these types of achievements for either other achievements within By Blood Alone or other parts of HOI4, you're going to feel a little more confident searching through the files until you find what's actually triggered it. You might also be thinking, Friendly Cat, there's really no need for that. It's Pope takes over Italy. I watched another YouTube video, or I figured it out. But what if the other YouTube video isn't working correctly? What if it's based on a beta version of By Blood Alone? What if it doesn't actually have everything that you need? What if you try to follow that video and it doesn't work out? What if you follow this video and something's been patched? Well, being familiar with the files can help you resolve that issue, or any concern. And the second thing is we need to form the Roman Empire flag. Now, at first thought, you might think, well, let's go into the BB on actions. But in fact, when we see form the Roman Empire, or use of formable nations, that's kind of an indication that we need to go into the formable nation decisions file. And I intentionally just brought us into the middle of that file, into that decision, so you wouldn't see me scrolling through the text here. And in this case, to form it, this is actually within that formable nation decision. To see it, to make it visible, I must have completed one of two focuses, the Mare Nostrum or the Catholic Dominion. In addition, I must control a significant number of states as well. And when that decision were available, if you were to look through it, you can see those states. Okay, a Mare Nostrum and the Catholic Dominion. I think I can find those focuses by looking in game, right? I should be able to. That would make it. It would be really unfortunate if I couldn't find those focuses. So, oh, there's Mare Nostrum. Got it. Okay, so I need to find a way to get down through Mare Nostrum. Okay, and it looks like I might even be able to keep Mussolini and get down there. Okay, that's pretty cool. At least to get to that flag. But since I have to also form the, since I also have to have Pope take over Italy, I'll have to go down this path. Okay, that sounds pretty cool. Shouldn't be a problem to take Mare Nostrum. The Catholic Dominion focus. Where's that? I'm going to save you some time. Let's see. Does it happen to be up here? Cath? Oh, no. I wonder if it's a bug. Could it be a bug? It could be a bug. Of course, as some of you know, there is a hidden focus tree right here. And the Catholic Dominion sits at the bottom. Yeah, I'm not a fan of a hidden focus tree. If anything, because of things like this, where you're going through, searching through to find out what the achievement is, what I need to do, and having things hidden forces you to either go into another file or look at other guides to see, or guides like this, to see what that would look like. But fortunately, there are plenty of material, and you can go into the National Focus file and eventually put together a mind map and see that eventually you could find your way down to the Catholic Dominion. But in any case, it's either one. This decision of formable nation is available through either Mare Nostrum, which is available to the Pope area, or through to the bottom of the Catholic Dominion. So all in all, not too bad. And again, those of you who've seen other guides, you're like, oh yeah, this actually isn't too difficult. Form the Pope, take over the empire, and then control those states. And the last objective is Stalin. How many guns does he have? Okay, usual stuff. I need to be Italy, and then I need to have the country flag. Stalin, how many guns? Achievement. Well, we've already very briefly looked that over when we were looking for the Pope took over Italy flag within the on actions, and we can see that, okay, if Italy has the country flag and it's ruled by a Pope and it capitulates, if it takes the Soviet Union, that's what I think it means, and I think that means when the Soviet Union completes, or when Russia capitulates, it goes to Italy. I can't be certain, but that seems what it's saying. Then I would get that country flag. Now what's kind of interesting to me, and again truly, I'll say this maybe a dozen times before this guide is over, I'm not certain of what all these words mean, but what it seems to say is that these two things need to be in effect when the capitulation happens. In other words, it seems like, basically it's possible, that if I were to capitulate them as fascist under Mussolini and then later on became the Pope, it might not trigger. It might trigger. Some of you who know this better say, oh yeah, absolutely would trigger because that would still take an effect. But I don't see anything about controlling a state or anything like that, which makes more sense to my simple mind. So I'm going to be prepared. I'm going to take a strict approach or a more conservative approach and say, you know what, just to be on the safe side, I want to make sure I've completed both of those before I make it to this area. Not that it would be an entirely busted run if I got this and then got this and it didn't work out and then I had to release part of the Soviet Union and go after them again, but I don't want to take any unnecessary chances. If I can make this happen first, we're going to do it. Alright, quick refresh. Pizza time, we need to control Portugal in the United States. Control all the Romes, we need to control a couple of Romes, I think it's Istanbul, and Moscow, I think, part of Russia, and Rome, and then we need to form the Pope. I know you're thinking, boy, really, you should know what those state numbers are, so that's part of the rules, but it's not absolutely critical for this guide because we'll be taking over Russia later. And then we also need to have the Pope formed when we capitulate Stalin. That's a lot of fun, isn't it? Maybe not so much, but I think it's moderately fun and it's certainly important. Because virtually any achievement that starts off with, as a major, do X or do Y, do X, Y, and Z, is going to be on the low, at the very worst, moderate difficulty scale, because majors have what? What can they do that minors have such a hard time with? I'll pause and wait. That's right, they've got industrial capacity, they have research, they have a navy, they have an air force, they have an army, they have a greater sense of control over the world around them. If we got an achievement that said Italy paradrop in 7 different continents or 5 different continents at the same 24-hour period, we'd say we can do that because we can expand out, do a world conquest, and make that happen. While even a simple achievement like snakes on a plane, make 1 drop happen in Italy, that's a significantly more difficult achievement because of the control. So understanding that we're starting with Italy, let's take a little more time at the beginning to understand the rules so that we don't inadvertently miss out on an achievement in our glee and glory as we just run rampant around the world. Alright, now let's talk about our strategy. Like any major, we have lots of options. Lots of options. And at the risk of just going through a more of a simple option, I'm going to talk about a general option and then the specific option I used, an option you may have seen, and we'll take it from there. So one option would be to take it slow and steady. And I've seen some other guides or videos on this where you take it slow and steady, you form the Pope and slowly branch out. I think that's fair. It's safe, keeps you under control. Once you take control of the states that would form the Roman Empire, and you've taken enough time to progress down into either Mare Nostrum or the Catholic Dominion, you form the Roman Empire, and then you're in a good place to just continue from there. I think that's fine. And I'd honestly, I'd probably recommend that for a lot of people. What I did is a little bit more aggressive, or I should say a lot more aggressive. I blew out Ethiopia and manually justified on Yugoslavia, knowing that that would drag in France, Czechoslovakia, and Romania, which put me at war with 4 nations at the same time. No problem, and I don't mean to by any means to make it seem like I'm a great HOI4 player, but I'm confident at this point in my ability to take on these 4 countries at the same time as Italy. The strategy would then be take out France, and since they are not part of a faction, when I capitulate them, I then annex all of the French territory. I'm familiar with the, let's say, aggressiveness of the Allies. I'd say that England tends to want to invite Czechoslovakia to the Allies earlier than one might think. So I put troops, so part of the plan would be, or say part of the strategy would be prepare to then naval invade and capitulate and then annex the Allies as soon as Britain decided to enter the fray. In the meantime, we would then start chewing up the rest of these countries. After Britain enters the war, by inviting typically Czechoslovakia into the Allies, we would then annex or capitulate and then annex Britain. And in this new by blood alone world, we no longer need to have a footprint on Raj, Australia, New Zealand, South Africa, or Canada to take them in the peace deal. Awesome. I love it. I really like that. Too many times did we have that single strat bomber dropping bombs in Canada, or that single 1 battalion division making a naval invasion into South Africa just to put boots on soil so that I could claim them in the peace conference. No longer to do it. And the strategy would be to take England, capitulate them, which then ends the Allies as they are the major, annex all of the Allies. I'm going to leave UK's fleet for themselves, and at that point we would then, as part of this strategy, justify on the Philippines and go to war with the United States, capitulate and annex them, and meanwhile I'm working my way down the focus tree to the Pope, and somewhere along the line, then justify and capitulate on Germany, and then annex them as well, and then as necessary go through Poland, take out Russia, and then take out Turkey as well. And by doing those, we would have completed the run and done an effective world conquest. Obviously, when I say world conquest, I don't necessarily mean a literal world conquest where you take every little country out of the world. What I mean is world conquest where you have a substantially greater military capacity or industrial capacity compared to the rest of the world. Maybe it's as much as everyone else combined, maybe it's 50% more than everyone else combined, whatever you're comfortable with. But at this point, once you've got France, England, the Allies, Germany, United States, and Russia, I consider that largely a world conquest complete. That's the strategy. Just brief recap. Italy justifies on Yugoslavia, takes France, takes England when they join the war, takes the United States, takes Germany, takes Poland as necessary, and then takes Russia. Takes Russia and then takes Turkey. Oh, and somewhere along the way, pick up Spain as well. The planning on this, for this strategy, isn't too bad. I know I continue to say it's not that complicated, partly because I'm thinking of the other nations we'll be looking at, particularly Ethiopia, where it gets a lot more complicated, or a little bit more complicated. You're going to want to train your Navy at the beginning, or you may want to train your Navy at the beginning to get some Navy experience, to form 1936 submarines that are in a little better shape. You do want to be focused on your air power. You do need to be focused on your land power. I may have made it seem like taking on 4 countries at once, a major and 3 minors at the same time, is easy peasy. But it does require quite a bit of micro. It does require you to be pushing into France and have prepared your army and take this seriously. Do take certainly this part of it seriously. If you're like, no problem, I'll just build some battleships and some motorized and just do whatever I want, you may have a harder time with it. You also do need to be moving quick on France. Both France and England border your non-core states, and Yugoslavia for that matter as well. They even border, I think, your core state. So you do want to kind of move on this so that you do not unnecessarily lose non-core states and push your balance power toward the left or away from your leader at this time. Things that could go wrong during this run, not too much, I think. If you're as playing a major and if you're comfortable taking on multiple countries at once, in my experience, both Czechoslovakia and Romania don't send a lot of troops to the Yugoslav front. And I'm not exactly sure why that is, and Yugoslavia lacks the military power to push into you. France absolutely can start taking non-cores, so you do want to, make a little effort when you move through them. By the time you've gone to war with them, this will all be Italy, and they could conceivably start taking non-cores and making your life a little bit miserable. You could paradrop on them. I don't generally paradrop on them. Paradrops have very little value to me after the beginning part of the war, so I can just drive through the south, naval invade, and capitulate and then annex France relatively quickly. Other things that could go wrong after you capitulate and annex France, you do need to be ready to make your naval invasion. I don't mean like, oh, let's move some troops over. I mean troops sitting here, all planned, all ready to make their naval invasion. Your fleet, including your captured French fleet, out on base strike. So hour one, as soon as England decides they want to enter the war, no mercy. You've got troops crossing this channel and ready to take out England. The reason is that you've got all of what is France will now be yours as well, which means you've got non-cores everywhere, including here, which are, in a sense, kind of begging to be captured by England. And the longer you drag this out, the farther the balance of power will move to the left. As of the patch, as I understand right now, the loss of non-core states or non-core provinces, non-core states cannot cause a civil war, but I may not be understanding that correctly. In any case, at the time I did this, it could have caused a civil war. Just move quickly. I know I didn't paradrop, just naval invade, move quickly, capture England, and then breathe easy. Because with both France and England out of the way, your chance of losing non-cores has gone down significantly. The third of the four things that could go wrong is we're in the new resistance world, and in my game I ran 100,000 gun deficit after capitulating, between capitulating Yugoslavia, Romania, and Czechoslovakia, France, and then all of the allies. That was a very heavy toll on my ability to garrison. So it took about 6 months for me to get that garrison under control. I'll let you kind of figure out how you want to deal with that. Maybe you want military police, maybe you want more horses, maybe you want to puppet some of them. All of those are, particularly the puppeting part, maybe pretty good ideas, because puppeting India, puppeting Australia, New Zealand won't have much of a negative impact on your run, and it may let you move it along a little quicker to your invasion of the United States. The last of the four things that could go wrong, I think, has to do with Germany. Germany really isn't, I'm not saying isn't that strong. Germany is strong, but relative to what you've just taken out, what you've taken care of, they really aren't that strong compared to you. Yeah, they'll have Anschluss, they'll have troops right here, but you should really have no challenge moving through with the industrial capacity of Italy, France, obviously Italy plus an occupied France, an occupied England, an occupied United States, and potentially occupied India, Austria, and New Zealand, depending on whether you puppet them or not. But even if you puppet them, you're going to get some strength. Execution is pretty straightforward as well. I can't think of anything else at this point as far as what would go wrong on this run, and I do hope that whatever route you take, you enjoy it. Take your time. You're in Italy. You're a major. You're making an effective world conquest. You're going to run as the Pope. You're going to make your way down and do some really cool stuff down here. You're going to be moving through the balance of power. You're going to be comfortable. Enjoy that sense of comfort while it lasts, because it won't be long before we're moving on to the Ethiopia achievements. and the comfort will be fleeting. Hope you had a good time. Hope you enjoyed it. We're going to be doing Ethiopia next. I like Ethiopia, and I really hope that you had a good time with Italy, because Ethiopia is going to be fun too. Thank you. Ethiopia. That's why you're here. I know it. We're going to do Ethiopia. We're going to do all of the 5 achievements, and we're going to spend a lot of time on the middle achievements, particularly the achievement that involves fighting off Italy. This is going to be the one part of the guide. We're going to spend a lot on the operations part, the actual nitty and gritty of what kind of divisions we're going to be making, where we're going to be placing them. But that's still to come. The first achievement we'll be doing is Crusader Kings 4. Yes, I have all the Crusader Kings up here. They're all a lot of fun. Crusader Kings 4, maybe not so much. Worst achievement in By Blood Alone? Maybe. It doesn't mean it's a horrible achievement or a terrible achievement. It just isn't my favorite achievement. You can think of it as a flip a coin achievement. But that's okay. It's not bad. It's also great practice. I do encourage you when you reach achievements, including ones that you don't like by merit alone perhaps, or that seem boring or tedious, take a deep breath and find a way to make something out of it, some lemonade out of these lemons, so to speak. And that's what we're going to be doing at least a little bit here today. It's not a particularly terrible achievement, it gives me a challenging achievement, it just is a little bit tedious. Step 1, the strategy on this is, I'd say there really is only one regular strategy or most efficient strategy on this, which is to board the train, go into government exile, which will open up part of the tree that you can't see, or give you options you can't see, and one of those is the option to ask England or Great Britain or United Kingdom to transfer this state Palestine to you, and then later on when you start the Second World War you'll join in with the UK, clean up this area, recover Ethiopia, and then a decision will open up that allows you to transfer your capital. Yeah, I'm a little ahead of myself, aren't I? Shouldn't we be looking at the achievement rules first? That's going to give us a lot of help, right? It always does. So far it's always given us a lot of help. Okay, take Jerusalem as Ethiopia and move the capital there. Alright, let's go look at the achievement file. That doesn't help me too much, but let's see how to do it. Crusader Kings 4, all the usuals. Yeah, make the capital in that state. Oh yeah, that's not particularly helpful. For the rest of these guides, including Ethiopia, I'm not going to spend a lot of time going through the breadcrumbs like I did with the Pope achievement, where we followed the decision files and the national focus files and the event files to walk us through how to get the decisions. I ask you to consider doing that yourself to become more comfortable with it, but we're not going to be doing that for the rest of these guides. As entertaining as it is to watch a video of people going through text files, I really want to spend more of my time on the operations, on the other Ethiopia achievements, so we're going to be moving through this achievement without doing that. In any case, it says I need to form the capital there. There's nothing in this focus tree that indicates you could make that happen. If you search and search and search, you'll find down here the one true heir of Solomon says, oh, okay, I could do this, and then Palestine would be a core of Ethiopia, and I potentially could open up a decision. If we go down here, we would need to own Palestine. We can't just core them, we need to own them, which would mean most reasonably capitulating the Allies, ending the war with the Allies, and during the peace conference, taking that state from the Allies and any other contestants in that war. I will briefly visit that concept in a later part of this guide. I don't recommend that route, and just because of the time it takes, it's a semi-world conquest, and as much as I love world conquests, I truly do, I think this route, as tedious as it is more efficient. Alright, so the strategy, as I mentioned, you're going to board the train, Isn't that a cool picture? That is a lion getting on a train. It took me a while to realize, what in the world is that? A lion getting on a train. It's awesome. And then we'll capitulate. I should clarify. You want to hold Ethiopia long enough to complete that focus, and then let yourself get capitulated. This opens up a government in exile tree. Have a good time. Take focuses that raise your resistance. Some of these focuses also increase your legitimacy. You're going to have decisions open up here to throw a lavish party, which raises your legitimacy. There's another continuous decision. You'll click that raises legitimacy. Eventually your legitimacy will rise high enough that you'll open up a focus option to click to select it, which requests that England transfer Palestine to you. You'll also need to increase your opinion, the British opinion of you. I think it's to 99. Once you've taken that focus and it completes, Britain or United Kingdom receives an event, and the AI has a flat 50% chance of accepting that event, of accepting your request. If they deny the request, if the AI chooses no, we will not transfer this state from UK to Ethiopia, that's it. The run's over, it's a busted run, start all over again. And that's why I refer to it as the flip a coin achievement. Then you just start all over, hold the line for 70 days, take your boarding the train, build up your legitimacy again, throw some lavish parties, take your continuous focus, take a focus that replenishes the treasury, blah blah blah, no combat, no fighting, until eventually you reach a high enough legitimacy and a high enough opinion factor so that you can click it again. Now, my probability math isn't all that sharp, but I think this means you've got a 50% chance to do it within one run, and a 75% chance within 2 runs, and then I think it's like 87.5 or about 88% chance on 3 runs, which means 10% of the HOI4 players who want this achievement will have to do this 4 times or more. That's not good gameplay. That's not a good achievement. I know, I'm not saying that's my opinion. I'm stating that as factual as I can be. I don't think that's good gameplay to run it like that. And I'm optimistic that at some point that will be changed to which either the percentage is higher on historical, England approves or Britain agrees, or there's something else you can do to influence that decision in your favor. But I don't think it is so at the moment. So just be prepared to run it a few times. But when Britain eventually accepts, whether you run it 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 or more times, eventually you'll flip the coin you'll flip the coin and get the outcome that you want, and the UK will recognize and transfer Palestine to you. Hooray! Start building up an army. If you haven't been researching along, probably get started on that, and then prepare to transfer your admittedly small or meager army down here. When World War II breaks out, the UK will go to war with Italy, and although right now this looks like Ethiopia, it will all be green. This will all be Italy. Italy will have a real hard time holding on to it. Without your support, Britain will just tear up Ethiopia pretty well. But with your help and your ability to micro, it's going to go even faster. You can take some ports, you can do a little encirclements, have a good time. The challenge level is very low, even though your control is low, which normally means the challenge level would be moderate to high. The challenge here is very low because of the power differential between Britain and Italy. In my experience, in the games that I've seen, Britain has no problem just taking this without any help from you. So the help you give just makes the whole process go a little bit quicker. After you've cleaned all this up, again, imagine it's World War II, this was green, this all cleans up again, it becomes Ethiopia all over. You have a decision to ask to be, I think it's reinstated or reorganized or recreated, and shortly after that, you will then receive a decision to move your capital to the core, to your now cored Palestine. That was given to you earlier, maybe 6 months, a year earlier, when you requested that Britain transfer that to you. Once you've clicked that decision, you will then have satisfied the requirements of the achievement. You will have taken Jerusalem as Ethiopia, effectively Britain gave it to you, and you clicked the decision to move the capital there. All done. This will flip to completed, and the run is complete. That's it. There isn't a lot of fighting. At the beginning of World War II, you'll have a little bit of fighting as you clean up your land, but you won't be doing a lot of fighting against Italy like you would do in the other 4 achievements for Ethiopia, and that's why I'm intentionally not spending a lot of time going over the setup that you'll have for that. Just hang on for a little bit, and then 70 days in, as you complete boarding the train, just run into a corner and let Italy have the rest of your land. Alright. Bad achievement? Maybe a little bit. Tedious? Absolutely. But be positive. Be resilient. While you're doing this, you've got nothing to do for an hour to 2 of game time, depending on how long it takes for your computer on speed 5 to move through from 1936, 37, 38, and into 39. It's a good time. Practice technology. Practice moving around. Become more familiar with Ethiopia's technology. How long it takes. Look at the research speed. Look at what you've got available. What's important to you? What's important to Ethiopia? And start thinking about your next achievements. You can drift off if you like to, but make the most of your time, and you may find this achievement not as bad as you might think, or at least not as bad as I'm making out to me. Like, oh yeah, it was really tedious. I had to do it 2 or 3 times, but you know what? I got to practice my research. I got to practice. I spent some time looking at the different advisors, and not so bad. Well, I hope you enjoyed the guide, and I hope you don't mind the achievement too much. We're going to get the fun Ethiopia achievements coming up. So, see you soon. Thanks. Ethiopia, the lion that roared. Alright, let's get this one started. I really enjoy this achievement, and this is the achievement along with the other 4 remaining Ethiopian achievements, the Red Sea, King of Kings, and this time for Africa, are the motivation for this video. I struggled with those achievements. I've seen some videos for people that are much better than me. They seem to be struggling with these achievements. Maybe you're struggling with them as well. So that's what caused me to say, let's make a guide. Let's see what we can do to kind of make this world a little bit of a better place. And that's what we're going to be doing today. So first thing first, we got to set our armies, right? Set our borders, decide what we're going to do for research and industry. Nah, you've already caught on to me. You know, the first thing we do is we check the achievement. What's the rule? What's the objective? The lion that roared. As if the Ethiopia, without being a faction, force the Italians to make peace again. Alright, so I need to force Italy to make peace again? Twice? Again? I'm not sure what that means. So let's look at the achievement file. Alright, the usual. Okay, I need to start as Ethiopia. Got it. I need to have the country flag Ethiopia forced Italy peace achievement. Alright, let's take a look at the BBA on actions. And it says this. Yeah, I don't know what this means. I won't lie. This may be the last time in this achievement that I'm not sure what's going on in this game, but I do not know exactly what this means. It doesn't mean I get this part, I'm not in a faction. I get this part that I need to be Ethiopia, but I don't say anything about forcing Italy into a peace deal. As far as I'm concerned, Italy can force me into a peace deal, and I'd still get the achievement. I don't think I need to do this again. Just once should be sufficient. If it seems like I'm kind of picking at this a little bit, I am a little bit. But it's important to look at the rules and see what you need to do. When I see the word again, I often think I need to do it twice. And I'm aware that some of you say, well, historically, this is the rationale for that language. But historically, and what I'm seeing here is different. And I don't see anything that says I need to force I need to force Italy into a peace. But maybe that's what this actually means. If Italy says no, I can force them to go into peace. But I do think I can figure out that we need to be at peace, and I cannot be in a faction. No problem. Strategy. The strategy for this achievement is simple, I think, as unavoidable, perhaps is a better word. I need to fight off Italy. That's the strategy. I'll also be using this achievement as a building block to the remaining 3 achievements. And so I want to keep that in mind when I do my strategy and planning as well. I'm going to complete this achievement with the eye toward continuing the run either as the Lion King or as the Red Sea and or the Africa, this time for Africa, excuse me. The Red Sea is right up here, excuse me, right here, and this time is Africa. That means I want to keep that in mind as I'm making my choices, my planning choices and objectives. If all you care about is the lion roars again, or the lion that roared, excuse me, take your time, fool around, run your troops all over the place, make little encirclements, have a good time, and then once you've pushed Italy into a peace deal, which we'll discuss that part of it, that's it, you're all done. Because I want to do more, I'm going to be making choices a little bit different. I'm going to be thinking post-peace deal, or post-Italia defeat, which is a big difference. There's a big difference between pushing Italy out of here, effectively defeating them, and pushing Italy into a peace deal. And we'll be discussing that in greater depth, but understand those differences. I'll be making different planning changes. Different plans based on my longer term goal of using this achievement as a building block to one of the others. I am aware that they are somewhat exclusive. Certainly the Lion King and Red Sea are exclusive. You cannot do them both. You cannot do both the Lion King and Red Sea in the same run, but I can use the same strategy for each of those runs. And I think that's perhaps a better practice. So I can do the Lion that roared, transition to the Lion King, got it, and then next time run the Lion that roared. Effectively the same strategy for the Lion that roared, and do the Red Sea. That's how we're going to be playing this out. And that in a sense is a strategy, but that's the plan. Now, I'm going to be asking you some questions along this way. So if you happen to have HOI4 up and running, that's fantastic. Go ahead and take a look at it, load up your Ethiopia game, and because this part and this run is going to be as focused on the execution as any of the other parts of the guides. And I want you to think for a second, when you played Italy, or if you're thinking of playing Italy, what does Italy have going for it? What is Italy's strengths? Because in a sense, Italy's strengths are your weaknesses. Go ahead and pause the video and think about it for a moment. Alright, welcome back. Some of you said Italy's navy is their strength. Absolutely, that navy is their strength. It's not particularly helpful for Italy's attack into Ethiopia, because if you find yourself using the navy for shore bombardment, you've probably been pushed close to the port, and most of Ethiopia's core territory is not really in a shore bombardment area, an area where it can benefit from your shore bombardment. If you said IC or military capacity, absolutely. Italy has something like 18, 20 mils. That's nice. We have 2. Unless my math is up, that's 9 times more military capacity. That's an Italian strength. That means Italy can comfortably trade 5-to-1 infantry guns. For example, they can lose 5 guns for every 1 gun for Ethiopia, and they will eventually push through Ethiopia. That's a big strength. It's actually a really big strength. It's one of the things that makes this achievement so challenging. What else does Italy have going for it? Well, they have an air force. That's pretty powerful. And it looks like they've got a fair amount of divisions down here. I'm not even going to look what's up in actually Italy proper, but they've got a fair amount of divisions. Looks like they're pretty well strength. They're pretty well supplied. Some are a little bit under strength, but others look pretty good. They've got a large army. They've got a navy, which isn't particularly relevant, and they have an air force. All right. What does Ethiopia have going for it? Ooh. Well, we've got mountains. That seems so far to be just about it. All right. So our war is currently cut out for us. Our challenge is cut out for us. Now we're going to talk about something called value. Value, for the purpose of this part of the guide, refers to, in general, value refers to quality divided by cost. So a high value item would have a high proportion of quality relative to cost, while low value would have a relatively low quality versus cost. And in our case, the quality is soft attack, and the cost is going to be IC or infantry equipment. So a high value unit would have a high proportion of soft attack relative to infantry equipment, and a low value unit would have a low proportion of soft attack relative to infantry equipment. And the reason I'm using soft attack is that not only in this challenge or this achievement, but overwhelmingly in Hearts of Iron 4, soft attack is the single most important value for your unit. Armor is important, supply is important, organization, combat with, of course, those are all very important. And the relative soft attack to combat with, there are a whole number of different parameters and different factors in determining what a high value unit is. Speed as well. But for Ethiopia, we don't have armor, we don't have motorized, we don't have artillery, and that somewhat simplifies it. And even with other countries, soft attack still remains a dominating part of your division, or a dominating factor that's part of your division. So with that in mind, we happen to have a couple different types of divisions available to us. And I'm going to kind of ignore the top one for a second because we can't be trained any more of those. We've got an infantry type division, irregular infantry type division, and then a mountain type division. I want you to take a moment to think which of these has the highest value. In this case, the highest proportion of soft attack to infantry equipment. In our case, infantry equipment is a very limiting factor, so choosing the highest value division is going to give us the best chance of success. And again, I'm kind of making a fine point here. The best chance of success because there's a chance of us failing this achievement. There's a chance of us getting overrun by Italy. And of course, we want to knock Italy out as fast as possible, but we also kind of want to survive as well. If we knock them out in 1938, 1939, 1942, that still would be a win. So we're looking for the highest value. I'd like you to take a moment to think, which one of these do you think is going to be the highest value for Ethiopia? Welcome back. Well, with all these mountaineers, all these mountains, mountaineer, of course, the mountaineer. Good job, you did great. The mountaineer is the obvious best choice with the highest value. Its very name is it says a mountain division. It's mountain division. It's made up of mountaineers. You're fighting in the mountain. That's right. We want nothing but mountaineers. The clear choice, the obvious choice. Now we're limited how many we can make, but we can certainly take a couple of our divisions and turn them into mountaineers. Excuse me, we can turn 2 of them. Sometimes it's hard to tell which ones are which. we can turn 2 of them into mountaineers and have a higher value division. That's the obvious choice. Well, you can skip past this part, but I'm just, for the sake of being thorough, if you see me go through some of the achievement files and breadcrumb that stuff through all the different decision files, we're going to look at the other divisions just for the sake of exhausting this review. So, as we look at the Mountaineer, he uses 560 infantry equipment. That's 12 soft attack. Okay. 560 and 12. And I'm intentionally not going to use a spreadsheet because I don't think we're going to need to for this type of comparison. It's going to require at least me to kind of keep my brain intact, try to remember some numbers, but I'll use your help too. Maybe if you want to take a pen or pencil, you're welcome to. But 560 for 12. So I'll take my infantry equipment and I'm going to, for the sake of this comparison, see if I can get to close to 560, but I can't. I can get 600 for 18 or 500 for 15. Okay, so I have less infantry equipment and more soft attack. Less infantry equipment, more soft attack than a Mountaineer, right? A Mountaineer was 560 and 12. I'm at 500, so about 10% less infantry equipment, and so 20% more soft attack, 25%? Huh. Is it possible that infantry is a higher value than Mountaineers? Well, so far it looks like it. So far it looks like it. Is there something I'm not thinking about? Oh, right! Mountaineers have an adjuster. So they get a 35% attack in the mountains, which means their soft attack, I should say their value in the mountains, is, we think, going to be a little bit better than infantry, but perhaps on parity. Let's see if I can get this thing to line up a little cleaner. 700, 560 to 12, okay, so 35% would be about 3.6, so it's like 15.6, 16 for 500. Okay, maybe it looks like that in the mountain, it does look like Mountaineers are a little bit better, but very similar. Oh, maybe this will help. They use 140 infantry equipment, as I'm looking down here at the bottom of the Mountaineers, and these guys use 100. Oh, so 40% more infantry equipment for 35% more attack in mountains. Well, but of course better defense and a little better speed as well. And they're a little better in mountains, in hills as well. Is it true that, are we looking at a parity situation? And a parity, I don't mean like a joke, but parity in the sense that these are approximately the same value when in mountains? And I'm intentionally walking this through with you in the same way that I would look at it. 40% more cost for 35% more soft attack? That seems like parity, and parity in this case means approximately the same. There are other, not intangibles, but less significant factors, or less material factors, such as movement and defense and organization, but overall these are approximately the same. It can't be. It can't be. Can it? Can Mountaineers really be approximately the same as infantry in mountains when the limiting factor is infantry equipment? It does appear like so. Like that is true. Am I debunking Mountaineers? Am I busting the myth that Mountaineers are great in mountains? Not at all, because many times when you're doing a run in HOI4 as a major or as a minor with a great deal of infantry equipment is not the limiting factor. It may be supply, it may be your ability to put troops on the line, and in that case, having fewer divisions, or approximately, not fewer necessarily, fewer or approximately the same divisions stacked up might give you a greater attack based on supply. But for Ethiopia, because supply is not a significant issue, in other words, I should say, having excess infantry equipment is not an issue, infantry slightly edges out Mountaineers, or we're going to say parity. It's approximately the same. Wow, I would have never thought that. Would you? I wouldn't have thought that. How does something called a mountaineer be approximately the same as infantry in the mountains? Well, so be it. Well, I guess we could use infantry after all. Or maybe we should be using mountaineers. It's parity. Maybe I shouldn't be switching them back and forth. Then again, I know I'm eventually going to be fighting into the desert. Maybe I'll just keep my mountaineers up here. Oh, that sounds good. What is this? Chitet Sefari. Oh, what are these? Oh, this is that special division. New, I think, for by blood alone. Should we look at them? I really don't want to, but you know what? Just to complete the review, let's look at them. And let's compare them against infantry. Infantry is 100 equipment for 3 soft attack. It's 400 for 12. And the Chitet is 480 for 17. 480 for 17. Okay. 500 for 15. 500 equipment, infantry equipment for 15 soft attack, or 480 for 17. You know, I don't think I need a spreadsheet on this one, but I don't know what the story is with these Chitet Sefari, but is this a bug? Is there something wrong here? What am I missing? These guys have pretty high value compared to infantry. And that's another part of values. I talk about high value, medium value, low value, very low, high value, but really it's comparative value is another important concept. When we compare two different divisions, there may be a parity in which they're approximately the same value, or there may be a difference in which one division, or one, in this case it's really battalion or division, has a higher value than the other. And in this case, the Chitet Sefari have a clearly higher value. 17.1 divided by 480, without even looking at my spreadsheet, is going to give me a better value than 15 divided by 500. What is this? Adjusters? Oh, they're good in the forest. They have a 15% attack in the forest. Well, I'm not going to be fighting much in the forest. I guess that's not helpful. Oh, but they get 15% in the hills, 15% in the mountains, 15% in the desert. Oh, 25 in the desert? 25% attack in the desert? Is this some kind of joke? No, I don't think it's a joke at all. And I think it is somewhat intended to represent these special type of units. So not only do they have a better value unadjusted, without taking an adjuster into impact, when they fight on these terrain types, their value is even better than regular infantry. And if they're better than regular infantry, and regular infantry is on parity with a mountaineer, it means they're also better than mountaineers. And I can't easily change their, or get an easy comparison between the two of them unless I go to a spreadsheet. But since we've already established that infantry and mountaineers are on parity, particularly in the mountains, I should clarify, in the mountains they're on parity, and since Chitet Sefari are superior to infantry, they are also superior to mountaineers. That means, and they're not just a little bit superior, they are clearly superior. This is not a parity issue. They do have less organization. Well, I guess they'll break faster. But with this kind of soft attack, I'll take soft attack over a slightly reduced organization, or even a moderately reduced organization any day of the week. Well, how do I make use of these guys? Oh, I could train some, but I don't have any infantry equipment. Well, I could, in theory, delete all of my infantry and my mountaineers, but then Italy would just quickly overrun me, wouldn't they? Probably, because look at this training time. Infantry takes 90 days, and mountaineers would take 120. Well, it turns out that Chitet Sefari take 30 days, and if I can release them at 20%, does that mean I can release them after 6 days? I think that's how the math works out. You know, I don't think that Italy's going to be able to get that far in 6 days. Yeah, my lines are going to be weaker for the 6 days, and they're going to be weaker for the 5 or 10 days that it takes for my Chitet Sefari to get into position. I say these 10 divisions, but that seems to be the best solution. And what a coincidence that I happen to have 10 divisions worth of lower value units that I can disband. Now, I'm not going to spend too much time looking at the Kabar Zabanga. There's only one of them. I can't disband them. I can't do anything with them. I think in theory I could play games with their infantry equipment and make it so they can't get reinforced, but the fact that they've got modifiers that are negative, we're just going to not really spend that much time. I shouldn't say not worried about them, but we're not going to spend that much time trying to modify them or compare them because I can't make any more at this point in the game. And that's why when I'm double-clicking the infantry, even though you're wondering why is the Kabar Sabanga not showing up, not also being highlighted, it's because even though it has the same picture, it's a different template. So we would, I kid you not, disband this. Set up some of these, push ourselves at this, and it says fully this unit will be finished training on January 31st. So it really does have that 30-day training time. We can pull them out in, I think, 6 days, 20%. I can deploy when he's at 20%, so I can pull them in 6 days, and these will will complete not that much longer. This one is already at 20%. These two will complete as well. Wow. This change alone of swapping out all of your infantry and mountaineers for Chitet Sefari may be the difference for you between completing this achievement and building block, known as knocking Italy off your area, off their, actually technically gets to their area, knocking them off this part of Africa 6 months to a year earlier. In other words, if you're used to using infantry and mountaineers with a few Chitet Sefari, or the 10 that you start with, and you knock them out at the end of 1938, now you're knocking them out in early 1938. If you're used to taking them out in early 1938, yeah, you get a really quick game. Now you're knocking them out in 1937. It's going to be that much of a difference. These guys really do tear up the Italians. 17, it may not seem like, what's the difference really? 12 and 17, that's such a small amount, but actually, particularly with the modifiers that you'll get, I mean, it's a difference. It's a base huge difference, but with the modifiers, it's very powerful. Now, there's something else going on with Ethiopia, and it's very special to Ethiopia, and it has to do with their national spirits, which I think within the files fall under either ideas or dynamic modifiers files for those who are looking to search this up. And it has to do with not the no naval tradition, not the Air Force and infancy, but all the way on the left we've got conservative high command, which gives infantry division attack plus 10%. Okay. And then we also have traditional warfare, which gives infantry attack plus 5% and a regular infantry attack plus 10%. Those are different modifiers. So what do you mean? It's infantry attack 10%, infantry attack 10%. Actually, that's infantry division attack, and that's infantry attack and a regular infantry attack. Infantry and irregular. This one down here is infantry division attack. Any division, this is infantry division defense. Infantry division attack. Does that make a big difference? It kind of does. For those of you who are still hanging on thinking, I don't care about my Chitet Sefari, I like mountaineers. Well, as it turns out, Chitet Sefari pick up another 10% irregular attack, which makes them even better than mountaineers. Mountaineers qualify as infantry divisions, so they benefit from this 10% attack. They would benefit from this 5% attack and 10% defense. And when your general picks up this passive, mountaineers will also pick up the infantry division defense, and ultimately, and eventually the infantry division attack. But but they will not benefit from these modifiers. And likewise, both infantry divisions will benefit from all that, and they will benefit at the infantry attack as well, and irregular infantry will benefit from the 10%. From what I can tell, these are placed at the battalion levels. And kind of tricky. I think this is also done at the battalion level, which means these infantry division actually apply to battalion infantry that can't count as infantry. And if it seems like I've made this unnecessarily convoluted, I will take only partial credit for that criticism. The use of the word infantry and infantry division to mean different things at different places makes this a complicated game. From what I can tell, any infantry division who's qualifies as an infantry gets these full amounts even if they have artillery. Well, as many of you may know, once you put artillery in an infantry division, that infantry division receives a lower percentage of these bonuses based on the amount of artillery in the infantry, or the amount of cavalry or tanks. For the point purpose of this guide, I'm not going to go into each of those delineations. I'm only pointing out for those who maybe are more experienced and you're wondering why I'm focused so much on the Chitet Sefari, and particularly since this is a building block achievement run, I'm going to be building toward a certain type of army based on these modifiers. Effectively, as long as I'm putting infantry battalions with other infantry, I'm going to see additional bonuses. In any case, it means the mountaineers are also lower value when compared to either infantry or the Chitet Sefari, which are the irregular infantry. Complicated enough? Yeah, and this is maybe why we're struggling, why I struggled with this, and maybe why you're struggling with this too. Like, what in the world? What in the world is going on here? That's what I often thought. Why is infantry used like this, the word infantry? So be it. Now that we know, we can apply what we know to move on. We'll make Chitet Sefari, and that's going to be our army. Now, we talked a little about their navy, and I'm not going to worry about the Italian navy, so we'd eventually have to deal with shore bombardment. By the time I deal with shore bombardment, I should have long since secured my borders. Air is another problem. If you've played Italy, and you played Italy to defeat Ethiopia, I should probably be clearer, one thing you will probably keep an eye on was the air zones. There's 1, 2, 3 air zones. I'll try to move this out of the way. 1, 2, 3 air zones. One in the south, one in, I guess, the center you can call it, and then one closer to the coast. We'll do the south one first. There's an airport right here. Should Italy put planes in that airport and use them to attack your army, this is the zone they'll fly in, and they'll generally, I think, aim for a center spot here as far as their efficiency. In other words, when they look at the range of the aircraft, which applies to their efficiency and their ability to do damage to you, this is the point they'll be looking at. That means anytime you fight anywhere in here, you would be dealing with aircraft flying out of this zone, generally out of this airfield. Now, can we make use of this? Well, in a sense, we can. Oh, look at this. This guy happens to be outside the zone. He's in the central zone, which means he's less likely, or they are less likely to take damage from an aircraft flying into this zone. I mean, technically they're not going to take any damage because they're not in that zone. For an infantry unit, or any army unit, to take damage from Italian aircraft from this airfield, they would have to fly, I think, out to this center spot. Even though they say, well, actually, no, it's right there, from the cat. Clearly that spot is close, and that spot is far. But I don't think that's exactly how they calculate their effectiveness. And again, I'm really kind of dumbing this down more from my part than your part. I'm not always the best at explaining these concepts, so if it seems like, well, that's not exactly the way I would explain it from the cat, you're right. I'm sure you've got a better way to do it. But what it means is that a military unit up here might be subject to more intense CAS and air superiority issues than a military unit here, even though this one is closer to that airport. At least that's my understanding of the mechanics. Perhaps even more ridiculous, if by somehow you put a unit up here, they would still potentially, because I think the way my mind looks is that is actually closer than that. That distance from the airport to here is shorter than here to here. So if you were fighting a battle in here, airplanes from here would actually do more damage than the same battle if those airplanes were trying to fly into the Ethiopian highlands zone. Alright, maybe I've made this too complicated, but the important thing is we actually want to try to get our fights in here. Now, as it turns out, in my experience, I'm not really that worried about the Italian Air Force. They don't seem to stack hundreds of planes in this airfield and, hundreds of planes and then do the damage in here. So I may be putting my defensive line something like this. Okay, hill, that's what I'm looking at. I'm looking at the terrain down here, and then mountains. Hill, mountains, hill with a river around it, hill, mountains. That seems pretty good. Yeah, I'll be in the zone a little bit, but as of right now, my experience is they don't put a lot of planes here. If that ever changes, and more importantly, I should say, if your plane is Italy, like, oh, you kidding me? I grab all sorts of CAS in here, and I just tear up, if Ethiopia wants to fight in this zone, I'm just going to rip it to shreds. Yeah, no duh. I do the same thing. But right now, Italy doesn't seem to be doing that. And it may have to do with how they prioritize where their battles are, may have to be where they prioritize where their planes are, but I don't see that happening right now. Now the northern zone. That's where things get interesting. Because if you've looked at other videos like I have, generally people are already forming lines that look something like that. Maybe even hill, 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 or some kind of a three line. They're already doing that. But in the north, that's where I'm seeing things get a little bit more interesting. And it has to do with those air zones again. So I want you to take a moment, take a look at the air zone, and keeping in mind the range, and keeping in mind that there's an Italian airport somewhere around here, I think it's right here, where do we want to fight Italy? In other words, where do we want to fight Italy in a way that reduces the impact of their aircraft on us? Welcome back. And if you said, friendly cat, I can't see because I'm not looking at the air zone. Yeah, I did. I took it off the air zone so you couldn't see it. I'm hoping that you're either looking at HOI4, and for those of you who are not, I probably should have left it on the air zone. That would have been a little bit fairer, huh? But let's open up the air zone. Pause it again if you need to. If you said, well, let's fight in the mountains right here, let's fight right here, because these are the mountains. Well, remember, that's within the air zone. So he's flying from here to, I think, right here. And that's a short distance. That means any combat within this zone, even theoretically, if somehow ALSA got into the war, right, how's that going to happen? Or then that would still be within that air zone, which means any CAS that fly out of that airport are going to have a good time with your troops. Something you may have noticed either is Italy pushing out, or as Ethiopia, if you're collapsing, is the difference in combat when you get out of that zone. If your plane is Italy, and you're like, I want to push push Ethiopia really hard, let's stack my planes, bomb, 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 you may find yourself having a great deal of success through here, and then reduced success as you get out into here. Reduced success as you leave that short air zone. You think, what's going on? I'm out of supply. Okay, maybe. They're consolidating. Yeah, maybe. But another reason is you've now left that close air zone. Again, my understanding of how these mechanics work is there's the airport, and it flies to the center of the air zone, which actually might even be right here, even closer than my mouse is making it. So you've got CAS that are flying out here, and even if the combat happens to be fighting here, they're still having a fun time with the Ethiopian troops. So as Ethiopia, you might have found that when you fight in here, without even looking at the air zone, why would you look at the air zone? You don't have any aircraft. You might find yourself struggling. Okay, and as spoiler alert, as many of you know, as you pull back a little bit, Alsa will, I should say, enter the war, but it's better to say they become annexed by Italy, which means this land turns green and joins the war against you effectively. You may have noticed, yeah, I try to fight in here, and it's tough, and it's tough, and it's tough, and they finally push me out after I get bloodied, but then I'm able to hold the line. Well, you're holding the line not necessarily because you fought so hard and you've bloodied the Italians so much, although that would be a contributing factor. You're holding the line because you're out of that close air zone. It really makes that much of a difference. My experience with the AI in general, but also Italy, is that they tend to be okay at putting aircraft in a zone where you're fighting. And they tend to want to put aircraft in the zone where most of the fighting is occurring. So with that in mind, we know this will eventually turn into a combat zone. Right now it looks like safe, neutral zone. It will turn into a combat zone. This will remain safe. When I say safe, I mean it will not join the war. And therefore we can neither fight there nor the Italians. But this will eventually become a combat area. With that in mind, and I should have done this before, I'm going to bring a little fair. I'm going to open up the air zone, the strategic air map mode. I want you to think, where do we want the northern defense to be? Go ahead and pause it. Alright, welcome back. If you said, I guess like this, that's not a bad spot to fight. That's not a bad spot to fight. If you fight here, you will be fighting outside the close air zone. Now the kind of trick to that is that one of your Velo, which is this place, has a victory point right here, and you could lose that victory point. And Alsa has a victory point here. So you say, well, okay, maybe I should hold this spot, because if I can hold the Alsa victory point, again, spoiler alert, they have a military factory here. So if you can hold that spot, you get the military factory. And if I can hold that, I can hold that land. So maybe the curve should be like this with that extra military factor. That's not a bad choice. That truly isn't a bad choice. Something else we also want to keep in mind is that the more air combat, the more land combat we have in this zone, the more likely the AI will put CAS in that zone. So we might want to keep at most one of those provinces. In my playthrough, I made it look something like that. So I decided to hold Velo. Maybe in your playthrough you want to hold Alsa, so you'll wrap around like that. I think that's pretty decent too. You may say, I don't want to hold either one of them, I'm just going to stay entirely out of the zone. I think that's okay, particularly depending on the military mission. But as long as you keep that in mind, I don't know if there is a definite certain best location for where these divisions go, as much time as I spend on this. The important thing is to understand the concept of the air zones, fighting out of the air zones where reasonably possible to minimize your losses. Just these two changes, using the Chitet Sefari and adapting your army positions based on the air zone, I might even say respecting the air zone, staying out of that top air zone to the extent possible, will take a year, maybe even a year and a half off of your total battle time with Italy. Maybe hard to believe now, but truly that's going to make a tremendous difference. We're going to spend a little bit of time looking at generals and how we move those around, but that will depend on our focuses. So we're going to temporarily look at focuses and then come back to generals. And after generals, then we'll talk about the late 1936, early 37, how we actually defeat Italy, and then call an end to this part of the guide for this achievement. Alright, let's look at achievements. Let's look at focuses. And what I'd like you to do in a moment is take a look at the focuses in terms of value. And in value in this case, it's going to be, of course, quality divided by cost. I'm going to give you up to 70 days, or a cost amount of 70, to choose any single focus. You can choose 235s, or a single 70, or a 35, if that's all you'd like. That will give you the single largest soft attack, or the largest amount of soft attack per cost per day. So it might be a single 35 that does a lot of attack, or it might be a 70 that does a fair amount, or maybe it's a 35 that doesn't do very much, but because it costs 35 days, it's a decent value or a good value. So go ahead and take a moment, and then come back when you're ready. Welcome back. So a little bit of a hint, if you chose military communism, or reach out to the Italians, or rally around the emperor, those are not our best choices. As I kind of hinted earlier, this is a building block achievement, so we're going to take the same strategy for this achievement, whether we plan to go down the King of Kings route, whether we plan to go down the communist route. So our first focus would not be one of those two. In any case, neither one of, I should say technically, none of these three of these focuses will do a lot for us damage-wise. Communism support actually does not directly impact our soft attack. This isn't too bad. Division attack on core territory plus 5%, that's not too bad for 70 days. But that's not one we would take. And of course, reach out to the Italians doesn't help us for either one of these achievements. And I don't see any of these focuses within the first 70 days of focuses. So it's 235 or 70 actually helping our soft attack. Rally around the emperor. That's not too bad. Base war support does slightly improve our division attack on core territory, so that's something. But again, we're planning to treat this as a building block achievement run, so we don't want to commit toward rally around the emperor if later on we would plan to go down the communist route for the Red Sea achievement. He said, hey, what about renewed offensive? He gave me 70 days, so there's 35, there's 35. Oh, infantry attack 10%. Oh, irregular infantry attack 10%. Now I lose division defense by a malice of -5%, but he said, Friendly Cat said, it's attack that I care about. This is a good choice. This is a great choice. This is a winner. This is a winner choice. This also improves your war support by 20%, which will improve your division attack on core territory. So that helps a little bit as well. But that is a winner. I don't think we're going to be able to hold this for 70 days, but in any case, there's nothing here that improves our attack or soft attack. Some of you were thinking of taking this. Oh, okay. What does this do? This lets me make an academy? Really? You want to build a school? You think a school is going to help your attack? Well, you want to give your troops juice boxes and tater tots? Okay, let's keep this. Be a little serious now. Let's keep your head in the game. Stay focused. There's nothing in this focus that would indicate we are going to be able to increase our attacks, so we wouldn't normally want to take that. But, as many of you may know, after you finish this focus, you will get the event. It's indicated in the focus. First class of the Coli Militare Hali Salesser Tet. Okay, you may not be able to pronounce it, because I certainly can't. Oh, first. Is that first? At the end? I'm just misreading the characters there. But that event is pretty powerful. That event gives you the option to, 1, choose a Spirit of the Academy. I should clarify. A free Spirit of the Academy. You can get bold attack. It also lets you get a free bonus to your infantry attack, including a regular infantry attack. So for 35 days, you're going to get increased attack to your irregular infantry, and it's going to unlock the Spirit of Academy and open up bold attack. For this video, we're not going to spend a lot of time going into the pluses and minuses of the different parts of bold attack or how this works, but effectively this is a free 1% attack 50% chance, of a 1% attack on level up, and these are additional points. So in addition to the 3 points that you normally get when your generals level up or your officers level up, they will also get a 1 attack 50% of the time, which makes your generals that are currently level 1 for Ethiopia, we can expect within the first 90 days for them to reach level 3. That makes this focus, presuming you were to choose the attack bonus, worth approximately 10 plus 2.5%. It's the 10% from the, not the Spirit of the Academy, from the event bonus, and it's another effective 2.5% because your officer will level up twice, and each time they have a 50% chance to 1 attack. They could get none, they could get 2, but it's an effective increase of 2.5%. That's pretty powerful. That's pretty powerful. Is this the most powerful, the highest value focus in all of HOI4? I don't know. Maybe top 5, maybe top 10, but this is an incredibly powerful focus. We're going to spend more time on the Red Sea and the other achievement as we look through the other achievement, with Ethiopia, as far as what other focuses we're going to look at. But this concept of taking a 35-day focus and increasing your infantry attack significantly, and when I mean the infantry attack, I don't necessarily mean the bold attack. I mean the event pop-up, the first class event pop-up that's indicated here is pretty powerful. Not just within the options we have here, but in general throughout HOI4. Am I liking the game mechanic that it's hidden a little bit, and that you kind of have to read into the GITS event and you have to give it a try to see what happens? Maybe a little bit. I'm not a big fan of those kind of things. Those kind of hidden, not hidden event, but those actions that you'd only know after you click it. Nonetheless, it is an extraordinarily powerful focus. Now, what do we want to take next? What would be our next focus? And again, I think in terms of value and in terms of attack. And I'll give you another little bit of a hint. It's not going to be these. We're still in the building block phase, so we're definitely not heading down that route. Something else I'll kind of give you a hint for is that within 35 days in, because this focus will take 35, so 35 game days from now, you're prepared to take your second focus, there's a reasonable chance you're going to feel a little bit confident at your ability to hold off the Italians. Alsa may have already turned into Greenland, into Italy. You've lost some of this land, but you may find yourself starting to stabilize there and starting to stabilize there. We'll spend more time later on to how our generals are going to work and how we're going to be stabilizing, but you're going to start to feel the slightest bit of confidence. So what do you want to take next? Now, this is still not a bad choice. If it was not a bad choice from the beginning, it's still not a bad choice now. 70 days for 10% infantry attack and 10% irregular infantry attack, and in our case we're using primarily irregular infantry. That's a winner for so many other focus trees throughout HOI4. This would be an easy win, particularly those who are infantry based armies. But I'd like you to think about another option. That's the scavenging tactics. Let's play the lottery. Play the scavenging tactics lottery. Scavenger, in general, is not particularly powerful. The scavenger trait on an officer is not particularly powerful. Scavenger, by default, lets you capture 3% of destroyed equipment. I think it's very challenging to actually test this to confirm it's working correctly, but for the purpose of this guide, in my overall experience, seems to indicate it's working approximately correctly. I won't even say parity, but approximately correctly. So for the purpose of this guide, we're going to act like it is. So Super Scavenger, it will select 3 random army leaders. They're going to get Scavenger, so they're going to get that free active trait Scavenger, which I just indicated in the previous screen. And then the whole army, we're going to get the national spirit, of scavenging tactics, which will increase the equipment ratio modifier by 40%. That turns Scavenger from a 3% to a 4%. The game continues at 4%. 40% of 3 would be 1.2, but for the game's mechanics, it seems to call it a 4%. Is 4% that big of a deal? Maybe. I'm not here to argue, this is a game of minor details, and the minor details add up to major victories. Of course they do. And I'm not going to also either make a spreadsheet of all the different situations and parameters that could affect your army. What does 4% really mean? For the purpose of for Ethiopia, which does a lot of combat, its army is spending a lot of time in fighting, we're going to, again, from my perspective, use a very fair evaluation that a 4% scavenger, right, the 3% plus that scavenging tactic, so super scavenger, putting him on super scavenger, we work about 4%. 4%. So all of our divisions, on average, are going to be about 4% more effective. Is that accurate? No, it's not perfectly accurate. Is it approximately accurate? I think it is. And I think that if you take Super Scavenger, and as we go through some of the later general assignments based on the Scavenger lottery, in other words, which of the 3 randomly selected army leaders get that Scavenger, you may find that your divisions that are in not very much combat, they don't have very much Italian equipment. You say, it's kind of worthless. While the divisions that are sitting over here, which are taking a lot of combat, they may have 5, they may have even 10% Italian equipment. And that's a little bit high, maybe not 10%, but they may actually have a fair amount of Italian equipment. Italian infantry equipment. Scavenger's actually pretty helpful. Scavenger improves the soft attack. So for 35 days, we may get 4%. That's kind of helpful. Is it as valuable as this one? I'm not sure it is. I really can't say that Scavenger on its own is better. This is a straight up 10% attack, but this is valuable. It's particularly valuable because I'm feeling 35 days in that I can pretty much take Italy. And if I can take Italy, then maybe I should be thinking about not just the Lion that roared, but the Lion King. And as the Lion King, Super Scavenger might be a little bit useful. I might be thinking of putting some maintenance companies as support companies in my divisions. I know maintenance companies are not only not the first thing we think of, but probably one of the last things we would think to put in a division. But I can't even see them because I haven't researched them. But with the 40% equipment capture modifier, 1939 maintenance equipment, plus the scavenger trait, I think that adds up to 18%. 18%, that's quite a bit. Capturing 18% will actually make a bit of a difference. What I found at the end of my achievement runs, particularly for the Red Sea, so I was picking divisions that had been in a fair amount of combat, particularly encirclements, and I think one of them had all of their artillery. It was support artillery. All of their support artillery was British. So much of their other equipment was not Ethiopian. It was British. Some of them had, I think, Saudi equipment. It was kind of impressive, and I understand that some of the Saudi equipment would have been from capitulation of Saudi Arabia, but the British equipment was from equipment capture. So it was pretty impressive. All right, what do we want to do for our third focus? Well, now you're sure. That's it. That's where we're going to go for this. Well, 70 days in, you may be looking at losses up here of half or a third of what Italy's in. And it's hard to believe 70 days in it's going to look like that, but half is pretty comfortable with. What I mean is 2-to-1 loss ratios. For every 1 loss you see on your column, you're going to see 2 for Italy. You may also start to feel really confident. Not certain, you still have to fight. You've got a battle to go. You've got at least 60 more days of potential challenges and potential losses, but you're feeling really good. And when you start feeling really good, sometimes we get lazy. I get lazy, but we're not going to get lazy. But what lets us do is start to think beyond this achievement. Now I'm definitely thinking Not what focus will help me take care of Italy, because I know I'm going to get there. What focus is going to help me after that? What focus is going to help me in the Red Sea? What focus is going to help me with the Lion King? And potentially, what focus is going to help me if I'm thinking of doing this time for Africa through a conquest? When you think like that, this isn't horrible, but it's something we don't need right now. My suggestion, start thinking of your tech slot. Let's start paying that tech debt. We have 2 research slots. We have a negative 40% research modifier. Oh, that's brutal! We don't have basic infantry. We don't have artillery. We don't have support. I'm thinking about maintenance companies. I mean, we're a long way from there. We don't have trucks. Thank goodness, at least we have trains. But we don't have trucks. We don't have aircraft. Yeah, and of course we don't, like virtually every other country, we don't have electronic engineering, and we've got industry tech. So we have a tremendous tech debt to pay. It's 210 days in. It's not going to help us fight off Italy, but it will help us pay off the tech debt by increasing our research by 50%. Right? If you have 2 slots, 2 to 3 is 50% more. It also includes 2 very minor research modifiers for industry and electronics, but also starts to work at your research speed malus. It goes from 40%, 35. May not seem like a lot, but every little bit helps. And then we're going to take it again another 70 days. We're going to get another research speed. You can think of it as a bonus, but really we're just taking a chop away at the malus. And a research efficiency cap, that's actually not so bad. If your cap right now is 40%, again, a production efficiency cap is 40%, 5% would go from 40 to 45. That's effectively a 10% production increase. That's nice. That's not too bad. And of course, there's our research slot. And I don't mean to say that this is the clear answer, but from my point of view, because I'm thinking to the next achievements, and no, we're not trying to be lazy or just, whatever we want to take, whatever we want to take. This is going to help me a great deal. This is going to help me a lot more than this. If for whatever reason you're still feeling challenged or feeling uncertain, this is fine. There's nothing wrong with taking this one and then making the jump over here. After we complete this one, you think, okay, now we take this. Actually, no, because here's why. 210 days after you've completed scavenging tactics, or 280 days into the war, you may not believe this, there's a good chance you've already knocked Italy out of the southern area, and you're now racing to knock them out here. Believe it? Maybe hard to believe. Particularly if right now you're fighting through 1938, like, were you kidding me? 280 days in, I've comfortably knocked them out. I didn't say comfortably. I should say comfortably. Yeah, comfortably knocked them out. I'm feeling good. Believe it. Chitet Sefari, out of their air zone, makes a huge difference. By the time we decide to go into the air zone, we'll have cleared off the south, and these Italian divisions, look at these high. This guy's relatively low, a little bit of low strength. They're going to be much lower strength than what you see on the screen right now. For the focus tree part of this achievement guide, we're going to pretty much terminate our end right here. I'd suggest probably going to pick up, develop Shiwa next. By then you'll have picked up all of your cores, but you have other options, particularly if you're thinking of going down the Red Sea. This does not conclude this part of the achievement guide, but includes the focus tree part, which I do understand makes this a little bit of a complicated or convoluted guide, because at 280 days in, you will have not taken out the Italians, but you still need to take additional focuses. So the focus you take next, or the focuses, will depend on which of the achievements you're going for next, and whether you're going for this time for Africa as part of the Lion King, in which case you're going to be heading down this route, you may consider going for these, or if you're heading down to the Red Sea, which is kind of something you would split off of here. I'll be discussing those focuses more in the guides for those achievements. And so I do apologize for that little convoluted nature of kind of cutting you short. If you're like, I haven't taken Italy yet, which focus do I take next? If you just want to complete this achievement, take the focus that you feel is best. And if you're just looking to take this achievement and that's it and call it quits, these are probably your next best bets. We're going to now move back to the generals. I said generals, but that's kind of a trick. I've seen some other guides that seem to indicate that we should be splitting this off into separate armies with separate generals. One army, one general to the north, one general to the south. Well, we might end up using 2 generals at some point, but we'll talk a little bit more as we get to the scavenger. In general, because no pun intended, there's no real benefit to splitting your army up that I can think of. If you're familiar with it with an advantage, please let me know. In some other HOI4 runs, or achievements, or accomplishments, or world conquest, let's say you had 6 divisions fighting here, you have in Malaysia, and then 4 more fighting in Cairo. You may think, oh, I'll just put them all in the same general. You might rethink that, because if they complete their order or their attack order, they may find themselves traveling across the ocean to Cairo. So in that case, it might make sense to have separate generals for separate areas. But here, you should be able to manage. I should say, you're going to be able to manage it. I've confidence. I believe in you. You can manage one general with not just the 11 divisions here, but the 10 more that are going to pop out of here. You can make that happen. I believe in you. So let's look at this. Let's look at our generals. Now, for those of you who have been watching for a while, watching through this whole guide, what we're going to talk about next is not necessarily critical for this achievement, and I admit isn't even critical for the next 2 achievements, the Red Sea or the Lion King. So if you want to skip ahead to those, it's okay. It doesn't bother me at all. But I'm going to spend time on it because it will help you. These concepts will help you with this achievement. They'll help you with the next achievements in Ethiopia, and they will help you with other HOI4 achievements too. So if you'd like to continue on, and maybe take a moment, take a break, stand up, stretch, get some water, practice some self-care, and then come back when you're ready. Welcome back, and thank you for taking care of yourself. One of the first things we're going to be looking at for our general is focusing around the adaptable trait, which is a very powerful trait. We'll then be focusing on the effects of how to maximize the bold attack, part of the Spirit of the Academy, and then last we'll be talking about scavenger and the scavenger lottery and what we'll be doing to adjust our generals, not just around adaptable, but around the scavenger lottery. Alright, first thing first, take a moment. I want you to think about which of these traits is going to be most valuable for Ethiopia. Or maybe not most valuable, but very valuable. You said adaptable? You said adaptable. Wow, you're so smart. You really know the HOI4. I can tell you really know the mechanics. This can be very overwhelming. The fact that you went straight to adaptable shows to me that you really do know this game. So I'm proud of you. Adaptable remains one of the single most powerful traits. Depending on which your point of view, you may feel it is overpowered. I don't feel it's overpowered. I feel it's very useful. It is primarily beneficial because it has a negative, or I could say a 30% offset to the terrain malice, or the terrain penalty reduction. This is an important concept. It offsets that malice. So when fighting in terrain that does not have a penalty, it has no bonus. It has no effect. It is not helpful. It has no value. When fighting in terrain with a very small penalty, it has a small effect, or small help, small value. When fighting in terrain with a significant penalty, it has a significant effect. Primarily, if you're familiar with this trait, you may be thinking, oh, I use this trait because when I fight in mountains, mountains have a 50% attack malice. In other words, if I'm reading this correctly, I only do half as much damage as I would otherwise. And that, when attacking into a mountain, this 30% reduction, as I recall, simply reduces the malice by 30%. That doesn't reduce the malice from 50 to 20. As I understand it, it reduces the malice from 50 to 35. It's 30% of that malice reduction. 30% of 50 is 15. I'll say that again. It's not an additive, or it's a multiplicative malice reduction. Similar to the org loss when moving, offsetting malice multiplier within the offensive doctrine. It does not mean you gain 30% more org when moving. It's somewhat accurately labeled. I will say this looks right, actually. Org loss when moving minus 30% would lead you to think, oh, I'm going to gain 30% more org. It's a green minus 30%. But in fact, it simply means that the penalty when moving, or your org loss malice when moving, is offset by 30% multiplicatively, which I think ends up to only being a 6% increase in org. Well, are we going to be fighting in a lot of mountains? We will. And more importantly, we're going to be attacking into a lot of mountains. I guess that's a little more important question. Yes, we will. And that's one of the reasons adaptable is valued. Arguably, infantry expert might be more valuable. Arguably, if you're using cavalry, just the passive is more valuable, got 12%, or motorized. And arguably, Panzer leader, that 16%, those are arguably more valuable than adaptable, but because adaptable affects all types of divisions, it certainly is valuable. For the purpose of this, I'm going to say it is slightly more valuable, but I certainly am open to discussion and open to ideas. And you're probably right. If you are certain this is more valuable, this is more valuable, this is more valuable, you know what? I think there's a good chance you're right. Particularly, it depends on where you're fighting. I don't like grinding generals, and I'm not going to recommend people grind generals, but that is just my gameplay. But if I can passively grind generals, in other words, I can just choose where they sit on a tile and let the Italians or whatever country fight into them, and I can gain a trait. In other words, passive grind as opposed to actively launching an attack, pausing it, launching an attack, pausing it. Well, that's something I'm more open to. So let's see if we can get adaptable, or if we can adapt a plan to get adaptable. What do I need? I need at least 2 parent traits. In this case, I think it means I need any 2 of these. And then I have the option to choose the active adaptable trait. Okay. Let's take a look at our available generals. And if you've got HOI4 open as well, take a look at it as well. And I'd like you to look through and think what generals might be best choices if you want to get adaptable for Ethiopia. And a bit of a hint, if they already have 1 terrain trait, that's a start in the right direction. Okay, thank you, welcome back. You might have said the Mountaineer. The Mountaineer isn't a bad choice. The Mountaineer starts with Mountaineer, so he only needs to get 1 more trait. Unfortunately, that's maybe harder to get than when we might realize, because so much of the combat already happens in the mountain terrain. He's not going to be gaining very much of the other terrains, but he will be gaining infantry. This passive, he may be gaining Trickster, because he's being flanked by the enemy, particularly in this tile, right here. And as he gains passives, as any general gains passives, successive passives are gained at a significantly lower rate. which means if he starts with Mountaineer, you're like, cool, he's getting Hill Fighter really quickly. And if you watch him gain Hill Fighter as he fights in the hills, either here or these two, you're going to watch Hill Fighter go up and be really happy. Oh, 50, 100, 150. Oh, he's almost at 700. But then Infantry Leader will get picked up because he's also fighting in the mountains, and he'll gain Infantry Leader. He'll gain progression or experience toward Infantry Leader even while he fights in the mountains. And this will start to trickle in 200, 220, 240, 300, and then he might pick up Trickster. And then it's going to just trickle, and he will never make it to 700. So this guy, although on one hand he's going to fight well in the mountains, no doubt, he's going to have a harder time getting adaptable. How about this guy? He starts in hills, and you are rightfully thinking, well, if he starts in hills, he's not going to gain it here. He will not gain any traits here, and that will trickle toward infantry. Oh, great, he'll have to get a Mountaineer. Will he ever make it? Yes, he will make it. There's a lot of fighting in the mountains, a lot of fighting. He will make it to Mountaineer, and he will be able to become adaptable. He's a great choice. And likewise, Desert is also a great choice. He's fighting in Mountaineers and hills. He will absolutely make it to Mountaineer. So for our purposes, we're going to start off with Hill Fighter. And whether or not you're going for Scavenger and to play the Scavenger Lottery, this guy will make it to Mountaineer. He will make it to Adaptable. You might rightfully be thinking, but Friendly Cat, it's going to be really hard to hold the line without a Mountaineer. He's going to get Mountaineer so fast, you'll be okay. And you can hold without Mountaineer, but he will get Mountaineer fast enough just by fighting in the mountains. So now that we've taken care of Adaptable for the moment, we're going to revisit it. Let's take a look at this focus. Alright, I'm going to click it. We talked about it a little bit already. Once it completes, I'm going to get an event, and that event is going to let me take Bold Attack. Bold Attack, for free, by the way. Bold Attack, gives me a 50% chance of a free +1 attack on level up. So what that means is, during those first 35 days, I do not want this fellow to level up. Do not want him to level up prior to completion of the focus. I want him to level up after I get the focus. Because if he goes to level 2, let's say 5 days later I complete the focus and I get the level up, I don't think that's retroactive, to the best of my knowledge. He doesn't get to go back in time due to the generals. If I'm wrong on that, please feel free to let me know. But I don't think it's retroactive. It's only for future generals. So in that case, I would have lost the opportunity for 1%. Is it game breaking? Is it game ending? Do you need to restart your run? No, it's okay. It's a 50% chance of 2.5%. So it's effective. You lost 1.25% of attack. Don't worry about it. But we'll do what we can to avoid it. In my experience, he gains that first level within 35. So you may find yourself monitoring this as you take it, and as it gets up to like 25 or 30, take a look at him, and if he's sitting on like 90, 95%, go ahead and swap him out with the Desert Fellow for 5 or 10 days, and then swap him back once you complete the focus, and then he'll immediately gain his second level and have the opportunity of getting a +1. He may not get it. So half the time he won't get it, but at least you have not lost that opportunity. And yes, he will have a debuff of having to come back into the army, but that's fine. Not a debuff, excuse me, that's not true. It's better to say that he will have a delayed before he can use his skills to help his army, but that's fine, that's relatively quick. Let me show you what it would look like too. So for those of you who are still like, you're really confusing us there, Friendly Cat. Yeah, it's 15 days, that's fine. 15 days of not being able to use his abilities. Once we've made the switch over, we are going to leave him there for at least 35 more days until we've played the Scavenger Lottery. What does the Scavenger Lottery say? It says 3 randomly selected army leaders will gain Scavenger. Now, I'm going to have to go off memory here, and depending on what you've seen with other videos, this used to actually name the generals. It would name the generals. I should be clear. It doesn't name the generals, it names 3 generals. I think they've made an adjustment to that, so now it clearly identifies as 3 randomly selected army leaders. So if you're thinking, oh cool, I used to be able to know which generals, actually you wouldn't. It would just name 3 random generals, and when you completed the focus, it would be not necessarily different, because that's the way the randomness works, but it wouldn't necessarily be the 3 generals it names. So I do like that it clearly states 3 random leaders. Why does that make a difference? Well, we're playing, I keep calling this the scavenger lottery. If he gets it, fantastic. In other words, if he gets assigned scavenger, fantastic. We want this guy because he is the guy we most want to make adaptable. He's already got hill fighter. He'll automatically get scavenger. He will not get the passive engineer. He'll get the active scavenger. We're good. We're golden. Play on. If he doesn't get it, our next best chance is, as discussed earlier, the desert fella. We'll hope he gets scavenger, and we'll just switch on over to scavenger. Don't worry, Zia Manuel, we haven't forgotten you. We'll use you as a field marshal later, but if you didn't get active scavenger, you're out. In comes Merid. What happens if Merid doesn't get it? Well, let's hope Baru gets it. If Baru gets it, we're going to have to play a little swap around game. What we'll probably end up doing is setting this line. When we first originally set our army, we're going to defend these 3 hills, and we're going to put him in control of these armies. And then the northern will go for somebody else. I'm not saying it doesn't matter, but just anybody else. And since he'll be fighting, including, we'll give him some Chitet Sefari, so he'll be fighting on this line. He won't just be having these 5 divisions. He'll have a few more. He'll only be fighting in the hills, and since he's only fighting in the hills, overall he will gain experience slower than if he had the entire army, but he will have hill fighter. It will climb because infantry will gain slower, everything will go slow, and eventually hill fighter will complete, and it will not suffer from a slower experience gain by having other passives. I hope I'm explaining that at least a little bit well. The point is he'll go slower and he'll pick up hill fighter. And then once he's got hill fighter, once he's very close, 650, 625, something like that, out of 700, then go ahead and give him the rest of your army or the rest of your divisions. So what if it's not those 3? Well, then you're kind of in a tougher spot. You really haven't won the lottery, but that's okay. What if it's this guy? Well, we'll take him next. And the reason we're taking him is because he does not already have a command, or he does not already have a role. And that means that later on, we can turn him into an infantry. You say, wait a second, you already have an infantry specialist. Why would you want to turn him into an infantry? Well, because Haile Selassie, Imru Haile Selassie, because there's also another Haile Selassie. This Haile Selassie, which is not the same as this guy, you probably figured that out, but I was a little bit slow on that. The pictures are clearly not the same person. But this fellow can do other things. And he can do something that's really, really cool, and so we do not want to use him as infantry specialist. I'm going to talk about what we're going to do with him in a moment, and it's going to be this thing. So we're going to want to make our own infantry military high command. I keep saying infantry specialist, but infantry specialist, which will eventually become a higher level general, higher level military high command. But what if it's not? What if it's none of these guys? What if I don't get the bottom 3 and I don't get him? I just really lose the lottery and I pick somebody else and I get Haile Selassie, or perhaps even worse, it's this guy, and this guy, and then somebody else. That's okay, roll with it. You'll be fine. It's not game ending. You can adapt to that. Truly, you can. If, as necessary, you can take Imru Haile Selassie up here and then find another way at another time. Or you could simply abandon the scavenger entirely and say, forget it. I lost the lottery. I don't get the 4%, but later on I'll still be using it for maintenance. Or you might say I won't use it for maintenance at all. It's up to you. I'm going to briefly revisit, why did I like this guy so much? or more importantly, why do I like army maneuvers so much? In my experience, army maneuver is on parity with offense, the offense fellow, and in Ethiopia's case, because I have such a limited division size, I have 21 divisions, I can only comfortably move toward an infantry, military high command, or a chief of the army. And with this guy at a genius level, in other words, the highest level, he's getting a 15% division speed with a 0.40 daily army experience gain. That's a clear winner. And at only 100 political power, clear winner. Speed is very powerful. I've seen a lot of other guides, and they are right often to discount recon companies and to focus on soft attack, and I absolutely focus on soft attack. However, division speed is also very powerful, and it shouldn't be discounted. Well, that largely wraps up the Army General Shuffle for this run. So we're almost done with this achievement run, this long building block guide achievement run. We're going to now discuss how we're going to finish off Italy, which at this point should be pretty straightforward, and you should have, I'm going to say grasp this, but yeah, I got this. I shouldn't say there's no wrong way, but we're going to focus on just maybe a little bit better way, or the one good way, but leave it in your good hands. If you've got a bunch of Chitet Sefari, if you've been staying out of their air zone, you picked up this right away. You've got Super Scavenger. This research slot actually won't help you in necessarily beating up Italy because it will come too late to make much of a difference. But you're going to be in a good place. Where do we go first? Well, sometime in the middle of 1936, June or July, you may notice in the south, Italy may stop attacking you. Hard to believe right now. If you're currently fighting to the teeth toward the end of 1937 or 1938 and you're fighting outside your capital, it's like, really? Are you kidding me, Friendly Cat? No, I'm not kidding you. With this type of an army and division and Super Scavenger rolling, they'll stop attacking. And you may say, thank goodness. Well, you may also say, alright, when you don't attack me, that indicates to me that you lack the strength to push, and that means it's time to send you into the ocean. They will still be attacking you up here. I should maybe draw myself a little later. They will still be attacking you something around here, particularly that tile. They love that tile. They love to attack into the tile. Across rivers into a mountain without much air support. We love it. We love it too. Ethiopia loves it as well. Where do we go? I think the attacks that I've done can be replicated. You can choose however you want to. If you want to just drive straight through them, you can. If you want to drive to this side, you can. Often what I find is that since I've got these three tiles, this mountain, this hill, and this hill, that leaves a bit of a salient right in here. I can stack divisions here and cross here, which builds an encirclement in here. I can also walk right into the, not walk right, that's a bit of an exaggeration, but certainly walk right toward the port, walk this way, walk into the port, walk around the port. These are plains, this is desert. Where do Chitet Sefari like to fight? They love to fight in the desert. So they will have a lot of fun crossing into the desert and fighting in the desert. You'll be able to take out the port, take out the other port, clean this up, and clean up your encirclement. A word of caution, particularly if you're cleaning this up in the middle of 1936, Italy's not done yet. They've got a while to go. Put at least one Chitet Sefari on each port, and put one next to each port as well. The reason I suggest it is, one, not only to stop naval invasions, but also because it allows you to efficiently move toward the north and deal with Italy up here. If you're like, oh, I want them to naval invade because then I can crush them and destroy them. I hear you. Oh, I hear you. Trust me, I love to do that myself. But you might get better mileage out of just holding the south to focus on the north, because eventually, after you crush the north, you will have an ample opportunity to let Italy land up here and potentially down here after you've taken all this, and without a port of supply, you can crush them relentlessly. But at this point, in mid to late 1936, July, August, September, you still got a ways to go. So you might find it easier to just play defense down here. In other words, after you've taken this, just play defense, let them do a naval invasion, and let them fail the naval invasion, than to plan to be ambushing them down here. Particularly since so many of your troops are still up here, and you may try to move troops, from the south to the north to get ready for an attack, and then have to route them back south here to fight off more naval invasions without much supply, and then route them back up here to start another attack, and then route them back, and that might be, at best, annoying, but also a little time-consuming. And after you've taken this, again, sometime toward the end of 1936, October, September, you got one Chitet Sefari on each of these squares, so that any naval invasion is going to get repelled. You're going to move the other of your divisions up here, so 5 down here, 16 up here, and it's going to look, I know it's really hard to tell with the air layout, but it's going to look something like this. 1, 2, 3. It's really hard to tell with the air. You're going to have your line is going to look like that. All right. We're going to attack into Italy. We want the port. I do not want to attack around the edges and just put 5 or 10 Italian divisions around here. Yes, we can do it. Yes, we can defeat them. But I do not want to fight 5 or 10 Italian divisions on the port, particularly if they're locked up here preparing to naval invade down here. And then I have not tag switched to see if that's where they launch their naval invasions from, but I don't want to deal with it. What I want to do is push right to the port. You think Italy had a hard time crossing the river into your mountains? Yeah, they did. Are you going to have a hard time? Probably. Are we going to do it anyway? Oh, definitely. Oh, definitely. We're definitely going to show Italy what's up. We've been taking a beating for months, maybe 9 months. Beating is the wrong way. They've been beating on us for months, and we've been fighting them off. Our divisions aren't going to be looking like this. They're not going to be experience level 2 or 1. They're going to be, 3, 4. They're going to be hungry. They're going to be vicious, and they're going to be fighting under-strength Italian divisions. Exactly how it plays out to you, I can't say, any more than I could have said with Stakes on a Plane. But it's going to look something like stack up 5 or 6 divisions here, watch them, send them across the river, and you might wince, oh, it's going to be painful, and watch them burst across the river, burst into Asmara, send some this way, some to the right, see if you can do a little encirclement. Let Italy have divisions out here. I don't care. Live the good life in Alsa. I don't care. Let them live over here. I don't care. We want to take the port. Once we take the port, it's all over. It does take a little while, at least in my experience, to take the port, but taking it this way and taking it means you're only fighting 2, 3, maybe 4 divisions on the port instead of 5, 6, or 7. After you take the port, the rest is cleaned up. Because of how I recommend that you play the next achievements, the Lion King and the Red Sea, I don't want Italy landing and then killing them off. I actually want a moderately strong Italy. I know, after what they put us through, it may be kind of hard to let them live on, but we're going to let them live on. We are not going to go to white peace. I know that's what the achievement says, we want to go to white peace, but no, we are not going to go to white peace with Italy. When they offer it in approximately March, or as early as March, we're denying it, because we're going to be using Lend-Lease, as you might have imagined. But we're just going to guard the port. We're going to put a couple divisions on there, and divisions down there. And if you're thinking, no, Friendly Cat, I was willing to guard this port because I thought I'd be able to ambush the Italian divisions as I landed. Yeah, we're actually going to let the Italian army build up. There's an advantage to having them build up, because, and again, you may have already guessed this, for me to do the Lion King, I need to attack into here. For me to do the Red Sea, I need to attack up into here. And in that case, England or Britain is my enemy. And since at that point in time in 1939, Italy is an enemy of Britain, the enemy of my enemy is my friend. So as painful as it is to say, to intentionally hold the port and win the Italian naval invaders come say, go home, I need you alive in a year or two from now, go home, go home. They say, I don't know what you're talking about, Italy, we're at war, don't worry, it won't last forever. That's really what we're telling them. Am I suggesting that we don't encircle and finish off Italy? No, whatever's here is done. But we don't want to draw Italy in. If you do draw them in, which you could, you might find yourself with a relatively weak Italy. We could see an Italy that starts World War II with 10, 15, maybe 25 divisions, if that. And at that point, the enemy of my enemy, in other words, Italy, who is the enemy of my Italy, Britain, is weak, which allows Britain to potentially put more troops up here, down here, and or up here, which would make our next achievements more difficult. Well, this is a lot of fun. I really like this achievement. I really do. It's got so much good stuff going on for it. It really tests, I think, the concepts of value and focus and traits and the use of scavenger and many of the skills that we hone or sharpen or learn from this achievement are not only applicable to the other Ethiopia achievements, but they're applicable to other achievements in HOI4 and even to non-achievement runs. Having trouble with Makumai Day, Siberian Tiger, finish them? Well, things you learn here will help you complete those achievements. Well, thank you very much for watching. Our next guide we'll be looking at is the Red Sea. That is the next part of the building block of this achievement. After that, then we will revisit back to Lion King, and then this time for Africa. Hope you had fun. See you in a bit. The Red Sea. A great achievement. Ethiopia controlling the states around the Red Sea. This may seem challenging. It is a little bit challenging. But this part of the guide presumes that you followed most or all of the steps from the prior guide, which involves defeating Italy. The more closer that your reality is to that reality at the end of last guide, the easier time you'll have with this achievement. So it's the end of 1936, and you've pushed Italy out, or you've nearly pushed them off the north. You have 20 Chitet Sefari. You stayed out of the North Air Zone. You took this focus, then this focus, then this focus, then this focus, then this focus, and then jumped over to develop Shiwa. You're in good shape. You're in a good place. Let's move along. If you're not, if it's middle of 1938, you've got mountaineers and infantry, you decided to fight in the Donakal Air Zone, you decided to move down the communist tree and then maybe move back a little bit, and you've been doing different things, you may have a harder time following this guide. And very much congratulations to anyone who made it through all the way through the last guide. Fantastic work. Fortunately, this guide for the Red Sea is not going to be nearly as lengthy. We will be going into details, but we're going to do it in a much more, not abbreviated, but a much more focused manner because there's less going on, presuming that you followed the previous guide. We're going to talk about strategies, and we're going to talk about the military and what we do with that, and planning, and the execution. We'll also look at the focuses. So where should we get started? You think with strategy should we get started? There's no fooling you. Yeah, I know. You know me all too well. You're probably tired of my jokes. We start with the achievement, with the objective. Let's look at the rules. What do we need to do to get that achievement completed? Objective always comes first. The Red Sea. As Ethiopia, go communist and take all the states that border the Red Sea. Interesting. Okay, I know I need to be Ethiopia, at least from this synapse. I need to be communist, and I need to take. Oh, tell me that means control. Tell me that means control. Tell me I don't need to own them. Let's see. And here's the achievements file. The usual requirements. Tag Ethiopia. Okay, I need to be Ethiopian. I need to have a government that's communism. Controls. Oh, bingo. I could live with that. I could make that happen. I could do a world conquers Ethiopia. But controls is a significantly easier or lower difficulty achievement. And one thing I really like about this achievement, I'm a simple-minded person, I'm really not that bright, and seeing an achievement that this is easy to read makes it easy for a simple person like myself to understand. I know what my objectives are, and I know what I need to do. And thank goodness, take means control. So let's look at our military. Now at this point I've actually frozen the game in January 1st, 1936, similar to the part we ended in the last guy, where Chitet Sefari are ready to be recruited, and we have 11 divisions in the field. Presumably the point you're at is you've already cleaned out the south, you've got 5 Chitet Sefaris down there, and you're on your way to finishing off Italy, and it's the end of 1936. So let's talk about the next steps. I should say you've also, as we discussed, taken 6 focuses. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Where do we go from here? Okay, let's do military first. Military part, finish off Italy, push hard into the port, and then encircle and destroy any remaining Italian troops. And then put Chitet Sefari along the coast. 2, 2, 3 if you'd like. It may be a little overkill, but it doesn't matter. You've got nothing else to do with these troops. Just have them sit along the coast, as discussed in the prior guide. We're not that interested in destroying any more Italian troops than we've already destroyed. To do the Red Sea, I'm going to need to control these states. And every time I'm going to have to go through British land, certainly on historical focuses, I'll have to go through Britain. And Britain, at least in one of our strategies, would end up going to war with Italy. So if England will definitely be our enemy and Italy's our enemy, we actually kind of want Italy to be strong because Italy is an enemy of our Italy, which makes it a bit of our friend. It may be hard to, at least hard for me sometimes to grasp, considering how much war we've been doing with Italy and how happy we are to knock them off the continent, but that's the reality. To complete this achievement, I don't need to take Italy. I need to take parts of British territory. What is going to be our primary way of getting troops, or getting our troops equipped? Is it going to be with military factories? No. We will be using Lend-Lease. For this video, we're not going to spend a lot of time talking about Lend-Lease or other, whether it's a potential exploit. My point of view is it is not an exploit. It is a reality, certainly in the 20th century and potentially the 21st century. I'm open to opinion, and certainly at some point Lend-Lease may no longer be an option, in which case I will have to bite my tongue there. But as far as I'm concerned, it is not an exploit. If you take the time to improve relations with another country and they send you equipment, that's fantastic, and we will be pursuing that. I'm also not going to spend time into the mechanics of Lend-Lease, how you need to port, what countries to work with. I will be discussing the 4 countries or 5 countries we'll be focused on for this guide, but as far as a larger explanation into Lend-Lease, that would be for another video. Alright, so we've knocked Italy off, and on or about March 1st, depending on your progression, and presumably you've taken care of this area and you've taken care of this area, Italy will offer you a white peace. You're going to pass. Say no. The reason we say no is because in order to Lend-Lease, we must remain at war, or must be at war, is a better way to put it. So we're going to stay at war through early 1939. We will eventually go to peace with Italy, and there will be a 3 to 4 month window which we will not have Lend-Lease coming in before we go back to war and that being with England. But we're going to be Lend-Leasing for 37, 38, and the first part of 39, and use all of the infantry equipment, obviously all of the infantry we get from Lend-Lease, to equip our new army. That will include the 21 divisions, 11 here, plus the 10, so the 20 Chitet Sefari and the Kapur Zambanka. We will also be building infantry divisions. If you watched part of my last video, you may recall I talked about value and how the Chitet Sefari have a higher value than infantry, and they do. They absolutely do. However, they're limited, very limited, not only in the number of divisions you can train, but also the type of template you can use. And once we get into the Lend-Lease, particularly toward the end of 37 and early 38, we'll start to have lots of infantry equipment. And at that point, we want larger divisions. We want more divisions, and we want larger divisions. So we're eventually going to make, believe it or not, an army of the 21 we see here, 21 divisions we see on this screen, 11 plus 10. Then we'll add 3 more 6th widths. That is 3 battalions, small divisions to help with garrison. 12 more 6th widths on top of that. And then 24 26 width infantry. Hard to believe. I know it's really hard to believe as you look at it right now, particularly if you're at the end of 1936, how am I possibly going to get 24 26 width divisions? The 24 divisions, each of which are 26. Not only that, they're going to have engineers, they're going to have maintenance, they're going to have support artillery, and they're going to at least have some support anti-air. Yeah, hard to believe. They may even have recon. Yeah, Lend-Lease is that powerful. Right? I'm going to move back and forth in time here. So it's the end of 1936, early 1937, you've knocked off Italy, you're ready to Lend-Lease. Unfortunately, you can't quite Lend-Lease this early. Even if in 1936 you take these ports, I should say clear, you can Lend-Lease, but only you can Lend-Lease if there are countries that have excess infantry equipment. And my experience is that in early 1936, or excuse me, in 1936, there are no available countries, or very minimal available countries. And it seems that approximately in April 1937 is when Lend-Lease opens up. When you've got a moment, go ahead and kind of follow along with me. Go ahead, feel free to pause the video and go into HOI4 if you haven't done Lend-Lease before. Again, we're not going to go into the full details of it. Click for filter to communist and fascist countries, because those are the 2 countries that can send Lend-Lease. It's not actually going to be at 0%, but at the world tension limits that we'll be at in late 1936 and early 1937. And then look over the different countries, because these are the ones that are available to send you Lend-Lease at this time. And as it turns out, the 4 countries that can best send us Lend-Lease are Venezuela, Peru, El Salvador, with its single mill, at least at this point, and the Dominican Republic. Those are our 4 new best friends in early 1937. Starting in April 1937, they will start to have excess infantry, and as you improve relations with them, they will be pleased to send you infantry equipment. And I keep saying infantry equipment because that's primarily what we need and what we want. We're going to pick up a 5th country as well, and that will be Germany. Germany generally does not have excess infantry equipment, certainly in 1937, but what they do have is convoys. So we will be Lend-Leasing requests from these 4, Venezuela, Peru, El Salvador, Dominican Republic. That will push us into a convoy deficit, and unless we get convoys, we will have a hard time getting that infantry weapon all the way over to Ethiopia. So we'll ask Germany for convoys, and Germany will send those convoys to us via the land route. Oh my goodness, I know, I'm sorry. Okay, this is a little bit funny. They will send 30 convoys a month via the land route. I can only presume that they hug the coast or something. But in any case, and as those convoys arrive month after month, our convoy deficit will decrease to the point where we will eventually receive the full amount of the Lend-Lease from these countries. And by the way, at that point, Germany will stop sending us convoys once when we have a sufficient surplus. Believe it, we will get 24 26 width infantry. Hard to believe, but believe it. Sometime in 1938 or so, we want to start thinking about strategy. And I know I'm kind of getting ahead of myself when I started doing our military and our Lend-Lease, which is ahead of strategy, and I'm aware of that. So let's kind of revisit strategy. And we're going to talk about strategy in 3 different strategies. A fast strategy, which would be a war in 38, I would say a medium strategy, which is war in 39, and a slower strategy, which is 40 or 41. So because we plan to go communist, and we'll discuss the focus tree in a little bit, we could, as soon as we hit communist, justify on the United Kingdom. And that would open us up to be able to start heading south and then justify in Saudi Arabia and Yemen. Or we could directly just justify in Yemen or Saudi Arabia and build a naval invasion, some kind of a strategy like that. The plus side of that is, of course, we're able to start war relatively early, so the United Kingdom doesn't have as much time to build up. The real detriment to that is, one way or the other, I still need to take these territories. Whether I go for Saudi Arabia and Yemen first or Saudi Arabia and Yemen after, I still need to deal with this. And going to a war with the United Kingdom in 1938 will have a very long justification time. That is comfortably 100 days. I think it'll end up being more like 150 or 200 days. They'll give them plenty of time to put troops all on our border, which at that point in time will come down all the way here. They'll be able to bring their friends, India, South Africa, Australia, New Zealand, Canada, and they'll have nothing better to do but deal with us. Oh, and let's not forget over here. And depending on how late we go, they may bring in France too, and France has nothing better to do than to deal with us. Is that an impossible task to head north through this area? Let's take a look at the supply. Is it impossible to head up here? I don't think so. I think it's very possible, but it's going to be challenging. And I like challenges, but I'm not sure if I like challenges that much if there's another route that seems a little more reasonable and more likely to be successful. I know many of you are certainly better players than I am, and you looked at that and you're like, no problem, 938, I can take them all on. After I took on Italy, and then you go and do it, and, fantastic. Maybe I should be watching your guide instead of you be watching this, because you're really good. And I mean that sincerely. There's no sarcasm. I know a lot of people are much better at this than I am. And let's skip to the third strategy. It's the slow strategy. I think I've seen some guides that do this strategy. That's a guide where you take your time, go through, take some of these focuses, you start working on developing the Horn of Africa, and you really make sure you're as prepared as possible for war. As time passes on, the United Kingdom becomes more and more prepared. The United States becomes more and more prepared. And I think I've seen some of those guides or some of those videos where they start the war in either 1941, 1942, and they get clogged up. They can't get out. They're stuck. They're stuck because the United States, while the United States has something else better to do, they can deal with Japan, they've also got a lot of troops and a lot of infantry, and the United Kingdom has had time to build up. And they don't really have much better to do, because maybe they're dealing a little bit with Italy here, but they haven't landed on Europe yet, so you're their main problem. And if you're their main problem, you may have a hard time getting up there. Like I said for the first strategy, I know many of you are better than I am, and they're like, yeah, not a problem. And I've seen some of the videos where people actually do get the achievement by doing naval invasions into Saudi Arabia and then heading south to Yemen, and then fighting tooth and nail up here. And I'm really impressed by what they're able to accomplish, because I'd like to think I can make certainly a naval invasion into a desert port tile, and I think I can do that, but they're very skilled. Maybe some of you are about as same skilled as I am, and kind of not with the easy path out, but maybe the path of least resistance. And that's, I'm going to suggest, the middle path, or the middle strategy. And that's a strategy that Lend-Lease, build up our 24 divisions of 26 with infantry, and then when Germany goes to war with the United Kingdom, justify on the UK, or justify on Britain. There will be an accelerated, we can't see it here, but there will be an accelerated justification time, because the UK is at war with Germany. Germany will be bothered by UK will be bothered by Germany. UK will also be interested in Italy because they're in the Axis. UK may have some interest in Europe, maybe not very much, I don't think so, but they may have some, and your justification will be fast, and there's a reasonable chance that you're going to complete your justification, and when it's done, there will be minimal English troops here, which actually is important, minimal here, and minimal up here. Italy might even be pushing toward Cairo. Cool deal. And in that scenario, we're going to be able to send part of the army north, to take this supply area and then put a little chokehold right here. Not chokehold, I should say. That's a strong point. Just put a couple divisions here because Portugal will not be in the war and this is impassable. We can head west a little bit. This may turn into Vichy France. This may be regular France. There isn't a lot of supply out here, so once you start to reach your supply limits, just hang out. But most of your army likely, I would say, suggest that you send 18 of those 26th width infantry straight north, beeline, sprint their way toward Cairo. If you've used infantry from other divisions, from other countries, you know infantry is kind of slow. Ethiopian infantry is not nearly as slow as one might think. They have some special modifier, which we'll take a look at, and they can move very fast. They don't run out of fuel, as we know infantry does not run out of fuel. The supply hubs are off of rivers. There's also a port right here. They've got plenty of access to supply and to rivers, and they can race right up and race and take Cairo. And if you focus and you move quickly, you shouldn't have too much of a challenge of beating the Italians up here. Presuming the Italians are able to move east, you can beat them to Cairo, and along the way, justify in Saudi Arabia, start that justification ticking. That will complete, and then you'll head south into Saudi Arabia and justify in Yemen as well. As a practical matter, as soon as your justification completes with the UK, you may want to start your Saudi and then double up with your Yemen, even though it's a 50% justification timeline. It's still faster than doing one and then the other when the Saudi Arabia is complete. Head south, take that, and that's it. That's it. If it seems like I make it sound easy, it kind of is. You put in the hard work to take care of Italy. You put in the fund that is a Lend-Lease for comfortably 24 months. That's basically April 1937 to April 1939, with 4 or 5 countries. You put in the work, you'll have the army, and you'll have a lot of fun heading north and then heading south. And when you're done, you're like, hey, it's maybe still 1939. Actually, I think because of the way the justifications work, you'll be completing this sometime in early 1940. But you're like, oh, 1940, and you're going to see this go completed, and you're going to feel comfortable. You might even start thinking about a world conquest. This guide is not built around a world conquest. You can, but this guide is primarily built around this achievement, and when that completes, the run is also complete. Let's look at focuses. Focuses, and I know in the previous guide I gave a lot of questions like, what do you think we should do here? What do you think we should do here? Well, here the focuses are somewhat set for us based on our strategy and our plan. If our strategy is to go in 1939 and primarily focus on it, basically running around the Red Sea, then our planning and our national focus is kind of set. One of the first things we want to do, again, it's kind of reset us. We've done this one, and we've done these 3, and then we've done develop Showa. The next one we want to do is military communism to set that daily communist tick. Daily communist support tick, it should be 0.05 for 365 days. It's probably not going to be able to, we're going to probably need to start down the tree prior to the end of that 365 days, but let's start that thing ticking. And then we're going to look at the other parts of the tree. This is a little bit complicated. I'm going to do my best to explain it the best I can. I indicated that we're going to be using infantry instead of the Chitet Sefari for our main attack. And that's because we want to add other things to it like engineers, maintenance company, but also support artillery, and we want to have flexibility to expand it. You could head down keep the Chitet and then expand the Chitet. I still think regular infantry is better. And it's not necessarily because the Chitet Sefari are bad, or the infantry is a lot better. It's because of this. You're currently caught on or stuck on Chitet, which is a 4.5% recruitable population. the construction speed, factory output, and dockyard output, they bother me a little bit, but whatever. It doesn't bother me that much. It's my recruitable population. I'm stuck at 4.5. The only way that I know of to get rid of it is to complete this focus. Why do I want to get rid of it? Because I'm going to get a bunch of Lend-Lease. And I want to fully, at least as much as possible, fully utilize those infantry weapons, those infantry equipment. And that means pushing my recruitable population up to the 10%. I've got just under 10 million of core population. 10% would be a million. I think I can put 600 to 700,000 in the field. Yeah, we can. We absolutely can. And if I want to put 600 or 700,000 in the field, I'm not going to be able to do it on 4.5%. As you can probably see right now, at least the way my math works out, I've got 300,000, just about 300,000 stored on top of the 125 in the field and in training. So I think that's about 400, just over 400,000 available. And I will have far that many, total manpower, 405,000, 406,000. I will have far more infantry equipment, far more than I've got in manpower. So even though the Chitets are great, I like them, the infantry taking this focus is necessary to expand out. And once you take this focus, you can I think you do not have any other focuses available to increase the number of divisions. Down here, and expend the Chitet allows you to increase the number of divisions, but I don't recall there being any other focuses on this side or in other parts of the tree that allows you to take additional Chitet Sefari, or at least significant enough that you could form an army around the Chitet Sefari. You'll need to transition over to regular divisions, or the Mahal Sefari? Is that how we call it? Yeah, Mahal Sefari. So we're going to make Mahal Sefari. Alright, so knowing that I have to go here, I'm going to have to have the balance of power not at the Mesafit influencing politics range. And I'm looking at that red X in the center of the screen. So I'll have to first make sure the balance of power is not at the Mesafit influencing politics range. And it's at the Mesafit influencing. In fact, I need to move it to the right. It also cannot be at the control politics, dominating politics, or in power. But another way to look at it is it needs to be at least, it needs to be to the right of Mesafit influencing politics. And kind of a spoiler, if those who've done the Switzerland tree, again a spoiler alert, you may have seen these types of requirements phrased a little bit differently. Instead of having a bunch of checkboxes where it can't be, it will just say needs to be to the right. And maybe at some point this focus may be rewritten to be a little, not clear, because this is pretty clear, there's no doubt this is clear, but to be a little more consistent with Switzerland. Maybe Switzerland's will be rewritten to look like this. But in any case, I need to move the balance of power to the right. So after I've taken communist, I'm kind of stuck on how I can move it to the right. Even if I was to start heading down these focuses, there aren't necessarily a lot of focuses moved to the right, unless I want to head down Soviet aid, which I can. That does move balance of power toward the right. Because of the possibility, or the likelihood of becoming a puppet, if I continue down to the Soviet mediation, we will not head this route. The reason I'm not heading to Soviet mediation is that when Italy offers me white peace in March or later in 1937, I'm going to pass on it, but later on I still want to go to peace with them, and so I'm going to want to use either peace negotiations or Soviet mediation. If I take Soviet mediation, it seems like there's a reasonable chance I'll become a puppet, which I don't think it necessarily would end our run, but I just prefer not to be that. So we're going to want to head down to the left. I like these focuses just a little bit better than the Soviet focuses. That's a really bad way of saying I think they're better. Well, if I'm not going to go down that side, this moves it to the left. That's it. This moves it to the left, excuse me. This moves it to the left. This moves it to the right. I'm so sorry, I'm misstating here. This moves it to the right. I need to move it toward the right. This moves it toward the right. I need to move it to the right. This moves it to the right. This moves it to the left. Alright. But there's something else. Once I go into a higher conscription law or a higher economy law, I'm going to be at risk of strikes if my stability is under 50%. I'm also at the risk of another event in which if my war support is under 50%, but I'm primarily concerned with strikes at the moment. That means that shortly after I take this, I'm going to want to make sure I have political power to at least come up to extensive conscription and prepare to go into service by requirement, but I'm also going to need to make sure my stability is above 50%. That could be a challenge. That could be a real challenge. Fortunately, expand tax exemptions gives me 20% base stability. Awesome. But it also moves the balance of power to the left. Rascals. Well, fortunately there is a way out of this, and this is a warm-up for what you're going to be dealing with in Switzerland. After you've taken military commission, you can come back here, take the State Bank of Ethiopia, and depending on what other actions have come forth, you may have already moved the balance of power sufficiently to the right. You may have already moved the balance of power. None of these move the balance of power, but you may have already moved the balance of power sufficiently to the right because there are other events that pop up or have a random chance of occurring in 1936, and by the time you're ready to take this. If you have not received that event, take state-owned industry. That will sufficiently push it. It's at 25. We need it on the other side of 15. So we would need to move both of those unless we have another event pop up. So it's communism, State Bank of Ethiopia. If we've moved far enough to the right, we take this. If we haven't, we take state-owned industry. That will move us all the way to far enough to the right. We can now expand the Mahal Sefari. When this completes, we need to make sure we have enough political power to at least go to extensive conscription and be prepared to jump into service by requirement. So we should be very close to 450. And once we hit conscription, if our stability is under 50%, we are now on the clock. We have to do something to raise our stability. We're going to take this 35-day expand tax exemptions. That will push our stability up 20% and will push us over the 50. Now, the first thing you're thinking is, we got 29 plus 20 is now more than 50. That's okay. We'll have also taken improved worker conditions, or we can take improved worker conditions along the way, and this will raise our stability to above 50%, so we will no longer be at risk of strikes. If what I just said was convoluted, it is convoluted, but it's great practice for Switzerland. I'm telling you, if you haven't already done Switzerland, we're going to have a fun time with it, but this concept of balancing which focus and timing the focuses and timing the balance of power is something we will be using extensively in Switzerland. After expand tax exemptions, you have flexibility. You really have flexibility. You've got 10%, or you're very on your way to your 10% recruitable population, and even if you're saying, I don't have nearly the guns to it, it will take you long enough to mobilize that just as soon as you hit the 5%, your eligible core population sits at just about 5%, fire off the service by requirement so you can start mobilizing toward 10%. And as far as flexibility goes, you can go in a lot of different directions. I think in my run, I just started to move down the communist tree, and I know there are other parts of the tree we'll look at which are really good, but I wanted to move down the communist tree so that I could continue to move down and eventually take the new administration. I like World Conquest, but I like in-game randomization here, I should say. So taking this is pretty cool because you get 2 randomized characters, which are pretty good, generally pretty good. Somewhere along the line you're going to want to move back and take this one primarily for the renewed offensive infantry attack. I'm pretty sure I took this one as well. It's 105 days, but it permanently raises base war support, which we like. It also gives you division defense, which is nice for a breakthrough. The 150 army XP is nothing to sneeze at either. And then I also continued down the path, the right path. This path right here is really cool, remove conservative high command. However, and thank you very much for bearing with me as I go back and forth on this tree, we will have already removed it by coming down this path to pick up that conservative high command would have already been removed as we headed down to get 2 randomized characters. FYI, these 2 characters both have +2 communism support, which is one of the reasons I head down here. I like to raise my stability to the extent I can based on ruling party popularity, and that means taking advisors that increase communism support. To the best that I know, once this ticks out, you have no other easy way of raising communist support directly. You can indirectly raise it through this daily support on a line, but as far as directly raising communist support, I think it's going to come through here. Alright, so bounce your way back here, and because Lend-Lease is doing so much of your output, I don't generally move my way down here or even move my way down here. Start focusing on your military. As we've taken this one, oh that's cool, division defense is nice. Because we didn't need this one, we're going to move to the right and go camouflage. Oh, that's great, more division defense. That's pretty nice. Division infantry speed. You could take common soldier. You're going to take these. One thing I will ask you to do is, do keep an eye on the clock, the world clock. I pointed to a lot of focus and you might be thinking, cool, I can take them all. And I don't think you can necessarily take them all by your timeline. Sometime, and only because I'm really bad sometimes with dates, by early 1938, I will start moving through here so that in January, February 1939, I can fire off peace negotiations. I fire off peace negotiations because I want to go into a white peace. I would not like to enter World War II at war with Italy and Germany. I would like to just be at war with the UK. And the main reason for that is not necessarily because I'm concerned about them challenging me over Suez. I'm confident I can take care of myself there. It's actually because the Lend-Lease, as I race my way north, as you race your way north I should say, until you reach this dot right here, you will have, if you Lend-Lease with Germany, which I suggest you do, you'll have to take it by ocean, and you can do it by blocking off sea tiles, so that it just, you want the convoys to come out of Germany and then just, meander their way around the world as far away from England as possible so they don't get intercepted. But in pretty much every historical game that I've seen, Germany defeats France and Germany takes France, and then they have the Vichy France event fire, and this becomes Vichy France. So if you can race your way up here and take that square, the next time you ask for Lend-Lease from Germany, or, by that matter, anybody else, it will actually route its way through that little, that train, I'll call it a train depot right here in Palestine, and you will no longer have to use convoys to bring in German equipment. And because Germany is capitulating Poland and then capitulating France, they may have a lot of our infantry equipment to the extent of tens of thousands of infantry guns and other equipment that they want to give you, and you won't have the convoys to do it. But if you can get this land link right here, which you can, it's going to make things a little bit easier. Of course, by the time you've taken this land link, it's maybe just about at the end of things, because your justification at Saudi is ticking, and so is Yemen and you've almost certainly secured your south and your west, and you're just holding the ports and just waiting until this justification is completed so you can defeat your last few states. Alright, so it's early 1939, you fire this off so that you can go to peace with Italy and, just with peace. And if for whatever reason you have not already, in a previous run or in a previous trial run, completed the Lion That Roared, that will complete the Lion That Roared. There is a chance that Italy will not accept it, particularly if you fire it as late as the war, as late as them being in the war with Germany, but it seems to be a very high chance, it has a relatively high chance depending on the circumstances. So you will have completed the achievement that we discussed in the previous video. After you've fired up this focus, I don't see much of a purpose of going down too much further. You can take these, but I would be focused entirely on military focuses. So presumably you've taken this before you went to White Peace, because this is ineligible after the Second Italo-Ethiopian War has ended. In other words, if it's not ongoing, you cannot take this. So presumably you took this before you took this, and then with your last few focuses, you're taking this, something along here, taking these to just make your infantry as absolutely ridiculous as possible. Yeah, I said ridiculous. They absolutely are ridiculous. The number of focuses, I mean, you already start off in a fantastic spot as far as your infantry. Even a 5% country infantry attack is, okay, maybe not fantastic, but it's pretty decent. But those focuses, by the way, you'll lose that infantry division attack, but the focuses down here are just, I'm not going to say overpower, I'm just going to say very interesting. This is going to give you plus 25 defense and some orc. This is more defense. This is more defense, which counts as breakthrough. This is attack, defense, and speed. And of course, we like the entrenchment, but I'm more interested in the speed. And then this is more defense. Defense may not seem like it matters that much, and I overwhelmingly focus on soft attack, but it's nothing that I'm going to entirely discount or be like, oh, whatever. A plus 20, 30, 40% division defense will add up, and it does make a difference, and it does reduce your losses, so we like that. Well, that pretty much runs an end to this achievement. I know it's a little bit shorter than the prior run. I hope that it was helpful. I hope particularly that you had a good time running it. I had a good time running it. It wasn't that frustrating, and I enjoyed it. The next achievement we'll be looking at is the Lion King, which is similar to this one. We're just, instead of heading north, we're going to be heading south. Thank you. The Lion King. Roar. Alright, Ethiopia doing the Lion King achievement. This could be one of the fastest achievements, at least the fastest guides, particularly since we're going to be basing this on the prior guides. So this presumes that you have completed the guide prior to this, or in a very similar situation as the Lion King That Roared. I'm aware that I'm going to be repeating some of what we did in the Red Sea, and since I know many people have completed or followed the guide for the Red Sea and followed the Lion That Roared, I'm going to try as much as possible not to spend a lot of time duplicating that. So you'd be at the end of 1936. You'll have completed 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 focuses. Your army is going to be made up primarily of the Chitet Sefari. You'll have stayed out of the Danakil or the northern air zone when you fought Italy. At this point, you have driven off Italy, and you have 5 Chitet Sefari guarding your south, and you've either driven Italy off the coast or you're nearly so at the end of 1936. our strategy is so similar to the Red Sea that I'm not going to go into extraordinary detail. I'm asking you to consider watching the Red Sea guide. We will go into some of it, but I consider you go into the Red Sea guide if you find yourself a little bit looking for a little more detail. The overall guide for the Red Sea is so similar to this except for the national focus. First thing first, let's take a look at the achievements. The Lion King. I love this image here. As Haile Selassie, declare yourself King of Kings and control Kenya and Tanzania. This one is actually pretty straightforward. We're going to check the achievement file as usual. Lion King, okay, the usual. I need to be Ethiopia, got it. I need to complete Ethiopia, the King of Kings. I must have Haile Selassie as the country leader and then control these states. Awesome, I just need to control these states. Too easy. I can do that. I can control states, and these states all happen to be very close to Ethiopia. This is, in a sense, for some guides, a sprint achievement, in that your goal is to sprint into capturing, to controlling those states. See, is there anything else interesting about this? Declare yourself King of Kings and control. Yeah, I think we would have figured out that declare ourselves King of Kings means that we need to take the King of Kings focus. Well, I've talked a little about building block guides, or building block achievements, and I discussed briefly that this presumes that you've completed the Lion That Roared building block guide, or very close to it coming into this guide. If you have not, if you're significantly different, you're in 1938 and you took focuses in different order, your army looks different, you might have a little bit of challenge following this guide. This guide is a middle block to potentially be used for this time for Africa, which we'll be doing after this guide. Excuse me. This time for Africa. So we're going to be talking about the goals primarily for this guide, but with the idea being that we're going to continue on, or at least we could continue on to this time for Africa. We'll also briefly discuss Crusader Kings 4. We cannot continue on from this guide and do both Crusader Kings 4 and this time for Africa, and I will not be making a separate additional video for Crusader Kings 4 that follows from this one, that would be continuation of this. I did a Crusader Kings 4 guide earlier on, and that I still think is the preferred methodology to make that happen. But this time for Africa, I actually think it works really well to just continue on from the point we are here. Alright, enough bouncing around. We know what our achievement is, our strategy, similar as the Red Sea. We're going to push Italy off. We're not going to accept the white peace. We are not going to let Italy land. Our goal is not to kill off a bunch of any more Italian divisions than we've already killed off, so they will not be landing and then we'll crush in them. We will eventually need to head south, and particularly if we're thinking for this time for Africa, we definitely are going to want to head very south and head very much into Africa. So we'd like Italy to be as relatively strong as possible, because since we're going to war with Britain, and Britain will be our enemy, and Britain will be at war with Italy, Italy is the enemy of our enemy, and therefore will be our friend in the future. As discussed in the Red Sea, we're aiming to lend lease starting in approximately April 1938 with Venezuela, Peru, Dominican Republic, and El Salvador. We will also be chaining up into Germany primarily for convoys, and then later on for infantry and other equipment as well, particularly when World War II kicks off. Our military expansion, similar actually to Red Sea, believe it or not, is we're going to be sending troops southwest, and these are immediate needs of the achievement. Once we pick up the states that are necessary for the achievement, then we will have completed this achievement. But since we have our eye on this time for Africa, during this guide we're going to talk about a little bit more, just a little bit more, and then when we go into this time of Africa, we'll take it farther. Only because the goals for this achievement are so similar to the Red Sea and so similar to setting us up for this time for Africa. On the Red Sea, we don't just head south, we also head west and we head north. And absolutely, for this achievement, even though it's not necessary, because we're thinking about this time for Africa, we're going to race north too. If you've already completed this time for Africa, if perhaps you've already completed Crusader Kings 4, once you take these 4 provinces, call it a day. There's no reason to continue heading north, because obviously you've completed those achievements, unless you plan to just continue on to a world conquest, or you want to do an alternate Crusader Kings 4 run. So we've talked about our objective, our strategy, our planning, and now let's take a quick look at national focuses, because of course in the Red Sea we head down the communist path, actually this way, down over here, and then down here. But in our current run, which is the Lion King, we will of course not be heading down the communist path. From this point of developing Shiwa, just like the Red Sea, we will be taking the right path, and just like the Red Sea, we want the balance of power to be to the right. We need to be eligible to take this focus so that we can increase our conscription law to service by requirement to maximize the use of the Lend-Lease. We also need to make sure our stability goes above 50% shortly after heading down this route so that we do not get strikes. Great news, unlike the Red Sea route, we've got a lot better choices down this side. Rally around the Emperor alone doesn't do a tremendous amount for us, but it should help push us over a little bit, maybe over that 30%. The Emperor stays, pushes up base stability 10%, well, that's huge on a 35-day focus. The Abuna as a 35-day focus, we can take as a political advisor, the Abuna, which grants a defensive war penalty stability modifier of plus 25% that will push us well over 50%. So unlike in the Red Sea where we have to head down this road and keep an eye on this, that's not necessary when we proceed down the rally around the Emperor path for the Lion King and potentially this time for Africa or Crusader Kings 4. As we continue to look down this path, there's a lot of really good things. We can move to the right for the balance of power path by continuing down. Somewhere along the line, you're probably going to want to slow it a little bit and continue and pick up the right path here or the right path here, because we want to move the balance of power to the right so that we become eligible to pick up expand the Mahal Sefari. Other than that, it's not too much different from the Red Sea. We're going to pull up right at volunteers. We are not going to take fait accompli until early 1939. We do want to go to white peace with Italy, but we want to keep that war going as reasonably long as possible so that we can maximize our Lend-Lease. I would clear, we want to white peace with Italy before World War II breaks out. We do not necessarily want to be at war with Italy and Germany when we go to war with Great Britain and head down here. And again, as we're thinking toward this time for Africa, we're going to need to go a lot farther than just these 5 states, so let's see what we can do to stay out of the war, to stay at non-war with, or not at war with Germany and Italy. There's some very good focuses down here. I didn't spend too much time down with the communist tree down here because our run ended shortly after taking these states, and that's not too bad. So on one hand, the Lion King is a shorter run because our sprint is much shorter than having to go all the way around here and justify in Saudi Arabia and Yemen. But we are thinking toward this time for Africa, which means we're going to be at a longer, effective run when we take into account that as an achievement. So as we head down fait accompli in early 1939, if we have not already taken Victory in the Desert, Lessons of War, we would want to have taken that before fait accompli, but afterwards, almost certainly want to pick up King of Kings. Look at that stability, political power gain, so much political power. My goodness, elect of God is fantastic. Daily compliance, 0.10%. That is understated how powerful that is. A daily compliance of 0.10% sounds ridiculous. Oh, it's a tenth of a percent. Well, what's that actually? It's a, is it a modifier? It's additive. So my understanding is every 10 days it's 1%. That's very powerful. It's particularly powerful if we're thinking of this time for Africa, because that would help us make a provisional government. But it's just powerful in general. Lord of Lords is powerful, and this allows us to form restore the Empire of Aksum, which is nice but not particularly necessary. Just if we are thinking of heading down this time for Africa, do not take any of these. Do not take any of these, because we need to take this for this time for Africa. So as you head down here, presumably we've taken this, go ahead and take these, have a good time. Head down here if you'd like. There's nothing that's, I would be cautious about actually forming this empire because of what we want to do for this time for Africa. Don't actually form the empire, or because we restore the empire, which means this focus is a little bit less useful. We could say it's a lot less useful. But you can certainly continue down your factory input. Take these fun focuses. This is what turns the Ethiopian infantry into extraordinarily powerful. Oh, we actually also need to take the junior officers to get rid of conservative high command. If we were taking Red Sea, we actually have two choices, two easy ways to get rid of it, including raise from the ranks and and the People's Army. Two focuses very close to each other. They can get rid of that national spirit. But if we're going down and heading toward the Lion King, then we will need to take Junior Officer Corps. This is not exclusive, so we can still take it if we'd like. As we complete this, and as we're heading north, just as I mentioned in the Red Sea, we do want to race up north. We want to form a land connection right here. In historical, almost certainly this will turn into Vichy France, and this gives us a land bridge to Lend-Lease with Germany over land. I continue to say over land as opposed to through convoys. We can also Lend-Lease with Iraq, Iran. At this point, world tension will be high enough that we can Lend-Lease with a lot of different people. Russia will start to have infantry weapon surplus. Other countries may as well. They may have motorized, and it's a bit of a cornucopia of Lend-Lease once we kick off once World War II is kicked off. None of that is extraordinarily necessary just for our focus, and it seems like I'm over-focusing, maybe, no pun intended, on this time for Africa, but I want to be set up for this time of Africa. So by racing here, racing there, racing to the north, continuing to race south, head towards South Africa, we'll be in a good place for this time for Africa. All in all, this is not a particularly difficult achievement. I would put it on easy to moderate if you've been following the guide, The Lion That Roared. This is the challenging achievement. This is the building block achievement that sets us up for a very quick Lion King. What we do in The Lion King, and more importantly the years 37, 38, and particularly toward the early to mid 39, will set us up for potentially a relatively easy this time for Africa, or it could make us hard this time for Africa. I believe that I mentioned in the Crusader Kings 4 I would discuss an alternate way to do the Crusader Kings 4 other than the flip a coin, get on a train, and run for the hills method. It is exclusive with this time for Africa. You cannot do them both. But we would head down here and then take the one true heir of Solomon, and that would turn Palestine into a core of Ethiopia, and then we would proceed, once we got here, again it's little late 1939, we would head up here, control it, and not be able to move the capital because we need to own it. So logical next steps would be would be either joining the Axis and traveling across the Mediterranean and then paradropping, or somehow finding your way into the UK. You can use strategies from snakes on a plane, but this is going to be very challenging. You could also turn this into a world conquest. With that daily compliance, you're going to have a good time. As a non-aligned, you're going to have slow justifications on war, or relatively slow compared to a fascist country, but you can comfortably justify in Iraq, comfortably justify in Iran. If you want, join the war with the Axis against Russia, or start your own war with Russia. Once you open up to British Raj, there's a lot of manpower here. In many of our world conquests, we may not realize it, but with this daily compliance cane, we're going to get a lot of manpower. We can continue into Siam, we can continue into France, we can pick up British Malaysia, and you could eventually find your way to the UK. And with a little speed and perhaps a little fortune, you may be able to capitulate them before the United States joins, in which case you would take Palestine in the peace conference, and then after that you could make the decision to move your capital to Palestine, and that would complete the Crusader Kings 4 achievement. That's the alternate Crusader Kings 4 achievement path. I think it is moderately challenging at the least, and time consuming, and I still think the original guide that I posted earlier, and that's why I posted that Crusader guide for flip a coin, get on a train and run away, it's horrible to say that the runaway guide is the preferred way, but I like world conquest so much. Well, overall, I still enjoy this achievement. I really enjoy achievements that are building block achievements that make me start thinking toward the future, instead of just saying, oh cool, just rush and just take this and then call it a day and not worry about anything. Like, okay, what do I need for the next achievement? The next achievement we'll be discussing is This Time for Africa. We'll be doing it after this. I hope you have fun. I hope you enjoy this achievement. I hope you're enjoying Ethiopia. I enjoy Ethiopia. They're very powerful, and the way we're going to do This Time for Africa is really, I think, going to show Ethiopia's powers. Thank you. This time, Africa. African Union. I'm just mumbling. This time for the Africa. Well, you get what it. This time we're going to take out Africa. We're going to take out Africa. No, we're going to free Africa. We're going to free Africa. All right, the last of the Ethiopian achievements. Oh, I'm so sad, but I'm just going to have to enjoy it. And, don't be sad that we're not going to do Ethiopia anymore after this. Just really smile and enjoy the time we've had. What a wonderful nation. What a wonderful focus. Fantastic achievements. Just a blast. I don't know what else I can say about it. All right, let's move on. All right, first thing first. All right, you've put up with my humor long enough. Let's take a look at This Time for Africa. What's the objective? What are the rules? As Ethiopia found the African Union and have it encompass at least 13 different countries with capitals in Africa. Okay, just for fun, I'm going to look at the focus tree first, because let's see if I can figure it out by looking at the focus tree. Form the African Union. Oh, there's some African unity over there. There's African Union. Oh, Organization of African Unity. It looks like I form a central bank. Ethiopia will be known as the African Union. I think this one is probably the one I'm looking for, right? Because I need to form the African Union, and that says the African Union, and then it says Ethiopia will be known as the African Union. Create faction called African Union. Ooh. Because it would be really unfortunate if I went all the way down this tree and completed the focus and it didn't work out, or I went all the way down this tree and created the focus and did everything I think I'm supposed to do, and then it didn't work out, right? If I had 13 different countries and then it didn't work out. And I know I'm seeing these as completed, and sometimes as completed they have less information. I think if it's not completed yet, it lists the different countries and it might give you more additional help. So if I'm giving it a hard time, you're like, I haven't completed it and I can see what I'm supposed to do from like that. Yeah, I get it. But let's look at the achievement file, because that will certainly help us out. This Time for Africa. Okay, the usual requirements. I need to be Ethiopia, really important. Has completed focus Ethiopia, the African Union. I think that's pretty clear. I need to complete the focus called the African Union, and then I need to have 13 of the following in my faction. This shouldn't be too bad. Look at all these choices I have. I'm really bad counting, but I think this is at least 20, maybe 25, 26. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, good thing I clarified which focus I need to take. I need to take the African Union. That's clearly the African Union. Right? Right, guys? I'm not wrong on this one, am I? Well, let's just check the actual focus tree to see what these are called. Oh, okay, and obviously I've done this ahead of time in case you're wondering, wow, he's figuring this out as he goes along. No, this one I did kind of preset so that you wouldn't watch me scroll around these files too much. So actually, the focus, the African Union, is actually called African Union. And to do the achievement, I need to complete the African Union. Not the African Union, which is actually African Union. I need to complete a different focus. And I'm not by any means trying to be overly critical, just emphasizing that if you're doing these objectives the way I do, looking at the achievements file, looking at the focus, it's okay to double, triple, quadruple check the names of the actual focuses in the focus trees. If you have any doubt about which focus you need to do, it would be, I mean, it's still fun to play HOI4 and have a busted run, but it might be disappointing to spend a lot of time in trying to figure out and forming the African Union and then realizing that you don't meet the achievements because the rule is that you must complete the African Union, and the focus may be called the African Union in game, but it's actually called African Union in the file. The African Union is over here, and the African Union is under Empower the Chambers, which is over here. We can see Empower the Chambers. So this is actually the African Union, even though in game it looks like towards African unity. It's called the African Union. The achievement is the African Union. Well, good thing we looked this up before the game started. And I know that many of you either on the wiki or watching other guides are like, yeah, we already knew that, Friendly Cat. Oh, that's great, and that's fantastic. But as you get into the habit of looking up the achievement file to see what you need to do, and then looking up and checking the focuses, this is an example of a time where certainly I was confused, and I was confused the first time I was looking at this stuff, and double checking. This is one way to double check to say, okay, cool, before I even start my run, let's make sure I know where I want to go. I don't want to spend 2, 4, 6, 8 hours going down here and okay, who am I kidding? I would actually have a good time. I'm not gonna lie. I would be like, oh my goodness, and cry in my tea here that this didn't work out. I would have a blast. But I might feel a little bit disappointed in myself that I probably should have checked this first, because I would like to try to complete the achievement in a reasonable amount of time. Alright, so now we know the objective. We need to form it and have it encompass 13 different countries. Well, if those who've been following through the guide, particularly the achievement we just went through, which was the Lion That Roared as a building block achievement into the Lion King, this guide is meant to assume that you're at that point. What I mean by that is it's sometime in late 1939. Your focuses were 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and then probably something like 7, 8, 9, and then either 10 or over to here, and you've completed somewhere a significant number of these focuses. You have not completed Restore the Emperor of Aksum, as I mentioned in the prior video. You have completed these. Certainly this is a key focus. And you either started down here or started to think about going down here to do this time for Africa. The farther you are from that reality, the harder time you'll have. Oh, and I might mention that you have 24, 26 with infantry, and at this point in late 1939, you might be looking at building 6 more, 12 more. Your military, you've raced up to Suez, so you have the canal. You have the canal. You also have a land bridge. You can now start lend-leasing with Iran, Iraq, Turkey, Germany, all of which, I keep saying a land lend lease, that's what I should say, a land lend lease, so they can send infantry equipment to you via land. They don't have to send it over convoy, which means those convoys cannot be convoy rated. And more importantly, you may not have the convoys to pick up tens of thousands of infantry equipment from Germany, but you absolutely have the capacity to have it travel through here, potentially even and other countries as well. So at this point in late 1939, you've captured these, you've captured here, you've been racing north. Yeah, you started with 24, 26, you're up to 30, you're building maybe up to 48 or so. Your manpower, which is, you've left the Chitet, you're at service by requirement, so you're sitting on about 1 million in the field, maybe 900,000 troops in the field, maybe 800,000. You've also got your compliance ticking away at all of these countries. So on one hand, you do have resistance, but on the plus, you also have compliance. Again, as you did not restore the Empire of Aksum, and I didn't mention this in the prior guide, but you also never went down here. There's nothing here for you. No, you're not developing the Horn of Africa, so you did not form. And the reason we're doing all this, I say I'm focusing on how you're not forming the Horn of Africa, you're not restoring the Empire of Aksum, is that we want these lands to not be incorporated in our country. We want them to have the capacity to raise their compliance. And as their compliance raises, and here I don't control any country, so we don't see that field right here, but as their compliance rises, increases, you will have the capacity or the choice to turn them into a provisional government. And since you'll be completing the African Unity, the African Union focus, not this the African Union focus, you'll be completing this the African Union focus, and you will form the faction African Union when their compliance rises high enough, and when they join your faction, or when they become a provisional government, they will join your faction. I know it's going to slow some of you down. It's slow way down there, friend. Okay, did you just say that I can start to take over other countries, and while we're at war, even though England, in theory, owns this land, or at least owned the land before the war, once I start to take over enough of it, if their compliance ticks up high enough, I will have the option to make them provisional governments and effectively my puppet, and then have them join my faction. And what's next? Like, are you going to tell me then you can keep them out of the war, perhaps? I think so. In my test run, I was able to keep them out of the war. Yes, that's exactly what I'm saying. That includes Somali, Eritrea, Kenya, yes, Kenya again, sorry, Kenya, Tanzania. And as you kind of do the math on this, and in this case, because I've already completed it, it won't list the number of countries. I'll have to look at the achievement file again. As you expand throughout Africa, and as time passes, compliance continues to rise for all of these states, all of the states that are within these countries, their core states. And one by one, you'll start getting the provisional government either pop up or within the decision where you can look at it down here. Now, I don't have that option here, of course, because I don't control any of those lands, but that would pop up. The key of this is, of course, your daily compliance gain. Again, unless my math is off, every 10 days you'll gain 1% of compliance on top of whatever you'd already gained. So every 100 days is 10%, 300 days is 30%. All you need to do is expand out in enough directions that you can capture or control 13 countries worth of land, and some of them are relatively small, like Eritrea, of course, is very small. Others, like Somali, is a little bit larger. Interesting enough that once some of these form, like Somali, at least in my game, Somali decided to take over part of Ethiopia. In other words, this turned into a provisional government, and I was like, okay, yeah, I want you to be a provisional government, but I wasn't sure. I wasn't actually planning to give up a Bale and Harigi, but Somali's like, nah, you belong to me, or you're actually not belong to me. You're actually part of my land. So some of the lands, some of the states are relatively small. Others, like Sudan, are a little bit larger. As you continue to move up, here's Egypt is actually a little bit larger. And eventually, as you continue to expand out and continue to lend lease and grow your army, you'll head south into South Africa. I would, by the way, suggest from a military point of view, make a beeline for South Africa. There's a dead zone here where there's not a lot of supply, and in mid-1939 you can make that happen. You can make the rush down there. As South Africa builds up, it becomes more challenging. Eventually you'll take out South Africa. You might be interested in going to war with Portugal. I don't see why not. They control lands that, should you take over them, in this case it's Mozambique, will start to take up compliance towards you. Over here, Angola. Belgium, I think, will already be at war with it because the Allies. Germany might come down here. I would leave them be. There are enough places to go that you do not need to deal with Germany. Eventually, though, you may find yourself kind of, say, locked out of, let's say it's mid-1940 or so. You can kind of do the math, look at how many countries you control, and by countries I mean how many areas worth of countries, and do some math and realize, okay, I'm either at the 13 or I will be at the 13, and you may come to the point where you say, okay, I need to actually continue to head west. Like some of those countries here, okay, here's Botswana, that's Zimbabwe, and my math is always not that strong, not always, often not that strong, so you might come to the point where you say, actually, I may need to head west through here, and in the middle of 1940, that may seem challenging, but by this point, you might have 48, 72, maybe on the way to 96, 24, 26 widths. In other words, a significant army. You've got ports taken care of, garrisoned, and you're in a good place that you have the strength to push toward Italy, toward the Kingdom of Libya, because that's another of your potential subjects, all the way into Tunisia, go to war with Vichy as necessary, and continue to push out. This is one of those achievements that becomes easier as you go along, particularly as you continue to gain lend lease. Overall, again, depending on your point of view, if you are challenged with these type of military expansions, if right now you're like, okay, I can barely make it through here, I completed the Lion King and barely pushed my way through it, oh my goodness, sweat and blood and tears to get out of there, then maybe this is the strategy I'm suggesting may not be for you. On the other hand, if you blow through here, and then you just race up here, and then you got divisions just sitting around on their hands or on their feet, not sure what to do with them next, you're like, you know what, I think I can make this happen. Let's start justifying on Portugal. Let's start heading down there. Let's start heading down to South Africa. Interesting enough, South Africa counts as one of the countries, which of course doesn't make too much sense. Okay, that makes sense. Maybe if somehow you captured in the peace deal. But actually, I don't think you would need to take them in the peace deal. Once you come down here, although it doesn't show compliance because that's their core land, once you come down here, compliance will start to go because you are now the occupier. You're not the owner, excuse me, but you are the controller, and compliance will grow, and eventually South Africa, believe it or not, can be your provisional government. And I don't know if that's necessarily intended by not by the rules of the achievement, but that is what can happen. What's even more interesting is that at this moment those are occupied states, but during the Vichy France event, I think these turn into core states by France, which means if you decide to take on the Axis, which is very reasonable. Again, once you've lend-leased enough and you've got 72, 96, you've got, not just an army, you've got armies, itching for a fight, and there's nothing to the west, or you might even head west into Iraq and then Iran just for the oil. You say, well, let's start heading west. I got to do 24 divisions sitting around. Let's move into Kingdom. The Axis, they are fearsome, they are powerful, but you can head west. You may eventually find yourself out here, and since these may end up turning into French core states, once the compliance hits above 80%, guess what happens? Yeah, you get Ethiopian France as part of your provisional government. I don't think they count toward the achievement, but it's moderately interesting. You can continue to head over and engage with Spain, or if you somehow find your way up to the south, Spain's a great one. Here's Equatorial Guinea is fun, and you may end up going to war with Vichy France or Free France just to head up. I would be cautious to engage the Axis unnecessarily, but as your army goes larger and maybe your patience goes thinner, you may find it as a reasonable objective. Not too bad. It really actually isn't too bad. I reference this often as the whack-a-mole achievement, and it's not necessarily for this strategy. This is more of our African conquest strategy, but this is a lot of fun. I am going to go into a little bit into the whack-a-mole or the alternative strategy. So instead of just going on a military conquest, there is an alternative, one called the minigame. I don't prefer it. It's actually how I achieved this achievement, playing the whack-a-mole, and part of it because I've done enough world conquest, enough military expansions, that I was like, you know what, this game doesn't look too hard, I'll master the rules, and I'm going to go through those now. I'm probably not going to spend too much time on it. It's actually relatively, technical. I think it's maybe one of the most challenging mini games to learn, and because of the randomness involved, you can play it nearly perfectly and still potentially have a busted run. I've seen, from what I've seen in some of the other guides or reading what other players have done, they're running to like late 1940s, early 1950s, and they've done all the whack-a-mole that they can, and boom, they failed out the run. They've exhausted these countries without completing 13, which sounds like, it can't be right, there's so many choices, but it is possible. So I'm going to try to give you a little bit of a guidance to what I think is the fastest way if you want to whack-a-mole it, if you do not want to transition from the Lion King into an African conquest and turn them into provisional governments. If instead you would prefer to whack-a-mole them. If you're going to whack-a-mole them, I would say definitely start from the earlier achievement. In other words, instead of starting to head down toward the Lion King, go from the lion that roared. You can play a little safer. You're not nearly as aggressive with the Lend-Lease. But we want to do things a little bit differently, even in that achievement. And you might even want to start a fresh run, as maybe distressing as that may be, because to take these 13, we kind of need to take them in order, or at least I suggest consider taking them in order, because the reason we see people running through the late 1940s and early 1950s and eventually running out of countries to take is because of how the mechanics work with the mini-game. And the mini-game is different than the provisional government. Provisional government is straightforward. You take over, you hold them, compliance goes up, boom. Presuming that you have completed this focus, they become provisional government, and then they join you. That's straightforward. The minigame whack-a-mole involves doing things to bring up their resistance strength to the point at which they rebel against whoever is controlling them, and then you have the opportunity within the decision will pop up, not here in propaganda, but it will pop up, that you can click it and say, hey, owner, give them their freedom or else. And if the owner says sure, then that country, so let's say it was Ethiopia, would join you. And if Italy says no, then you can say, I'll go to war with you, Italy, and Ethiopia will still join you. And for that purpose, again, we're not going to spend too much time on all the mechanics. We would want to take those 13 in order, and as the war goes on and there are more and more cross wars, in other words, it's not just the Allies and the Axis, but it's the Axis and the Comintern, and then it's the Allies and the co-prosperity sport over by Japan, and then the United States joins, and potentially you've gotten yourself involved because you've challenged some of these rebellions. So hey, release them or else, and then Britain said no, and you said fine, then they're going to join me. Those countries, you may see so many cross wars that as you push a country into rebellion, they will insta-join another faction and you won't be able to pick them up. And that's kind of the catch involved with, you're like, cool, all I need is get like 13 of these to rebel and we're good. Actually, you could get 13 of them to rebel and maybe 5 of them will join you and 6 of them, or 8 of them, will insta-join another faction. So then you join another 6, and 4 of those join another faction. Now you've got 7 of 13, and you continue to tick your way down here, and eventually you find yourself out of countries to rebel, and because so many of them have insta-joined. So the earlier you can get them to rebel in the timeline, and the earlier in the timeline, the fewer wars. So of the 13 countries, and in the interest of time and in your patience, I'm not going to be quizzing you. In the interest of the 13 countries we want to pick up, we do have a target. I want Eritrea, and I want Somalia, I don't want the Kingdom of Libya. Why do I want those? I want them bad. I want them really bad because they're very early in the timeline. I'm already at war with Italy, and that means I do not want to control that land. Elsa, I couldn't get Elsa to flip, to go to war in a way that would maintain their independence, if that makes sense. I think maybe because they're cores, that as soon as they flipped, they just became Ethiopia. If you have better luck, great job. I was not able to do that. So while you're at war with Ethiopia, and it's an entirely different strategy. By the way, doing this time for Africa is an entirely different strategy than following the lion that roared, which is a long-term, picking up a third research slot, thinking toward the future. It's beeline, or maybe even beeline, either boarding the train or heading down. Actually, we want to board the train because we do not want the white piece. We want to beeline down. I do not want a federal empire. I don't need that. We're going to head down toward the African Union, which is also known as the African Union or African Unity, form it, and then we want to push these into rebellion, these 3, because I can consistently get these 3 to join me. I can consistently get these to rebel, and they'll have nowhere to go. They'll have no other faction to insta-join if I do it early enough in the timeline. Say it again. If I do it when Italy is at war with the Allies, they have a potential, when they rebel, to insta-join the Allies, which means they will not join my faction. But if I can get them to rebel prior to that time, well, then there's not a reasonable chance, a near certainty they have no other faction to join but my own. In order, we take Kingdom of Libya first. The reason we take Kingdom of Libya first because it will take time, and once we start taking these, it increases the likelihood of Italy asking for the white piece. And we kind of want the white piece. We really kind of want the white piece because we want to be at war with as few countries as possible when we start flipping people. We will eventually join the war against the Axis, inevitably, because of how we flip, but we'll slow it down. So by taking this one, by the way, let's say we were to take this and then this, Italy will pop a white piece before we have a chance to pick up Kingdom of Libya, because Italy will no longer control these lands. Even though we don't control them, the trigger for Italy's white piece is they don't control them. So pop a few states in, do the mini-game. Again, we're not going to go through the mechanics, but pop a few states in Kingdom of Libya, continue to pop them until they rebel, take Eritrea, and take Somalia, and you've got 3 of 13, which may not seem like a big deal, but that's a huge deal. 3 easy ones is fun. After those 3, we can consistently get 4 more, and those 4 are the Spanish. 1, 2, 3, and 4, this spot in here. So we're going to go after those. Depending on how clever you are at playing the minigame, you may need to declare war on Spain. And again, if you're not at war with the Axis and you're not at war with the Allies, when you declare war on Spain, they generally won't join either one of those factions. And if they don't join those factions, follow me here, if they don't join those factions, when Equatorial Guinea flips, or rebels, Equatorial Guinea is looking for a faction to join, potentially, and since Spain is not at war with the Axis or Allies, Equatorial Guinea has nowhere to go. And if it sounds like I'm pushing them into a bit of a corner, it's like, really, are they really going to join a faction? There's a chance they'll insta-join. And by not giving them that option, these four become high chance, high probability of you picking them up. I would say near certainty if you do it fast enough and you do it without being at war with the Allies or the Axis. In other words, you've managed to get into the white peace with Italy. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, there's a little one right there, 6, 7. You're more than halfway there. Oh, this is a whack-a-mole, but now it's not so bad. But now it's actually going to get a lot worse. After World War II kicks off, because as you move through, as fast as you are, you may find yourself bumping up against the World War II timeline. Germany will, of course, in the historical, capitulate France. Free France lacks the infantry weapons to have it to properly garrison. So right now it's sitting at a high compliance, very low resistance because it has sufficient infantry weapons to garrison its land. Well, after they capitulate, they will no longer have that. And on the plus side, you only need 7 more, right? You've got, or 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. You need, 6 more to make your 13 for this time for Africa. But those 6 more will be challenging. One of the suggestions I think that we see is to bounce around. And you can do it, as the way I'm describing it may seem like, oh, you're suggesting that you do it through rebelling Free France. I actually would suggest rebelling Vichy France, because the very first one you do for Vichy France is a certain flip to you, because at that point in time, Vichy France will not be at war with anyone else, and obviously this is not Vichy France, this is regular France. But whichever one you take for Vichy France, when they flip, or when they rebel, they might be looking for some faction to join to help them in their war against Vichy France, but since Vichy France is not at war with anyone other than them, and more importantly, Vichy France is not with a faction, or at war with the faction other than whatever country this is, whatever country they're at war with, they will join you. 1, 2, 3, 4, say 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 for Spain, 8, that gives you 8. You only need to flip 5 more. You can do it. Practice the minigame, do it in non-Ironman. It's no shame to practice that minigame in non-Ironman, but you can flip 5 more. There's some great discussion as far as flipping them that are far from each other. Flipping Vichy France first. The first one you flip, if Vichy does not let it go, you'll go to war with Vichy France, because you will say, no, Vichy, I said release it or else, and now it's else. Vichy France will likely join the Axis and then go to war with the Allies, and you will go to war with the Axis. Don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. You got plenty of protection around you. The Axis are not any threat, and that's another reason why we go for Vichy France first. After Vichy France, continue to search for other Vichy France locations. Tick, tick, tick them away, knowing that you do need to move it along. You absolutely need to move it along. If you think you can pull off a Portugal, good luck. That could be challenging because Portugal probably has the infantry weapons to maintain a low resistance strength. But just do what you can, move it around. And in my runs, usually I say in my runs, this is what happened when I was successful. In my runs, even after I'd practiced a few times, I still had challenges pulling it off. And I couldn't say even today that I could definitively pull off the whack-a-mole consistently. I could consistently get up to 10, 11, and I think I could eventually get a 12. Maybe I would be running to the mid-1940s. So if you're running it and you're following this guide, you're like, it didn't work, Friendly Cat, and maybe my guide isn't the best. I'm willing to concede that this whack-a-mole strategy, this non-military conquest strategy, isn't the best. but I also think it because of the randomness involved as far as the instant growing of factions and how the Allies and Axis are fighting each other, and if the Allies take over more land, it becomes more difficult. If the Axis takes over land, it becomes a little easier. You may have challenges. I do absolutely wish you the best of luck when you run it. I think it is doable. I think it is doable under the whack-a-mole strategy. So if you don't want to launch a military conquest, or you're not entirely comfortable with it at this point, or you just don't want to do it, that's okay. Go ahead and launch it as a whack-a-mole. And of course, you can also whack-a-mole French Somaliland. Well, this is it. This time for Africa is the last of our Ethiopian guides. What fun. Ethiopia was so much fun. All of the achievements were so much fun. I think, as I mentioned, this was the Ethiopian were the motivation to do this guide. I think it's a fun country. It's a very powerful country. The infantry weapons, the infantry only divisions have a value in parity with artillery. It's a blast. And I hope you had fun too. Or at least a little bit of fun. I know maybe some of them were a little tedious, but I certainly hope that overall you had a good time. And we're going to be looking at next Switzerland. So the good news is Switzerland, we're going to do a 4-1. Switzerland is not a particularly challenging run. The arguably bad news is there is a little bit of a gaming mechanic or mini-game mechanic that can be frustrating. Well, thank you again for watching Switzerland. We're going to do all 4 achievements in one run. I've got some good news, some more good news, and a little bit of more good news. First good news, it's really more great news, is the actual 4 achievement in one of the strategy we'll be using is easy to moderate. It's certainly no more challenging than this time make it stick. We and a bunch of our buddies are all going to beat up on Germany. That's not too bad. And we'll take care of them in 1939. That's not too bad at all. That's good news. The other good news is that the mechanics, the gaming mechanics, the minigame mechanics, as far as the balance of power and balancing our political parties, that's actually pretty decent. It's kind of interesting. And the last bit of good news is by playing those mechanics, we're going to actually know a little bit more about how to move political parties around and become more familiar with that in the event that we deal with other countries. And even if there isn't like a focus requirement to move the political party in certain directions, next time we're playing a neutral country, a non-aligned country, we're like, oh, that's right, from Switzerland I learned how to do this. This would help move it around and increase my non-aligned, and I can use those skills we learned in Switzerland. So it's all good. 3 bits of good news. Now, we're going to talk about our strategy first, and then we'll talk about planning and then execution. Is that how it goes? No. Achievements first. Achievements first. So there are 4 achievements we'll be doing. And you get a canton. Everybody gets a canton. Okay, as Switzerland have 24 states. You shall not pass. Alright, as Switzerland win defensive war without ever losing Western Swiss Alps. Eastern Swiss Alps are Ticino. Alright, let's take a look at the achievements file where we can see all 4 achievements in the same place. Obviously these 2 and the other 2 as well. And here they are. And you get a canton. I'm not locked in here with you. Swiss cheese, and you shall not pass. Now this deep into the guide, we're just going to be looking at the achievements here. You've now had a moment to look over the BBA on actions file, so you know how to look up the different effects, and as you can tell I've refreshed how those work as well, but we're not going to spend that much time looking at it. Alright, for the first one, and you get a canton, the usual rules, and I need to start a Switzerland, and I need to own more than 24 states. Okay, I can do that. I need to grow Switzerland. I'm not locked in here with you, usual rules, and I need to be Switzerland. I need to have a country flag where I've declared war on Germany, and I need to have won a war with Germany. And fortunately, both of those, from what I can tell, actually do what they say. Once you declare war on Germany, you get this flag, and then once you've won the war, you're going to get the second flag, and that would activate the achievement for you. Swiss cheese. Now this isn't entirely clear. We would have to look at other files, but we're going to say it's working as intended. We're going to go back to the game in a moment and look over to see what the achievement is, but it involves having more than 4 cheese states. Oh goodness, 4 cheese states, which means we're going to have, I think it's 5 states that are not connected to each other or to Switzerland. And the last, you shall not pass. It says you shall not pass achievement, which in this case means that we've declared, actually we're in a defensive war and that we are the victor in that war. And I'm asking for your trust without going through the different files. We were deep into the guide. You're familiar with that, and we're just going to move it along here to Swiss cheese, and I'm not logged in here with you. So we can see what the game says about Swiss cheese as well. Excuse me, I kind of moved past it. Swiss cheese. Annex 5 states that aren't contiguous with each other or Switzerland. And that's what the game file said as well. Alright, so we spent enough time looking over the achievements. We know our objectives. Expand, be in a defensive war without losing any of our land, declare war on Germany and defeat them, and annex annex 5 states that are not contiguous. And the way we're going to do it with our strategy, as I've kind of already hinted, or not even hinted, stated, we're going to join up with our buddies, beat up on Germany in 1939, and complete all 4 achievements within 5 minutes of real time. In other words, as we defeat Germany and go through the peace conference, that's it, will be complete. The run will be done by the end of 39, maybe early 40 at the latest. Some of the other guides I've mentioned alternate strategies that I think might also work depending on your playstyle. In this case, I really think this is the fastest, most efficient strategy as far as joining with our friends and beating up on Germany. We're going to go through the focus tree as well. If you can think of a faster way, I'd love to hear it. Certainly there are other ways to do the achievements in different runs. We can do a defensive war and lure Germany or Italian into attack us, but if you want to do all 4 achievements in one run, this is the way to do it. I think, anyway. For the focus tree part of the strategy, we're just going to run our way down the left side, as you've probably seen in other guides. Ask Italy and France very nicely for some of their core states, which they will gladly hand over to us. Form the Alpine, complete the Alpine Protectorate national focus to form the Alpine Confederacy. And look at this, we've got a focus to bring democracy to Germany, which permits us to declare war on Germany. We'll finish this to time it for when Germany declares war on Poland. So immediately, the day after they declare on Poland, we immediately declare on Germany, join the Allies, and then defeat Germany. And in the peace conference, we will pick up enough states to meet the 24 state requirement, and enough 5 states that are not connected to each other. And because we joined the Allies, we will join their defensive war, and we'll complete all 4 achievements. Militarily, this is not very challenging, having so many people all working together. So what is the challenge? Well, as you may be aware, the challenge is that mini-game of moving your way down this part of the tree. Some of the focuses have no balance of power or party requirements. Others have only a balance of power requirement. So in this case, if we want to ban foreign Nazi propaganda, we need to have a balance of power to the right of the strong council control range. And as you can tell, I completed the first focus so I can trigger an event, and so we can see the balance of power. So I need to be to the right of the strong council control if I would like to ban this foreign propaganda. If I want to take Allied gold, I need to have more than 65% for the Federal Assembly, which is democracy. and I need to have the balance of power to the left of the full cantonal power range, which is over here. So I need to move it at least to the left. And I think it's easy, at least for me. It was easy for the first few runs. I had to do literally 4, 5, maybe 6 practice runs to get into the feel of this. So if you're feeling challenged at all, please, you're in good company. A lot of people are challenged by this. Just try to get to the feel that really all it's really saying is that you need to move, or we need to move democracy to a lower and lower and lower level. As we can see, 80% or lower, 70% or lower, 60% or lower, 50% or lower, 40% or lower. Again, I'm going to look it over. For Federal Assembly, it's less than 90, less than 80, less than 70, less than 60, less than 50, less than 40. Okay, I just need to keep moving the Democratic, I keep saying democracy, but actually it's the Democratic Party. This blue needs to go lower. It says 95, and it needs to move down. Oh, that's actually not too bad. I can do that. I can move it down. I also need to keep the Brown Party, the Fascist Party, low as well. That shouldn't be a problem as either. The same actions that I'm going to take to bring down that blue, in order to make the blue go down, will also bring down the brown. I don't see any requirements here that non-aligned to be a certain amount. And I don't recall that type of mechanic existing in very many other focus trees where we're going to go down to form a non-aligned government, and we're going to do it not by meeting a minimum non-aligned amount, but in fact simply have a lower amount of other parties. And I think that's where it kind of catches, at least it caught me, I wouldn't say off guard, but caught me in a really odd place to say, oh, that's interesting, that's challenging, and it makes it a little challenging for me to wrap my mind around. But once I wrap my mind around it, I'm just trying to push the blue down and while making sure brown doesn't climb up. Okay, I got that. The section of the balance, of course, the second of the complicated part has to do with the balance of power, but that works pretty much in the same way. The center, the middle focuses tend to require the balance of power to be in the middle or toward the right of the Canton sign. In other words, to be over here. As we move toward the left, it needs to be on the left side of this tree, it needs to move to the left side of the balance of power. So in this, I need it to be to the left of the strong cantonal power range, so I need it to be to the left, so it needs to be somewhere over here. By the time I get to this, I need it to be at the full council control range, so I need it to be here. Okay, I can wrap my mind around that. I need to move the blue bubble down, the blue needs to go down, and overall the balance of power needs to move to the left. That's it. That's it. If you can wrap your mind around it a little quicker than I can, you're going to be in a good place. And the last of the kind of mini games, and it's kind of a minor item, but it can definitely sneak up on you. It snuck up on me, unfortunately, is that as long as we've got Swiss neutrality, we need to keep an eye on the opinion other countries have on us. And I think that this mechanic is either changed recently and maybe changed again. But effectively what we do is kind of keep an eye on that some of the actions we'll take, such as fortifying a border with another country, will cause their opinion of us to go down. And if we continue to take those items, this will cause the opinion of both Germany, France, and Italy to think less of us by -10, -10, -25 by Italy, -30 by both Italy and Germany. This is a huge -30 by Germany. Well, that can add up. And should it reach a high enough amount while you're still in Swiss neutrality, from what I know, they can justify war on you. So we're going to keep an eye on that. And one of our primary ways to do that is to take a council diplomatic efforts, which actually cause them to, their opinion of us to increase by +15. But more on that in a bit. Alright, not too bad. Keep an eye on make the blue go down. keep this balance of power moving to the left, and monitor their opinion of us, particularly Germany, because I'll be taking Press for Vorarlberg, which is a large negative 30. You can do this. You really can do this. I can do this. You can do this. It may take a few practice runs, but I believe in you. I do. I really believe in you. Alright. Now how are we going to get that blue bubble to go down? I could quiz you on it, but because this mechanic is relatively unique to Switzerland as far as trying to push out the blue as opposed to raise our own, the number one way to bring the blue bubble down would be if we had, which we don't, a decision like anti-democratic raids, something that directly reduces the Democratic Party by 5%. That is the fastest way to bring it down. The next fastest way is to increase the part of popularity of any of the other colors, red, brown, or white. This may seem obvious, but truly that's it. If we hire an advisor that increases red, brown, or white, it will push blue away. And as we can see at this popularity, effects are scaled to 13.8%. The larger the popularity of the color, or the higher the percentage of popularity, the less impact those advisors have. So that at this level, an advisor for any of these colors will have a huge impact, or I should say the full impact, not a huge impact, but as they become more popular, as their popularity percentage increases, they will have a reduced impact. So if we really, really want to get rid of blue, we could hire a bunch of non-aligned advisors, or advisors that push up non-aligned popularity, and that would work, absolutely. But it might be a little bit more effective, and in fact it would be more effective to hire at least one red advisor, or one advisor that increases red and white. That way the two of them can work together to push blue down. They'll slightly push each other down, which actually works in our favor, because there's nothing that I can see in here that requires my non-aligned, or red for that matter, party popularity to be at a certain level. And since I don't need it to be high, all I need is blue to be low, it's okay to have the two of these fight each other, so to speak, and keep each other down while they also work on blue and brown. That means if our strategy is to move down to the left, then our planning is, as soon as we can, to replace one of these political advisors with a political advisor that increases either red or white. And I'm going to continue to use the color because it's just a little easier to see on the screen, but red or white. And then, as soon as I've got 200 political power, I'm going to toss another advisor out and replace that one with whatever color I didn't do before. So sometime in early 1936, I'm going to have one white advisor and one red advisor going to work on blue. It sounds kind of crazy to talk like this, but to just go after blue and start pushing blue down. At the same time, they're going to suppress brown as well. And that's it. Later on during the next election, we'll replace another one of these democracy support advisors with another white advisor, so we'll have two white and one red. And then in the next election, we'll actually take one of the white advisors, make them the president, and replace another one. So we'll have two white and one red when we eventually find our way to forming the Alpine Confederacy. And at that point, there will be no more rotation. We'll have two whites, one white as president, two whites as advisors, and one red. Now you might think, and rightfully so, Friendly Cat, I don't want a red advisor in here, because if I got a red advisor, that means I'm going to have a red party popularity, and if I'm non-aligned, that means I'm going to have lower ruling party popularity stability, and I don't like that. Guess what? The game's going to be over. This run's going to be over in late 1939, early 1940. We're not running this as a world conquest, and that red guy, he's going to do a fantastic work at knocking out blue while also helping suppress brown. So we're going to keep him, and we're going to use him. I think it is a possible strategy to just do all non-aligns, but I think this is more effective. It certainly is a faster drop of the blue party. And that's it. Yeah, we're going to live with a red advisor pushing up the red party popularity even with non-aligned, and we're not going to care. It's not going to matter. We're just going to knock out Germany and call it into the war at the peace conference, take our cantons, take our states, and check to make sure we've got the achievements clicked and that they all say completed, and then that's it, we're done. Too easy. As far as the balance of power, that's something we do need to monitor. We're going to talk about this event in a moment, but we're going to take the event that has a passive push of the balance of power from right to left. That means if we do nothing, it will move 0.1%, or 1% every 10 days. So to move it 100%, if my math is correct, that would take 1,000 days. That's a long time. And we want to take Anschluss. I talked about taking Italy and French course, but hey, let's take Anschluss while we're at it. And we want to beat the Anschluss. We want to get there before Germany does, which is in early 1938. So just waiting for this to passively get here and passively get to the end, it's not going to do. Well, thankfully we have Council Diplomatic Effort, which not only does it increase the opinion, or the opinion of Germany, France, and Italy of us, which is fantastic, it also is a relatively cost-effective way to move the balance of power 10% from right to left. And we're going to click and click and click and click this and have a good time. And eventually, when we need to burst across the line and to press for Vorarlberg, we will use the Strengthened High Military Command, and we will also use the Consolidate Council Power as well. I think we'll end up using this twice. And that will push us across, and we'll smoothly flow down here, take Anschluss, take the Italian Alps, take the French Alps, up and Redoubt, and just have a good fun time. Am I making this sound too easy? I hope I'm not making it sound too easy, because you do need to pay attention and you do need to stay focused. One of the things you'll be doing is clicking Council Diplomatic a few times and then monitoring that. After you picked it 2, 3, 4 times, keep an eye on it, and you don't necessarily need to make a spreadsheet. You can kind of count up the number of days and what focuses you want to take before you get to Anschluss. If for whatever reason you don't really have a lot of time, you don't have a lot of focuses to take, but let's say you really wanted to take these focus all the way down here, well, all of these require that the balance of power be on the right side. More than 0% on the Canton side, which I'm reading to mean needs to be at least 1 tick. So if, let's say it was 20%, 20% to the right side, you're 200 days from passively crossing over if you've taken one of these. You know, you've got a daily balance of power change of negative 0.10%. 20% would be 200 days. And you need to keep that in mind. Well, maybe I shouldn't be taking one more of these if I have more than 100 days worth of focus I want to take. Let's say hypothetically you wanted to take these two and you're at 20%, you would not take Council Diplomatic Effort, because if you did, this would complete it and knock you from 20 to 10, and in 100 days you would complete those two, and this is 105 days worth of focuses. This is, I say, moderately confusing, or requires a moderate amount of math. I think technically it's arithmetic. It's a matter of adding up your focuses as you move down and keeping an eye on it. I don't think you need to start adding up right from the beginning and make a spreadsheet and a whole master plan. Take it once, twice, 3 times, watch it go down. As you start to get to 50%, say, okay, let's keep an eye to make sure, because if 50% is 500 days, what focuses do I need? The maintaining or keeping an eye on the German opinion and Italian opinion, that isn't a big deal. France is definitely not a big deal. They're going to be just fine. But German and in Italy, you're going to keep an eye on that. You're also going to keep an eye on an event that involves a trial of someone in your country that's done something to a German citizen? I don't know if it's a German citizen. So someone who Germany has an eye on. And we're probably going to take, you'd probably want to take the more friendly act, you may take the more friendly act toward Germany, knowing that with both a red and a white advisor, you'll have very little challenge suppressing, I keep saying suppressing, but pushing that brown number down. Even if the brown goes up, you'll push it right back down. When you make it down here, you've got Anschluss, that is, you've got Austria. You'll pick up part of Italy. Good, these are good, these are nice places too. You'll pick up part of France. You'll be in a fantastic place to make 12, 16, maybe even 24, 27 with, maybe just 16, but you'll be able to make plenty, I should say sufficient army that when you go to war with Germany in early 1939, you can just cross right into their border. Alright, now I intentionally started this event, this focus and paused it, because we want to take a look at this event. This is a starting event. The first event gives you a balance power of change of plus 10%, which would push it to the right. Well, obviously that's not one we want to take, because eventually we want to head to the left, and I've already mentioned we're going to take a passive to the left. This is a passive to the left of 0.10%. Okay, that's good. We definitely want something like that. Ooh, this one looks even better, because it's 0.10% and a change of popular democracy of negative 10%. And since we already know we want to push democracy down, that's the clear winner, right? It's not the clear winner. It's not the winner at all, I don't think. This is actually the winner. Why? Because when you click this one, it will actually push up the brown party. I don't have a problem knocking out blue. With a white provider, a white advisor, and a red advisor, we'll have no problem knocking out blue. In fact, not only do I have no problem knocking out blue, but I actually want to replace these guys while I still have the discount of the full cantonal power. At this point, a political advisor cost is negative 100%, which means I don't have to pay political power for it. That's not that big of a deal, but might as well pay for it at a lower amount. That's why they all have an X mark. I have nothing to replace, but they all cost nothing because of full cantonal power. But the real concern I've got is Allied gold. Allied gold would lock me out of continuing down my tree, and I need at least 65% support for the Federal Assembly, 65% support for blue. I think that this will probably be fine, but I'm not even worried about knocking blue all the way down with both a white and a red advisor. Or I should say advisors that are providing white support and red support right from the beginning of the game. So I'm more concerned about keeping the brown down, because we have a national spirit that actually increases brown by 0.04, and with brown being so low, it's actually going to give it its full advantage. Even though I'm going to eventually ban the party, I'm just really interested in keeping the brown area as low as possible. Which means we would take the middle route. I know that makes no sense. We just talked about getting rid of blue, but as I've kind of spelled out the math and how that works and the need to keep blue actually at a little bit high and to get a reduced cost advisor, we will take the middle route. There aren't too many other tricks along the way. When we look at, or I should say tricks are particularly clever ideas along the way, I should say. When we look at advisors, and we look at red advisors, I like either one of these red advisors. They give the 0.05 red support. They also give a sweet 0.25 political power gain. And while they do have a negative 20% war support, it's offset by a 5% stability. These guys are fine. I want to live with them for the rest of this run, which again, it will be done into 39, early 40. So we'll take him, and we're really happy with him. And he's going to be our first pick. Our second pick, which will come very early in 36, is out of Fur. He has only a 0.03 daily support for Unaligned, but that's fine. We'll take him. Eventually he will become our president in 1938, and we'll use him to pick up another research slot. The next non-aligned we'll be picking up for the next election will almost certainly would be one of these two. These are the only two non-aligned. So you can kind of, if you're doing the math on this, the very first guy, this guy becomes the president, and the socialist pacifist? Is that right? Yes, the socialist pacifist drops in here, and then shortly after, again, within a month or two, as soon as we have the political power, we kick out another guy, drop in Fur, and then for the next election, we drop out, we kick out the, when I say kick out, this democracy guy becomes the president, and we add one of these. And then last in 1938, Führer becomes, in the president, the election on the way to 1938, Führer becomes the president, so he will be the president when we take the Alpine Protectorate, and he will then show up in this right here and be our president for the rest of the game, and we will replace Führer with the Gotthardbund, I really should be able to pronounce this, Gotthardbund fella, who is Christian Gasser, and has a daily support of non-aligned of 0.07%. So we'll have a 0.07%, 0.05%, and 0.05% red. So 2 whites and 1 red, pushing blue. Actually, by that time, blue will be almost all will be well on its way down. Too easy. I talk about different choices and strategies, and I can't tell exactly what's going to happen when or where. One of the things that makes this mini game, and many of the mini games for that matter, not as challenging as you might as they could be, is because you have control. We're not going to see these guys dying. Like, I don't know, say if you're playing a Turkish tree and you're kind of timed the death or the sickness of some of your leader. These guys aren't going to go anywhere. They'll go when you send them. The balance of power will move when you move it. Yes, you have the trial coming on with your fellow and the German fellow, but you can control that as well. Those are pretty consistent. This is going to pop every time you complete this focus. It's a consistent tick. You can control it, and if you can control it, then you can confidently move through it. We're going to talk a little bit now about focuses. So obviously this is the first one we all must take. I would suggest taking the left one. It doesn't really matter. Tremendous. If you happen to really like the right one, go for it. I'll take the military factory construction suites, particularly since I will be conserving my political power. I just said we're going to take a decision to knock out one of my counselors very, very early, but other than that, I will be sitting on the political power so that I can burst across the line, burst all the way to full council as I get down here. As I get down here. To take Switzerland on the offense, I need the balance of power to be the left of the strong council control range. This is a strong council control range. That means I need to be at full council control, which means the time from here to here, I need to be moving very quickly. When I say burst, I mean we're going to be firing off consolidate council control twice, and this at least once somewhere in the middle, and try to just jump as soon as we can over there. And so when the time comes to make that jump, we're going to move quickly. And that means I'll be sitting on political power and banking it. I won't be changing the economy. I won't be adding advisors. It's just not going to be happening. And so for that reason, this 10% military factory construction seat I think is a little bit better, but if those who've done the theory on it and gaming and said, actually, no, this is better, you're probably right. Obviously, we have to take this next. We're going to choose to fortify the border with Italy. And those who've seen other videos for Switzerland, you're like, yeah, that sounds like you're taking the same thing as everybody else. Yeah, we are. We kind of do it on the same tree, and particularly since we will be antagonizing Germany down with press for Vorarlberg, we're going to fortify our border with Italy. Then we'll ban this foreign propaganda. We will take quickly make sure we pick up Allied gold before the blue party falls below 65%. You're seeing that I actually need to have more than 65% in this blue bubble, and with 2 advisors pushing it down, it will be moving relatively quickly down. Once we take Allied gold, you've got a little bit of time. You've got a passive tick of your balance of power to the left, but you can control it and calculate it. I would consider a couple of focuses. Helvetia is a fantastic focus. Actually fantastic. It's a good focus. Fantastic is a little bit strong. But a plus 15% of political power is nice. Minus 5 consumer guns is also nice, and it effectively costs 105 days. I don't think this does any good for you. Really, it has no real, for what we're going to be doing, but it's 105 days for 15%. That's worth a while. Armed neutrality is 35 days. 35 days for Huber, which is an army experience gain of a 0.40 and a 15%. I'll take it. We'll take it. Maybe if I was playing a game where I was fighting from the beginning and I could form an offensive chief of the army, that'd be great, but I can't, and so I will absolutely take this type of army experience gain. This is no joke. And a 35-day, 2 35-day focuses, too easy. These are all gated, I guess you could say, gated around the balance of power being on the right side, or I should say at least to the right of that 0%. So as you move down, take Allied gold, do your math, look at your balance of power, say, okay, 35, that's 70, 140, 175, so I've got 175 days that I must keep the balance of power to the right. And then this I don't even use a spreadsheet, and I don't think you would necessarily need to either. You can look at what you're at right now, and if you are at, hypothetically, 18%, and you've got 100, 70 plus 7, 70 plus 70 and 35, you've got 175 days, and you're at 18%, well, you can do the math that it's going to slip just under the wire. It means you don't take any more council diplomatic effort, or at least you rephrase this, you do not finish a council diplomatic effort until you've completed the last of these focuses. That's because you've got that passive tick of 0.10%. If your balance of power was, let's say, 40%, and you had 35 plus 35 is 70, plus 70 is 140, plus 35 is 175, so you've got 17.5% worth of ticks. I think that's the way that works out. And you're at 40%, well then yeah, you want to take at least one more, because once we completed this, the last of the focuses that we want that are on the right side of the balance of power, we want to burst across to Gothenburg, burst into Pressburg, burst into Switzerland on the offense, and burst into, Switzerland on the offense is the last burst for the balance of power. If you are challenged to make that happen, that's okay. You've got time. If somehow you find yourself soft locked, in other words, you temporarily cannot take Switzerland on the offense, relax. Look at your timeline. As long as you're still in mid to late 1937, no problem. Anschluss is a 35-day focus, so you've got some time. Sit around. Don't bust out the game. Don't quit your game. Don't restart the game. It's okay if you have if you're a little bit challenged with the timing. I admit I'm challenged with the timing. I saw some of the runs. I'd see people spending political power to move it to the left, and then spending political power to move it back to the right, and I think spending political power again to move it back to the left, and they still were able to complete the run and still had a good time. So there is some flexibility here. And that's it. That's really it. That's the mini game. I know we got a little bit. At least I got a little bit, stressed and anxiety when I first started playing Switzerland and I heard how bad the minigame was. But after a couple one or two practice runs, I was like, okay, I've got this. I don't have it yet, but I'm going to get it. And then we got it, and then we're good. All right, so we're going to finalize with the last part of these focuses, which can throw people off, depending on what. There are several videos on people taking this, on how to take these focuses. So I'm not going to add too much more than what you've already seen, except that it may be worth, this may be a good practice to look at the national focuses for these three, not just the focus here, but actually in the guide, in the actual file, and there is some kind of hint. They'll be more likely to accept based on the size of our armed forces, their opinion of us, and if the German Reich is getting ready to annex Austria. That's awesome. And this as well has that hint at the bottom. They will be more likely to accept based on the size of our armed forces and their opinion of us, and this as well. That's very helpful. It's a little bit more helpful to actually go into the event, the national focus, and the the event file, to look to see what this actually means and how much their willingness to accept is based on their opinion on the size of our focus. And that's why you may have seen in some of the other guides folks forming 1 battalion divisions and making 200, 300, 400 divisions to help influence these events. You can also, at that point, you'll have enough political power to also manually improve the relations with them. And the way the events are right now, even though with their most recent patch they made it more or less likely for other countries to give up their cores, they're still very favorable. Make 201 battalion or 300, 401 battalion divisions and influence them by raising their opinion of you. And France and Italy, obviously I should say Austria, but France, Italy, and Austria are all very willing to turn over their cores to you. I mean, Austria is actually willing to be annexed by you, so that's even better. I'm going to talk just briefly about, do I think that the 1 battalion division is an exploit? I think that's a bit of a gray area. I think from the player's point of view, it certainly will feel like an exploit. Of course, I know what I'm doing, but I don't know if you've ever, particularly if you've played Hungary or Yugoslavia or Bulgaria or Greece, or you're looking to invade another country, and sometimes you'll click on it and look at the number of divisions, and you see 16 to 50, and you're like, okay, so it's probably around 30. Well, those can't all be like tank divisions, right? Some of them have to be infantry. Maybe some of them are patrol or 6 widths. Some of those 12 widths, I don't know what they've got. Well, presumably other countries look at Switzerland, and if they saw 600 or 500 here, it's okay, we know they do not have 627 width infantry divisions, but we don't know what they have exactly. And that's part of the, I don't know what you've got, I just know you've got a lot. And if that seems like a bit of a stretch, maybe it is a little bit, but I can certainly see it, and particularly in those times when I've played the minors and I've invaded another country and I've said, yeah, you've got 35, it can't be that bad. And sometimes like, whoa, you actually have like 40 good divisions. And other times I've invaded someone, oh yeah, you've got 20 or so, and so actually some of those are only partial strength. You were fooling us with more divisions than you had that you could equip. So we can get fooled, at least I can get fooled, and so I think that it's maybe it's a little bit much to fool the AI, but I would say it's okay to do that. And then the Alpine Redoubt comes last, I think because it means that it applies those effects, which really aren't that critical, but it applies them to whatever you've taken already. And of course, Alpine Protectorate puts you in a non-aligned state, and it also, whoever the president is, who's kind of hidden behind the scenes, becomes the face or president, and there are no more, I don't want to say elections, there are no more replacements of the president. You also are locked out, at least in my experience, you are locked out of moving the balance of power. You can no longer move it to the right. So you're stuck with whoever you've got in these slots. Not too bad, not too bad. You'll have time after you take the Alpine Protected to take a few more focuses, maybe 4 or 5, before you need to take bringing democracy to Germany. You've been planning this all along to declare war on Germany, but you will no longer be able to take any of these, and you'll be locked out of obviously you wouldn't be able to take, that's already mutually exclusive, but you can no longer take anything down here. That's fine, whatever. You can take this one. That's a nice 100 army experience in a military factory. That's not a bad one. 2 armor and another 2 mills. That's fine. This isn't too bad. Extended supply lanes. You can also take this, which on one hand seems roughly expensive for 70 days, but at this point you're going to be limited in what you can take because you'll be, I keep saying locked out, and maybe that's too harsh a word, but it means you will not meet the requirements to take any of these focuses, and you will not have the ability to move the balance of power to the right, and your political party will also be unlikely to meet those requirements either. So if you only have these to pick from, if you only have a 70-day focus to choose a mill and a civ, take it. It's fine. Time to bring your democracy to Germany for when Germany starts to complete its Danzig or war focus. It will launch the war with Germany, it will launch its war on Poland. Try to time it on that day or shortly thereafter so that you can launch your war with Germany. And at this point you'll have all of this as a front line. Put some troops, defensive troops, 6 widths, 12 width if you want to, on the Italian border. In my playthrough, Italy did not join the war. Wise for them. I was prepared to actually rush down Italy, but most of your armored force can sit up here. As soon as they declare Poland, cross into Germany. In my playthrough, Poland never capitulated. We just pushed so hard and so fast into Germany that down they went. And like I mentioned, Italy never jumped in either. Wisely never chose to join the war. In the peace conference, too easy. I had so much war participation, this sweet Switzerland heading into Germany, that it was comfortably able to pick up enough cantons, I keep saying cantons, enough states to satisfy the Swiss cheese requirement, and you get a canton. And because I had joined the Allies and were part of the defensive war, easily met all 4 achievements. Not so bad. Now that we've kind of talked it out, not so bad. You're like, yeah, I think I can do this. Yeah, it's going to take a little bit of effort. You're going to have to do a little bit of math. I don't think you're going to need a spreadsheet. You need to be careful and cautious, and you might have to restart this. There's a good chance you're better than I am, and you may only have to restart this once, or maybe not at all, maybe twice, or maybe not at all. I had to do it 4 or 5 times because I'm a little slow. But you've got this. You can do this, and you can enjoy Switzerland. You can enjoy 2 achievements that involve ganging up on Germany. It's the only thing better than 1 achievement that does that is 2. We like that. I hope you enjoyed this. Hope you enjoyed the guide. I hope you enjoyed Switzerland. We're really coming to the end of these guides. This is the last of the country guide for the By Blood Alone. I've had a lot of fun. I really enjoyed it. I really enjoy playing HOI4, and I hope that you enjoy it as well and have a fun time completing this. Thank you very much for watching.